Brothers, I'll leave you a business card. If you need anything in the future, you can call me. Saying this, he handed a stiff business card to Chen Dong, while also handing over the thick envelope filled with money. Chen Dong put the business card in his pocket and then, in front of Zhou Anlin, opened the envelope, revealing 3 stacks of new bills. He then counted the money while pretending to be shy and smiled at Zhou Anlin. Boss Zhou, I see this money is quite heartfelt. So I'm checking if there are consecutive numbers. Zhou Anlin chuckled. This is money I just withdrew from the bank. It should be in consecutive numbers. While speaking, the disdain in his eyes was hard to conceal. Just a brute with no brains. The money was counted. Exactly 300 bills, 3,000 yuan. Boss Zhou, when shall we sign the letter of forgiveness? Chen Dong stuffed the money into his pocket and asked with a smile. People spend money to resolve disasters. And they hit someone but can still receive so much money. Chen Dong thought it was quite delightful. He had to take this money. If he didn't, it would raise suspicions from this old silver coin. Chapter 103. Hitting is affection. Cursing is love. Jiang Igua knew about Zhou Anlin asking Chen Dong and the others to write a letter of forgiveness because Zhou Anlin contacted someone from the Municipal Police Bureau who informed him that Jiang Igua, the captain of the Shanghai County Police Bureau, was quite familiar with Chen Dong. So, Zhou Anlin first approached Jiang Igua about this matter. After learning of it, Jiang Igua told him to discuss it with Chen Dong, and if Zhou Anlin couldn't convince Chen Dong, he would talk to Chen Dong himself later. Of course, Zhou Anlin had already taken care of some benefits. Otherwise, Jiang Igua certainly wouldn't be bothered to help with this matter. The matter concerning Nangu was indeed serious. However, if they wanted to reduce the punishment, it was also quite simple. After all, they hadn't caused much harm to Chen Dong and the others. As for Lin Hongxing's forehead injury, that was another story. Chen Dong also knew that the money Zhou Anlin gave to the police was definitely much more than what he had. That's just how things work in this era. Having money and power can change some judgments. Of course, this is also true in later generations. At noon, Zhou Anlin treated Chen Dong and the others to a meal at a relatively large restaurant in the black market, during which he spoke in a very humble manner. However, during the meal, he talked more with Jiang Igua, Lin Hongxing, and Mao, the police officers. From Chen Dong's experience, he could naturally see that Zhou Anlin was turning what was originally an apology into a networking opportunity. Lin Hongxing was the daughter of the County Police Bureau, and Jiang Igua was the captain of the County Police Bureau. No wonder Zhou Anlin could become the intermediary for the Russian spies. His ability to navigate through relationships and put on a show was indeed extraordinary. Zhuzi, how's your hand now? In the afternoon, on the way back to the county town, the few of them were sitting in a van when Mao asked Zhuzi, whose right hand was bandaged. Zhuzi buzzed and replied, Mao, my hand is fine. While speaking, he cast a confused glance at Chen Dong, his eyes filled with uncertainty. With Zhuzi's simple-mindedness, he really couldn't understand why Mao had already asked him several times if his hand was okay. Then he leaned closer to Chen Dong and whispered, Fifth brother, is Mao's brain broken? Chen Dong was amused by Zhuzi's words. Comrade Chen Guoli, you've asked Zhuzi this question 8 times already. Zhuzi told me you are the one with a broken brain. Being questioned by this fool, Mao really had no response. Jiang Igua and another police officer couldn't help but laugh. As for Lin Hongxing, whose forehead was bandaged, she maintained a serious expression and said nothing. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Mao's face turned unnatural, and he mumbled ungraciously, Zhuzi, is it wrong for me to care about you? Chen Dong laughed immediately. Comrade Chen Guoli, Zhuzi's physique has been playing rough with cows and wild boars since childhood. This little injury is nothing. Your concern is a bit unnecessary. You should care about what truly matters, not waste your concern on things that don't. Lin, the big beauty, has a more serious head injury. Why don't you care about her? Lin Hongxing, with a serious face, replied, I don't need his concern. Mao smirked and shrugged. See, she doesn't need my concern. Chen Dong smiled. Comrade Chen Guoli, just because she says she doesn't need concern doesn't mean you shouldn't care. Mao glanced at Lin Hongxing, then shrank back his head, shrugged, and said dismissively, as police officers, it's normal for us to encounter minor bumps and bruises during our work. If you're afraid of getting hurt, don't become a police officer. We are all mentally prepared for injuries. Chen Dong turned to Lin Hongxing and said, Lin, the big beauty. Comrade Chen Guoli has always been tough-tongued since he was a child. He actually cares about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped in to block the knife when he saw someone trying to stab you. Lin Hongxing's face turned slightly red. I will thank him properly later. Upon hearing Lin Hongxing say this, Mao shook his head fervently, waving his hands. No, no, you don't need to thank me. I wasn't thinking that much at the time. I would have stood up for anyone. Dong sighed. Mao, you really are hopeless. The term iron straight man doesn't even begin to describe you. Lin Hongxing then said with a serious face. Then I should thank you. I really do need to thank you. Mao first nodded seriously, then laughed. All right, if you insist on thanking me, that's fine. Ha ha. Dong thought, forget Mao. Let him fend for himself. In the evening, Zhang Igua drove the van back to the entrance of Chun Liutuan, Mao's home. He drove to the county town with Lin Hongxing and another police officer, leaving Mao at home to keep his father company. After the van left, Mao angrily said to Dong, Xiao Wu, you've ruined me. What nonsense were you talking in the van? Usually, Miss Lin doesn't give me a good face. And now you've made it worse. She's definitely going to say something about me later. Dong patted his shoulder with a smile and said, Mao, isn't there a possibility that she likes you a little? There's a saying, hitting is caring, scolding is love. Upon hearing Dong's words, Mao jumped up in frustration, looked around, then blushed and whispered, Xiao Wu, you little brat, stop talking nonsense. If she liked me, I'd go smash my head against a block of tofu. You don't know how she treats me. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. If it weren't for my dad, my brother-in-law, and my brother forcing me to be a police officer, I wouldn't want to be one at all, just to suffer behind her. Stop joking around. Her dad is the chief. If he finds out we're making jokes about his daughter, I'll definitely be in deep trouble. Dong smiled and said, okay, I won't joke anymore. My dad's deer antler blood wine is ready. When you leave tomorrow, take a few jars with you. And don't forget to bring those 2 jars for my brother-in-law. Upon hearing the deer antler blood wine was ready, Mao quickly agreed, saying he would definitely take a few jars when he left tomorrow. This was something that couldn't be bought even with money. After Mao went home, Dong divided the items he bought with Juzi and then took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, Juzi, here's 500 yuan. Take it back and give it to your dad. If he asks, just say it's a reward from the police station. As for how you got hurt, just tell him you accidentally cut your hand while eating. Don't mention anything about us fighting with those guys. We don't want your dad to worry. After all, he's getting old and his health isn't great. Let him worry less. Juzi definitely would share the money with Mao. Splitting it in half was just right. Going out for a while and earning over 1,000 yuan felt pretty good. As for Zhou Amlin, he probably wouldn't bother with a countryside hunter like him. Juzi didn't think too much about it and stuffed the money into his pocket, not realizing that this was a significant amount. Watching Juzi walk home with his things, Dong thought to himself that with this money, Uncle Yu would definitely be happy. At least they would have a much easier life in the future. Dong hurried home with his things, and as he passed by Dongcheng's house, he wondered when Dongcheng would come back, planning to find a way to arrange an unexpected death for him. Meanwhile, not long after returning home, Dongcheng was with Donglian, talking about Dong's bad behavior. Chapter 104 Dongcheng. Donglian, your son looks too much like my third uncle. No way, Donglian, you got beaten up. And my third uncle not only didn't find trouble with him, but he also rented the orchard to his dad, Chen Laoshu. What the hell is my third uncle doing? What is he afraid of? A village head is afraid of an ordinary citizen? Dongcheng took a sip of wine, puzzled. With a cigarette in his mouth, Donglian also took a sip and shook his head, saying in annoyance, Brother, I just wanted to help you deal with him. And then he found an excuse to beat me up. As for why my dad rented the orchard to Chen Laoshu, it's mainly because this kid, in front of everyone, was shouting about how my dad is the village head, inciting people to report my dad. He used this as an excuse. And my dad is somewhat apprehensive. His family has some background. His sister's husband is the director of the food factory in the county. His second sister's husband is a leader at the farm, and his uncle used to be a big leader in the forest farm. Plus, the guy he hangs out with, Mao, is now a police officer. My dad is really afraid he'll report him. Dongcheng snorted and said angrily, My third uncle is upright and doesn't fear shadows. What is there to be afraid of? Let him report it if he wants. He wanted to say, Donglian, you got beaten up, so stop saying you were helping me deal with that kid. If you really wanted to deal with him, you would have done it long ago instead of waiting a few days. Donglian, looking awkward, replied, My dad is fine. But isn't there a saying that goes, not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves remembering? If he really stirs things up in the village and incites a few people to report him, my dad might not be able to handle it. My dad rented the orchard to Chen Laoshu and told Xiao Wu to speak well of him in the village. He has been praising my dad everywhere. And people in the village who don't know think he has my dad as lackey. Chen Donglian shook his head, looking speechless. Upright, and doesn't he fear shadows? I'm telling you, brother, my dad wouldn't he dare say that. Otherwise, he wouldn't he be in such a hurry to find Chen Dong to discuss this. Chen Dongqing was surprised, shaking his head in disbelief. What is going on? How could this happen? Chen Donglian sighed. It's that Xiao Wu kid, praising my dad everywhere. Saying he is doing good for the people, caring for the common folk. Saying he is a good official who thinks for the people in our village. Chen Dongqing nodded seriously. Isn't that true? Chen Donglian shook his head. Brother, let us chat privately and not say such lofty things. My dad does have some minor issues, and we can't avoid that. The people in the village see him getting benefits and all the praise. So they want to follow suit and threaten my dad for benefits. If my dad doesn't he give benefits, they'll report him. My dad has stirred up public resentment. Now he is worried about how to settle this. Chen Dongqing was stunned. What? What do these troublesome villagers want to do? Could it be that Xiao Wu is intentionally scheming, praising my third uncle to make everyone think they can get benefits from him? So they all learn from him and ask for benefits? This kid is cunning. Chen Donglian shook his head again. He is indeed very crafty. He put the orchard transfer contract in the police station and had a department there certify it, cutting off the orchard's sublease situation. I told my dad. Could he be playing tricks? But my dad said it shouldn't he be. He is just a country bumpkin without that much cunning. Besides, he is the one who had Xiao Wu praise him. He just didn't expect things to backfire. Chen Dongqing shook his head and joked. My third uncle has been muddled by Chen Dong's flattery. At that moment, a 4 or 5-year-old boy ran over, his tender voice calling out to Chen Donglian. Daddy, I want to eat meat. Chen Dongqing held out a piece of pig's head meat in front of the little boy and smiled. Little Bao, call me uncle, and uncle will give you some meat. This is Chen Donglian's son, Chen Xiaobao, who is 4 years old this year. Chen Xiaobao obediently called out, Uncle. Chen Dongqing laughed heartily and handed the pig's head meat to Chen Xiaobao. At this moment, Chen Donglian's wife, Zhao Damei, walked in, lightly brushing her scattered hair, and said with a smile, Xiaobao, don't be greedy. Go to the table and ask your uncle for something to eat. Chen Dongqing shook his head and laughed. It's nothing serious. Kids are always greedy. Zhao Damei was quite tall, had a good figure, and was very beautiful, especially her ample bosom, which was quite alluring. Damei, Xiaobao is looking more and more like my third uncle. Look at his face, his nose, his eyes. Even the mole on his left eye is in the same place as my third uncle's. Chen Dongqing pointed at Xiaobao and laughed. Zhao Damei quickly replied, Big brother. It's normal for a grandson to resemble his grandfather. As the saying goes, grandparent and grandchild share a bond. She quickly changed the subject. Big brother, you and sister-in-law have been married for a year now. Why hasn't there been any news from sister-in-law's belly yet? Chen Dongqing frowned slightly, and then shook his head with a smile. Getting pregnant depends on fate. It depends on fate. Chen Donglian then waved his hand at Zhao Damei and said impatiently, All right, take Xiaobao outside to play. I need to talk to Big Brother about something. After Zhao Damei took Chen Xiaobao away, Chen Donglian whispered, Big Brother, don't you know some tough guys in town? Give me a few people. I want to teach Xiao Wu a lesson. If I don't take care of him, I'll be upset. Chen Dongqing quickly shook his head and said, Donglian, a few people can't handle him. Last night, I was in the city and gathered more than 10 people to try to take him down in the dark. But guess what? That Xiao Wu is too fierce. He single-handedly beat up all those 10+ guys. Chen Donglian couldn't believe it and said, No way, he's that tough? Then, Chen Dongqing recounted how he had encountered Chen Dong while watching a pole dance at the black market last night, and how he asked his cousin Zhang Kuan to deal with him. Chen Donglian gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, if a dozen people aren't enough, then let's find 20 or 30. When that kid goes hunting, we'll ambush him on the way and give him a good beating. The police department rewarded so much money. What were you and Erju doing in the mountains yesterday that could earn the police department such a reward? When Chen Dong returned home with something and took out a wad of cash, Su Yan looked at the money in disbelief and asked. Chapter 105 Chen Dong, Sister Honglian. Get ready. Chen Dong reached out and rubbed Su Yan's little face, smiling. Wife. As for what Erju and I helped the police with, that's covered by a confidentiality agreement, so I can't tell anyone. You just need to know that this money is legitimate, not stolen or robbed. Since he divided the money with Erju to give to Uncle Yu, he thought about giving the money to Su Yun. It's only normal to give money to his wife, right? He still had over 1,000 yuan on hand, enough for his expenses. After he digs up the century-old ginseng king in a couple of days and uses the spirit spring water to set traps in places where wild beasts often appear, the money will come in. He certainly wouldn't tell them that so many people wanted to beat them up and that they ended up with compensation. That would only worry them more. As for this matter, only Heir Mao and Heir Zhu in the village knew, and they wouldn't speak carelessly. Chen Dong had another reason. He really didn't want to get involved with that old silver coin Zhou Anlin. It wasn't that Chen Dong secretly reported him, which would attract attention from above. He didn't know who was behind Zhou Anlin. If he reported him, he might be traced back. By then, he and his family would be in danger. Zhou Honglian smiled and said, Chen Dong, Xiaoyun is just worried about you. Plus, with so much money, it's hard to accept all at once. The police can reward so much money, which proves that what you did must be significant. Xiaoyun, don't worry. This matter is definitely confidential. Many cases handled by the police are not made public. Suya nodded and then smiled. I overthought it. Do you have enough money on hand? Do you need me to give you some? She pointed to the brand new big Unity, her chin slightly raised, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped, with a hint of pride on her face. Looking at so much money, her heart was simply blooming with joy. It felt like a dream. Chen Dong could make so much money just by going out. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. Chen Dong couldn't help but pat her on the backside. Wife. Oh, you've become a rich woman now, and you're getting all cocky. Hearing Chen Dong say this, Suyin quickly replied, I am just happy because you made so much money. Chen Dong shook his head and laughed. Wife, I'm just joking. You don't need to be nervous. This is just the beginning. I will definitely make more money in the future, and then you won't be able to count it all. This silly wife cares too much about his feelings. In her world, Chen Dong was her anchor, her everything. Then I'll let Sister Honglian take some money too. Su Yun said in a negotiating tone. Chen Dong smiled and said, Wife, you decide. Once the money is in your hands, you take care of the household matters. You two sisters can discuss it well. Quick, look at what I bought. I think you will both like it. Su Yun immediately gave Zhou Honglian 500 yuan, while she kept 1,000 yuan in her hand, saying that the money in her hand was for saving in the family. If there was a need in the future, they could take this money out. Zhou Honglian didn't hesitate to accept the money Su Yun gave her, putting it in her pocket and saying she would use it where it was needed. This fabric feels so good. The color of this fabric is beautiful. The dress made from it will definitely look great. I saw this red and white polka dot fabric in the last dress I sold at the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. That dress was extremely beautiful. This fabric feels very smooth and has a bit of a reflective quality. Chen Dong, the summer sandals you bought for us three are so beautiful. Xiaoyan, you can only wear flat ones now, unlike me and Lan Xin, who can wear high-heeled sandals. Chen Dong, your taste in buying clothes is really good. I really like this big red dress, and Lan Xin will definitely love this blue dress. As for this beige dress, it will look great on Xiaoyan. These fabrics are the best from the City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, said to be fashionable from the port city, so I thought, since we bought a sewing machine. Su Yun, you can also make clothes. When you have nothing to do, you can make summer clothes. Chen Dong said with a smile to the two who were happily looking at the fabric and sandals. Both women liked the 3 sets of dresses and summer sandals he bought. Hearing Zhou Honglian praise his good taste, Chen Dong thought to himself, I must have good taste. I have been dealing with clothes for most of my life. With my eye for design and garment-making skills, I am definitely at a master level. The two women flipped through the fabric and dresses, and when they saw that Chen Dong had also bought some pastries, candies, and snacks, Su Yin said that he didn't need to buy so much, as the family was not lacking food and drink now. Chen Dong smiled and said, This is for my parents, not just for us. As the head of the family, today Dad brought over several large jars of deer antler blood wine and a good number of prepared animal skins, saying that the bear skin would be ready in a few days and would be delivered then. Su Yun said, Last time Chen Dong hunted a few blue-skinned animals, along with the skins of sika deer and roe deer, all of which were sent to Dad for processing. The price of animal skins is not cheap. At the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a well-prepared animal skin fetches a good price, not less than what selling meat would bring. However, processing animal skins is a task that requires patience and skill, which Chen Dong is not inclined to do. He once again felt grateful that his parents were alive. Having them around saved him a lot of trouble. Did Mom and Dad ask what I did today? Chen Dong asked. Su Yin replied, They did ask, and I told them what you said. They didn't say much. Then, Su Yin briefly explained how they had gone to the orchard to help. I'm going to deliver things to Mom and Dad. You two can cook, Qindong said with a smile. Zhou Honglian laughed and said, Qindong, since your dad brought deer antler blood wine, how about Xiao Yun and I make 2 good dishes, and you can have some of the deer antler blood wine tonight? I heard this stuff is very nourishing. Qindong raised his eyebrows and grinned mischievously. Sister Honglian, are you sure I still need nourishment? I can barely walk because of you. While deer antler blood wine is good, can it be better than spirit spring water? Hearing Qindong's words, Zhou Honglian's face flushed slightly, and she spat playfully. You beast. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhou Honglian say this, Qindong laughed heartily. What women say like this is undoubtedly a badge of honor for men. Su Yun, blushing, said, head of the family, you should be more careful. Sometimes what needs to be supplemented should indeed be supplemented. She said this, but deep down, she felt a thrill. Listening to his and Zhou Honglian's voices and the time sometimes made Su Yun think that when Qindong was with her, he was deliberately holding back. I'm going to deliver things to Mom and Dad. You guys can cook, and I'll drink a couple of cups tonight. Sister Honglian, get ready, Qindong said, lifting the items and winking at Zhou Honglian with a mischievous smile. Zhou Honglian felt a strange shiver run through her. Tonight was likely to be another fierce battle, and amid the tension and worry, she was also very much looking forward to it. Truly a conflicting mindset. Chapter 106. The little old lady is avenging her grudge on the spot. Qindong quickly arrived at the orchard, and although it was already getting dark, he didn't see Mom and Dad in the orchard's small house. Only the earthen stove in front of the house was still smoking. Qindong shouted loudly, Dad, Mom, where are you? Soon, he heard his mother's voice from afar. Hey, we're over here, giving the red star some ripe liandan. Qindong carried the items and walked towards the direction of the voice. The orchard was built on a hillside, with fruit trees planted in rows along the slope. The main fruit trees were peach, apricot, pear, and apple trees, with a few hawthorn and cherry trees, and some plum trees, but not many. This area is located in the northern part of the country, so the varieties of fruit trees are cold-resistant. Red Star is an early ripening peach tree that bears fruit in early June. Now it's almost May, and in just over a month, they will ripen. Qindong walked along the small path between the fruit trees towards the peach tree area. The fruit trees here are big, around 20 years old, with lush branches and leaves already bearing small green fruits. In another month or two, early ripening fruits like peaches, apricots, and cherries will be ready. Walking in the orchard, Qindong noticed several beehives. Mom and Dad had moved the beehives to the orchard. Recently, as the weather warmed up, they began busying themselves with hatching and releasing bees, aiming to collect honey when the wildflowers in the mountains bloomed. Now that they had rented the orchard, and with some fruit trees gradually flowering and bearing fruit, plus the proximity to the mountains, the bees could gather nectar from wildflowers. Looking at these fruit trees and beehives, Qindong had an idea. If he added a few drops of spirit spring water to the irrigation water for the fruit trees, they would grow vigorously. And the fruit would surely be good. It wouldn't be surprising to sell them at a high price. The orchard covers over 130 acres, and because it's on a slope, the fruit trees aren't densely packed. There are only 7 trees per acre on average. This is also why the land rent is so cheap. Of course, a yearly rent of 300 yuan is quite reasonable. There are about 200 peach trees, with early ripening varieties making up half, around 100 trees. They are all big trees, with thick trunks. This year is a bumper harvest, according to Dad's estimate. Some trees that bear a lot of fruit could produce 400 to 500 gen of peaches at a minimum. According to last year's prices at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, peaches were generally around 20 cents per gen. However, if Qindong irrigated the peach trees with diluted spirit spring water, the quality and taste of the fruit would definitely be excellent, and it would be possible to sell them for 5 to 10 cents more. He couldn't rely solely on hunting for income, could he? Although he has the spirit spring space to store his catch, when it comes to cashing out, he still has to take some items out. The more he goes to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative or sells at the market, the more it would make some people envious. It's better to keep a low profile. At most, after he hunts big game, he can sell it in bulk 1 or 2 times, and that way, others might think he just got lucky. As for if he really finds that century-old wild ginseng king, he doesn't plan to sell it. That thing will only become more valuable. He can sell the wild ginseng king when he truly needs money in the future. Alright, regarding the wild ginseng king, he hasn't gotten it yet. He just borrowed money to obtain it. Dad and Mom, why are you still applying medicine so late? Qindong approached his parents, who were digging a hole under a peach tree. Dad said, We're applying Lian Dan to the tree. It's crucial for fruit set, preventing heartworm. You came back so quickly from the city. I heard from Xiao Yun that you helped the police with something and got invited to the city. And they said they would reward you. Dad, wearing one glove, sprinkled dark purple powder into the hole they had dug, and then took a scoop of fertilizer to pour into the hole. Lian Dan is a dark purple powder mainly used to prevent heartworms during the fruit setting period. As for other pesticides, they aren't used much in this era. However, to say that the crops in this era are purely natural and pollution-free is not entirely realistic. In their orchard or fields, they often spray insect repellent made from crushed neem seeds mixed with water. Neem is very bitter and contains mild toxins. Insects that eat leaves or fruits containing neem juice will either die from its poison or avoid crops or fruit trees that have been sprayed with neem water. As for what they helped the police with, that's a secret. They signed for it with fingerprints, and even if you're my own dad, I can't tell you. It wasn't a wasted trip. I got a reward. Chundong nodded and smiled. Mom, watching Chundong carry a large bag of items, pouted and leaned closer to take a look. Xiao Wu, what are you carrying? Chundong said. Mom, this is what I bought for you and Dad. Then he added with a pout. I went to the city, and if I didn't buy you something, you'd definitely complain when I got back and sulk. Mom again pouted and spat. Nonsense, whether you buy us something or not. What's there for me to sulk about? The old lady said one thing, but still reached out to rummage through the snakeskin bag. When she saw the beautifully packaged candies, 2 bags of crispy fruit slices, and some unknown snacks inside, her face was even more wrinkled. Look at you. Why did you buy so many things? This must have cost a pretty penny. The old man, not in a good mood, interjected. Look, Xiao Wu was right. If he didn't buy you something, you'd definitely be unhappy, grumbling, and sulking. Now that he has bought you something, you're clearly happy inside, but you still say this. The old man often pointed out the old lady's faults. Chundong watched the elderly couple with amusement. Actually, the old lady didn't necessarily want him to spend money on things. What mattered more was the feeling of being cared for by her children. Xiao Wu, why did you buy cigarettes for your dad again? This pack of cigarettes must be quite expensive. Your dad can just smoke some rough tobacco. He doesn't have the fortune to smoke such good cigarettes. I'll take this pack of cigarettes to the consignment point to sell it. The old lady said, holding the new ginseng cigarettes that Chundong bought, with a displeased expression. The old man was pained to hear the old lady say she would sell the good cigarettes Chundong bought for him, and he immediately got agitated, arguing with the old lady. In the end, the old man kept the good cigarettes. Xiao Wu, how much did the police station reward you? The old lady suddenly thought of the reward money from the police station and asked curiously. When Chundong revealed the amount, both the old lady and the old man widened their eyes in shock and were momentarily speechless. 1,500 yuan, so much? The old man shook his head in disbelief. The old lady also stared wide-eyed, her mouth pouting in disbelief. Xiao Wu, what did you do for the police to get such a large reward? She said. I heard yesterday that there were a lot of police and plainclothes officers in Shurgan's area catching criminals, and several police officers even lost their lives. Many criminals were executed. You didn't go and kill a lot of criminals with Erjuzi, did you? The old lady said, panic written all over her face. Chundong shook his head and said, Mom and Dad, you don't need to inquire about the specifics. We signed a confidentiality agreement, and this matter can't be disclosed. Just know that this money was earned legitimately. He knew that Mom and Dad would ask such questions after learning about the money. It wasn't that Chundong wanted to show off. Many villagers saw the police visit his house yesterday. His parents would definitely be curious. Plus, they followed him to the city late at night. To prevent them from overthinking, he revealed some truths to them. Otherwise, he would have quietly gone to the city. Also, with Erjuzi coming back home with so much money, Uncle Yu would definitely come to ask. All right, Xiao Chui, stop asking. We signed a confidentiality agreement. This is state secret and can't be talked about. The old man sternly reprimanded the old lady. He then turned serious and said to Chundong, Xiao Wu, don't show off about this reward, keep it low-key. When others ask, just say you and Erjuzi went to the county yesterday to run some errands. Chundong nodded. Dad, I'm not showing off. Only you two, Xiao Yun, and Hong Lian know about this. I told Erjuzi not to spread it around. He can only tell Uncle Yu, and no one else can know. The old lady looked worried and said, Yes, this matter can't be flaunted to others. Otherwise, if those people's families or the criminals come out of prison, it would be a risk for us. The old man immediately reprimanded. Xiao Chui, what are you thinking? I told you not to talk about it, and you keep speculating. For confidential matters, Just keep your mouth shut. You're the one most likely to accidentally leak this. The old lady, slightly stubborn, replied with less confidence, I wouldn't do that. I definitely won't leak this matter. At least she was self-aware about being talkative. Just then, they saw Uncle Yu, who was short, thin, hunched, and walked unsteadily, approaching from a distance, followed by the tall heir Juzi. Seeing Uncle Yu come, Qindong knew he was there to inquire about the money. After all, with heir Juzi bringing home so much money, it was impossible for Uncle Yu not to ask about it. Sure enough, Uncle Yu came to ask about it. Qindong briefly explained the situation to him, and he was relieved. Originally, Qindong wanted to invite Uncle Yu and heir Juzi to dinner, but Uncle Yu waved his hand and said he couldn't. Then took heir Juzi home. That evening, Qindong brought food to his parents. Since they were worried about Su Yun being pregnant, they thought it would be dangerous for her to cook in the orchard all day, especially since it was getting late. And walking home at night wasn't good for the baby. So, they decided not to let Su Yun cook in the orchard and would manage it themselves. However, Su Yun suggested that Qindong bring them food or let De Huang take the food she cooked up to the mountain. With De Huang's intelligence, he would know to deliver the food to his parents. But since Qindong had added a couple of drops of spring water to the dishes, he was worried De Huang wouldn't resist the temptation of the spring water. So he personally delivered the food. The dinner was sumptuous, featuring wild scallions stir-fried with cured meat, mushrooms stewed with chicken pieces, blanched bracken, and a seaweed egg drop soup. His parents also picked some wild vegetables and made a big bowl of sauce for dipping. They enjoyed the meal with steamed buns. The food was delicious today, perfectly cooked. Xiao Yun and her sister were both good at cooking, and her sister worked quickly and diligently, making her a great laborer. It's a pity she had bad luck. The old man sighed and shook his head while eating. The old lady dipped her buns in the soup and said, Yes, Hong Lian is indeed capable. You can tell she's very competent and quite bold, but unfortunately, she married a man who left her without even having a child. With her looks and figure, especially her backside, she should definitely be able to have children. Daming wants me to introduce her to someone in a while. Qindong immediately said, Mom, stop with that. You almost caused Lan Xian trouble. And now you're thinking about Hong Lian. What are you thinking? Ugh. The old lady retorted. What do you mean I almost harmed Lan Xian? How did I harm her? Qindong replied. That Wang Matzi from Wangzhuang was bitten to death by a snake. If Lan Xian had married him, wouldn't she have become a widow? Isn't that almost harming her? Exactly. Xiao Chui, you should worry less about this. Don't think about matchmaking for a little candy money. A girl as good as Hong Lian won't have trouble finding a partner. The old man also reproached her. The old lady, realizing she was in the wrong, mumbled softly. I wasn't thinking about a little candy money. Mom and Dad, don't overexert yourselves in the orchard. If you really can't handle it, just hire a few workers to help out. In a few days, I won't be going into the mountains, and then I can help with the orchard work. Qindong said. The old man nodded. I'm not tired. I've been feeling good these past couple of days, and I'm quite energetic. Your mom used to complain about back pain after working, but I haven't heard her say much about it lately. Ever since you started hunting, we've been eating meat every day, and our nutrition has improved. The old lady also nodded repeatedly. Don't worry about us. Just be careful when you go hunting. Your dad and I are doing well lately, and we're still waiting for Xiao Yun to have 2 or 3 more children to help take care of the kids. You are in good health, and it's not all thanks to my Lingquan water. Both of them are in good health, and Qindong is genuinely happy, thinking to himself that it would be wonderful if his parents could live to be 100 years old. After giving his parents a heads up, he went home. He hadn't eaten yet. He planned to drink a couple of cups of deer antler blood wine and save his energy for the evening with Sister Honglian. Soon, he returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Ermao's voice coming from the living room. When he went inside, he saw Ermao had come over. After greeting Qindong upon his return, Ermao chatted briefly with him and then pulled him outside the yard, saying something that left Qindong speechless. Ermao, you fool. You're ruining my big plans. Chapter 108, Sister Honglian. I'm here. Ermao, I thank your whole family. Qindong forced a smile and said with a fake grin. Ermao had actually gone to Chun Dongqing's house and scolded him, saying if he ever played tricks on Qindong again, he shouldn't blame him for being rude. This time, he let him off after encouraging some thugs to beat up Qindong, but if it happened again, he would have Chun Dongqing locked up. Ermao grinned widely and said, What are you thanking me for? Between brothers, saying thanks is just being polite. You helped me out and did such a great favor for my brother-in-law. I don't even know how to thank you. Also, if it weren't for you asking Juzi to protect me, I might have lost my life. You and Juzi are my saviors. I'll cover you guys from now on. just as he said. Chun Dong had first given them a tremendous favor and then saved his life this time. Moreover, Mao also got 500 yuan from his brother-in-law, saying it was given by that boss Zhou. If Chun Dong hadn't let it slide, his cousin would have definitely been shot. Mao was well aware of this kind of gray income. In this era, some gray income is quite normal, as long as it's not excessive. Even the higher-ups turn a blind eye. Now it's a crackdown period. Even those in the police know that some crimes, like getting shot, can happen. But during the crackdown, they also need to show results. What kind of cover? Chun Dong joked. Mao paused for a moment, spread his arms, and gestured. Is this big enough? Chun Dong kicked him in the butt and said, I'm talking about the cup size. Hearing this, Mao's face turned a bit unnatural, and he pointed at Chun Dong, saying, Xiao Wu, you little bastard, you're so bold now. Last night, you went to watch pole dancing and strip shows. You're too much. People with wives are different. Chun Dong quickly grabbed his hand and said, Damn it. Mao, shut up. Don't let my wife hear this. She is pregnant, and if she hears it, she might overthink things. Besides, I was tricked into going by that fool Da Fei. I even gave them money to sleep with girls. As the words came out, Chun Dong realized he had sold out Da Fei. But so what? Good brothers are meant to be sold out. What? You even gave Da Fei money to let them sleep with girls? Damn, next time I go to the black market, I have to capture Da Fei. Mao snorted. How dare you not take me, a police officer, seriously? Chun Dong quickly squatted down, hugging Mao's waist, and said playfully, Chun Guoli, Officer Chun, please let me go. I have elderly parents and a bunch of beautiful women below. What will they do if you take me away? You bastard, stop talking nonsense, Mao said, trying to push Chun Dong's hand away. The two of them joked around for a bit. Xiao Wu, if Chun Dongqing plots against you again, just tell me, and I'll have him locked up. If it weren't for you pleading for me this time, I would have made sure he got the same treatment as those captured in the black market. After mentioning Chun Dongqing, Mao looked furious. He almost got stabbed. How could he not be angry? After investigating the matter, it turned out Chun Dongqing was behind it. Chun Dong said that since they were from the same village, he would let Chun Dongqing off this time. Otherwise, Chun Dongqing would definitely have to serve time. After Mao returned home, he would surely come looking for trouble. Forget it. We're all from the same village. You can't have two Chun characters in one writing. Chun Dong shook his head at Mao. He wanted to say, Mao, you've ruined my big plans. If it weren't for you, I would have arranged for an accidental death for Chun Dongqing. Now, with your meddling, that little brat might run away. Damn. Mao shook his head and said, Xiao Wu, sometimes you shouldn't care too much about the bonds of kinship. Out there, the ones who stab you in the back are often your own kin. Don't be too kind. Chun Dong smiled. I prefer to win people over with virtue. It's important to be reasonable. If that doesn't work, I'll use the nuclear means stored in the Lingquan space. After Mao left, he took 4 large jars of deer blood wine, and Chun Dong helped him carry 2 jars. Each jar weighs 10 jin, so 4 jars is 40 jin. The deer antler blood wine was already infused and could be bottled in smaller containers to give away. Chun Dong planned to find some small bottles tomorrow to fill 20 or 30 bottles to give to his brother-in-law and sister-in-law. As for his older brother and second brother, he would also give them a few bottles. Even though he had fallen out with Liang Fong, he had a good relationship with his second brother, so he would treat them fairly. Only 1 large jar was left at home, saying they would take it to his uncle when his mother returned home after finishing her busy period. Chun Dong had recently become successful and earned money, so his parents were also enjoying the benefits. His mother returning to her family also had some confidence. What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing? I was just scolded by someone pointing their finger at me, and you're happy? You shameless person. At Chun Dongqing's home, after being scolded by Mao, he saw Zhou Xianglan stitching shoe soles under the oil lamp. Originally feeling frustrated, he directly went up and grabbed her hair angrily. Zhou Xianglan, with her hair tightly grasped, leaned back, looking at him with a stubborn expression, snorting coldly, and saying calmly, You were scolded by Mao. What does it have to do with me? You know what you've done, right? It's enough that they didn't lock you up. Slap. Slap. Chun Dongqing slapped her twice across the face. You shameless woman. How dare you mock me? How dare you mock me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. As he spoke, he reached for Zhou Xianglan. Zhou Xianglan lay back on the Kong and grabbed her clothes, saying, Come on, do it. Since we got married, you haven't even done it once. If you really can, then go ahead. There was a hint of mockery in her eyes. He couldn't last 5 seconds, and then nothing happened. Even 10 seconds would be fine. Damn, you actually look down on me. Wait until I'm better. I'll show you. Chun Dongqing gritted his teeth. his voice a bit weak. Then he said fiercely, "Tomorrow, we're going to the agency to buy some things. And then you'll accompany me to Xiao Wu's house to apologize. Damn it, for Ermao's sake, I'll swallow my pride and apologize. But in a few days, I'll gather dozens of people in town and give him a good beating. Sister Honglian, I'm here." Not long after dinner, around 8 o'clock, Chen Dong pushed open the door to Zhou Honglian's room with a grin and pounced on her. Chapter 109. Chen Dong, Sister Honglian, do you think I should make up for it now? From after 8 to past 10, Zhou Honglian cried and begged for mercy. And only then did Chen Dong let her go. During this time, Chen Dong displayed all sorts of skills. "Sister Honglian, do you think I need to supplement?" Chen Dong said, holding Zhou Honglian and looking at her body with a mischievous smile. Under the flickering light of the oil lamp, Zhou Honglian's curvaceous figure was incredibly alluring. Zhou Honglian spat and shook her head, saying, "No need to supplement, this is enough." Hee 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 hee. Zhou Honglian's body swayed slightly, producing a series of giggles. Chen Dong's hands were restless. "Sister Honglian, what do you mean this is enough? I haven't even built up my strength yet, so let me build up some strength." Zhou Honglian quickly replied, fifth brother, please forgive this little woman. I was wrong. Sister is truly both flirtatious and seductive, but he likes it." The two cuddled and chatted. Su Yun spoke up, saying he could sleep with Zhou Honglian at night, and she would sleep alone. Zhou Honglian shouldn't be treated as an outsider. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Zhou Honglian consulted Chen Dong about many things in his notes, such as matters to pay attention to when interacting with others. Chen Dong provided examples for her one by one. Since she was eager to learn, it was no trouble for him to explain more. She was thinking about doing business in the future, which was perfect. Let Zhou Honglian handle the business, and he could be the supportive man behind a successful woman. Running a business is exhausting, not to mention it can be mentally draining and filled with trivial matters. Chen Dong was more focused on living well in this new life. As for starting a business, that would have to wait until after autumn next year, when the country fully opens up for individual entrepreneurship. Otherwise, with his current situation, if someone reported him for speculation, he would be in deep trouble. He was not afraid that Zhou Honglian would suspect him based on what he told her. Suspect what? That a country bumpkin like him knows so much? It didn't matter. Chen Dong was not overly cautious. He was a vibrant person in front of her, and no one would expect that within his youthful body was a soul that had experienced over 80 years of life. Listening to Chen Dong speak eloquently and confidently made Zhou Honglian's beautiful eyes sparkle with admiration. She absorbed everything Chen Dong taught her about business like a sponge. "Chen Dong, how do you know so much? Just from what you've shared with me, I do think you were an old man in his 70s or 80s. Zhou Honglian looked at Chen Dong with admiration. Chen Dong joked, "What if I really were an old man in his 70s or 80s? Zhou Honglian playfully flicked her hand and smiled seductively. Hee hee, there's no old man in his 70s or 80s as vigorous as you." With that, Chen Dong flipped over and picked up Zhou Honglian. In the end, Zhou Honglian was conquered. For her, both her heart and body were conquered. This was something she could never have imagined when she agreed to let Chen Dong help her. Deep down, she had a strong desire to regain the man she had lost. While she didn't have much longing for a future life with Chen Dong, she could still envision living a good life with him. But now, she was living a good life because of Chen Dong. She could eat meat every day, have rice every day, and save so much money. This was beyond Zhou Honglian's imagination. The two embraced and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Dong got up and took the opportunity to walk the dogs and reindeer, giving each of them a drop of spiritual spring water. After a period of daily doses of spiritual spring water, the 8 dogs and 2 reindeer showed significant changes in their bodies. "Dolly, you rascal. You almost exposed me the other day." Chen Dong patted the reindeer Dolly's head, scolding him. When facing those criminals, Dolly had been released and came running to him, which scared Chen Dong. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Otherwise, he would have had to slaughter Dolly for meat. Woof woof. Da Huang barked at Dolly, who was grazing. It seemed to have heard Chen Dong's words. After Da Huang barked at him, Dolly lifted his head, blinked his big eyes, stretched out his neck, and mooed innocently, as if asking, "What is going on?" Da Huang, "Forget it. Dolly and Xiaoli are just 2 silly creatures," Chen Dong said to Da Huang. Hearing Chen Dong's words, Da Huang stopped barking and wagged his tail at him. The other 7 dogs also wagged their tails and looked at Chen Dong. Then Dolly and Xiaoli, the 2 silly ones, started imitating the 8 dogs, shaking their short tails. These guys had become so obedient after being fed spiritual spring water for a few days. He needed to arrange for the 3 dogs to keep an eye on the orchard for his parents and chase away some wild animals to prevent them from causing trouble. If that was the case, he would need to buy a few more hunting dogs. At that time, he would have 5 dogs in the orchard and a total of 10 hunting with him, with Da Huang and the others helping to train the new hunting dogs. And with his spiritual spring water to attract them, they would soon become just like Dai Tu and the other 5. The more hunting dogs he had, the more confident he would feel going into the mountains. His parents needed dogs to keep an eye on the orchard, and he also wanted to send 2 dogs to accompany Su Yun and Zhou Honglian for their safety. He definitely needed to go into the mountains. Digging for ginseng was one aspect, and hunting to save money was another. With the spiritual spring water as a lure, hunting wouldn't be difficult. However, he planned to hold off on going into the mountains for the next couple of days to accumulate the usage of the hard observation mirror. This way, when he really encountered something later, he could use the hard observation mirror's ability to open the holographic map and, with the help of a god's perspective, face many potential dangers. When the time was right, Chun Dong headed home. Upon returning, the dogs all started barking as he walked into the yard, and he saw Chen Dongcheng and Zhou Xianglan in the yard. Chapter 110. This foolish woman, Zhou Xianglan, deserves happiness. Xiao Wu, don't let your dogs bite me. They're too scary, Chen Dongcheng said nervously as he saw the dogs barking at him. Chen Dong replied irritably, Chen Gu, have you done something wrong that you're afraid of my dogs biting you? Zhou Xianglan quickly said upon seeing Chen Dong, Xiao Wu, your big brother Cheng is here to apologize to you for what he did to you at the black market the other day. While speaking, she kept glancing at Chen Dong. This was the person she had longed for. He was still so handsome and tall. Chen Dongqing nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. I'm here specifically to apologize. Xiao Wu, I was very wrong before. I was petty and a beast. I shouldn't have brought our matters outside. You were right. We can't write 2 Qing characters in one stroke. We're all from the same village, and there's no need to act like that outside. I bought you 2 bottles of wine, 2 boxes of cigarettes, and 2 pounds of sugar melon as a special apology. I will definitely not treat you like that again. Chen Dong snorted coldly. Do I even care about your gifts? You think I'm afraid of you? This guy actually came to apologize to him. It's all that's fault. However, your apology to me doesn't mean I'll let you go. While he was speaking, he focused his mind and thought about what might trigger Zhou Xianglan's emotional threshold in the next 3 days. He wanted to see if he could find out about Chen Dongqing's movements during that time based on her emotional triggers. Then, he would secretly follow Chen Dongqing and finish him off. For instance, he could have a stone roll down the mountain and hit him on the head. Or he could get drunk and fall off a cliff while walking at night. If he knew Chen Dongqing's appearance, it would be too easy to kill him. In fact, it's not just Chen Dongqing. In this era, there are no surveillance cameras and investigative methods are quite limited, leading to many unsolved cases. Frankly speaking, which village doesn't have 1 or 2 cases of people being harmed and left unresolved, with no clues at all? The day before yesterday, he had already looked into what might trigger Su Yun's emotional threshold in the next 3 days, but her life was very calm, and nothing significant happened. That is quite good. So he felt quite reassured about Su Yun and Zhou Honglian. As he used the functions of the Rui Pearl, a glow that only he could see fell upon Zhou Xianglan. Then, from a god's eye view, events that would trigger Zhou Xianglan's emotional threshold in the next 3 days unfolded before Chen Dong's eyes. He saw that after the couple apologized and returned home, Chen Dongqing, in a fit of rage, whipped Zhou Xianglan with a belt and shouted about wanting to deal with Chen Dong, saying he would go to town in the next few days to find someone to deal with him. This guy knew he couldn't avoid me. You really have a way to bring about your own demise. Next, he saw that in the evening, after drinking, Chen Dongqing beat Zhou Xianglan again and accused her of having an affair with Chen Dong. Damn, I have no such affair with Zhou Xianglan. What the hell? Watching Chen Dongqing slander them both, and then hit Zhou Xianglan, made Chen Dong extremely furious. Then he saw Chen Dongqing shouting about wanting to kill Zhou Xianglan. But she lay on the bed, mockingly telling him to come and kill her if he could. Since they got married, he hadn't done anything to her besides hitting her. Not even once. Chen Dongqing can't do it. No way. This made Chen Dong look at Chen Dongqing with a somewhat strange expression. The next day, he saw Zhou Xianglan learn from some women chatting in the courtyard that Chen Dong had gone to the city a few days ago to watch pole dancing and stripping, which triggered Zhou Xianglan's emotional threshold. She was worried that Chen Dong would be affected by these rumors, feeling quite anxious. Damn, I went to watch pole dancing and stripping, and it got out. It must have been Chen Dongqing who spread it. Damn it. In the evening, Zhou Xianglan was slapped by Chun Dongqing again. On the third morning, Zhou Xianglan secretly followed Chun Dongqing as he said he had arranged for dozens of people in town to deal with Chen Dong, but then he went missing. She immediately followed Chen Dong, but after not long, she discovered someone was trying to ambush Chen Dong with a gun. Then she stepped forward to shield Chen Dong from a bullet. Before she fell unconscious, she told Chen Dong that it was because of him that she married into Chen Luton, and she wasn't sure if she liked him, but she often dreamed of him and was very concerned about what happened to him. She hoped that if she died, Chen Dong would take care of her 5-year-old daughter. Later, she was taken to the hospital where Chen Dongqing was also present. It wasn't him who plotted against Chen Dong. The people who plotted against Chen Dong were someone else. In the hospital, Zhou Xianglan died, and before she passed, she looked at Chen Dong, who was sending her off, and she was truly happy. Chen Dong looked at Zhou Xianglan with moist eyes. This woman shouldn't be so foolish. The Ruyi Pearl can only probe the emotional thresholds of those with a favorability higher than 60 for 3 days. Zhou Xianglan's favorability towards him being above 60 was not surprising. However, the Ruyi Pearl has a condition. Generally, information related to people close to him doesn't appear on the Ruyi Pearl. But Zhou Xianglan's information about him did appear. Could it be that this foolish woman moved the Ruyi Pearl as well? This foolish woman actually cares so much about him. She even stood in front of a gun for him. In the events that would occur in the future, after she was shot, Chen Dong would hold her and hide. While several hunting dogs attacked those people, and Chen Dong killed them. Killing them was quite normal. Although from Zhou Xianglan's perspective, she only saw Chen Dong killing a few people, he indeed had the capability to do so. From her perspective, Chen Dong saw the appearance of 2 people. These 2 looked somewhat familiar, but Chen Dong couldn't immediately recall who they were. In the next 2 days, Chen Dong indeed planned to help his parents manage the orchard at home, mainly to accumulate usage times for the heart mirror. So the plan was indeed to go into the mountains in 3 days. This was consistent with what he saw regarding Zhou Xianglan's emotional threshold in the next 3 days. This means that besides Chen Dongqing wanting to deal with him, there were secretly others coveting him, wanting to kill him. Who could it be? Who could it be? Xiao Wu, I know the things I've done before weren't right. Please forgive me. From now on, I swear I won't think about dealing with you again. Unless heaven strikes me with lightning. Chen Dongqing swore earnestly. Chen Dong waved his hand impatiently and said, Fine, 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 don't give me this act. For the sake of my sister-in-law, let's forget about the past. If you think about targeting me again, then don't blame me for being rude. I must kill Chen Dongqing. As for Zhou Xianglan, this foolish woman, he must change her fate. Besides that, she actually was willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. How could Chen Dong not be moved? Moreover, she always kept his matters in mind. This woman, Chen Dong, didn't want anything to happen to her. And he didn't want to miss her. She deserved him to give her happiness, to let her live a good life in the future. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Zhou Xianglan looked at him, and for a moment, a trace of emotion appeared on her face. As for Chen Dongqing, upon hearing Chen Dong's words, he quickly spoke up. Chapter 111 Zhou Xianglan. Xiao Wu, your sister-in-law doesn't deserve this from you. All right, Xiao Wu, I promise I won't think about targeting you again. You've been so good to me. If it weren't for you pleading for me and letting me off, I would definitely be in jail now. If I continue to be at odds with you, I wouldn't be human. Xiao Wu, thank you for forgiving me. Chen Dongqing quickly smiled and said, then continued to smile. Chen Dong stepped forward and directly slapped him across the face. Slap. That slap was loud. Slap. Chen Dong hit Chen Dongqing on the other side of the face. After 2 slaps, Chen Dongqing was completely dazed. Not only was Chen Dongqing dazed, but Su Yun and Zhou Honglian were also stunned. Zhou Xianglan was also taken aback. Xiao Wu, why did you hit me? Didn't you forgive me? Chen Dongqing asked, trying to suppress his anger, looking somewhat dejected. He really wanted to curse Chen Dong for a while and then fight him. But he was no match for Chen Dong at all. If a fight broke out, he would definitely be beaten badly. Moreover, even if Chen Dong gave him a good beating, he wouldn't dare to do anything, even if it went to the police station. Once Chen Dong mentioned that he had found many people to beat him in the black market, it was said that in the end, Chen Dongqing would have to go in for reform for a few months. Chen Dong coldly said, these 2 slaps are for hitting your sister-in-law. You bastard. Don't think I don't know that you've been telling others that I used to date my sister-in-law, and then you use that as an excuse to hit her every day. I did date her before, but there were no inappropriate actions between us. As for the year my sister-in-law has been married to you, I haven't spoken to her more than 10 times, so there's no so-called affair you mentioned. If there were any affair between us before, may I be struck by lightning. If you were a real man, don't drag my sister-in-law into our feud. You blame everything on her. What kind of man are you? The more Chen Dong scolded, the angrier he became. He saw the images of Zhou Xianglan's emotional threshold over the next 3 days and knew how much she had suffered because of him. This made Chen Dong extremely furious. After all, this foolish woman, Zhou Xianglan, had silently done so much for him, although she was very foolish. Seeing the future where she died, shielding him from bullets moved Chen Dong deeply. A woman willing to take a bullet for a man, even willing to die, is someone he should cherish. Xiao Wu, don't hit him anymore. It's okay. Please don't listen to others, Zhou Xianglan reacted after realizing. Stretching out her hand to block in front of Chen Dongcheng, tears streaming down her face. Chen Dong angrily said, Sister-in-law, why are you still protecting this beast? I know some things, I just didn't want to explain to him before. Didn't want to cause you trouble and let others misunderstand you. But this idiot, seeing so many injuries on your face and arms, must have deliberately made trouble for you because of my past with you. Chen Dongcheng, I'll say it here. If you hit my sister-in-law again, I'll make you pay. Chen Dongcheng quickly covered his stinging face and nodded like a garlic peeler. I won't hit her anymore. I promise not to hit her again. If I do, I'll be a bastard. Several neighbors watching the excitement heard Chen Dong's furious words and Chen Dongcheng's submissive tone, and they began to point and discuss. De Cheng is really going too far. He can't just because Xianglan and Xiao Wu have dated, keep hitting Xianglan. Yes, De Cheng is indeed wrong. If he cares so much about Xianglan and Xiao Wu's past, why is he marrying Xianglan? I often see bruises on Xianglan's arms and face. De Cheng is too brutal. Xiao Wu is already married and has no connection with Xianglan. De Cheng insists on bringing up the past, which is too much. Right? De Cheng is very unreasonable. This is slandering Xiao Wu and Xianglan. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be polite. Chen Dong snorted coldly. Chen Dongcheng, do you hear what everyone is saying? Look at what you've done. Zhou Xianglan was crying like a mess, sitting between Chen Dong and Chen Dongcheng. She cried. Xiao Wu, don't hit him, let him go. I know you're thinking of your sister-in-law, but she doesn't deserve you to treat me like this. You're already married, and your wife is pregnant. Protecting your sister-in-law like this will make others misunderstand you. My sister-in-law's life is like this. You shouldn't care about her anymore. I don't think anyone believes there's anything between us. Okay, let him go. Don't worry about my sister-in-law anymore. This foolish woman. Chen Dong coldly snorted at Chen Dongcheng. Chen Dongcheng, get the hell out of here. Look, my sister-in-law is still protecting you at this moment. If you hit her again, you're even worse than a beast. Chen Dongcheng quickly said, I won't hit her again. I promise, I won't hit her again. I'll leave now. After saying that, he quickly turned around like a stray dog. Chen Dong saw a hint of viciousness flash in his eyes at that moment. This bastard is definitely still thinking of dealing with him. Coincidentally, Chen Dong also wanted to deal with him. And the sooner he dies, the better. If he dies, then Zhou Xianglan will be freed. Sister-in-law, get up quickly, don't cry anymore. Chen Dong hurriedly helped the very sad Zhou Xianglan up, then said to the onlookers, everyone, uncles and aunts, that's enough, it's time to disperse, there's no more excitement to see. A strong idea surged in Chen Dong's mind. He wanted to have a good talk with Zhou Xianglan about some things. Chapter 112. Good food is not as good as dumplings. Good fun. Wife, didn't we make a lot of cured meat? Let us give some to my sister-in-law, Chen Dong said to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded, okay. Zhou Xianglan wiped her tears and shook her head. Xiao Yun, no need. You guys keep it for yourselves. Chen Dong said, sister-in-law, just take it. Seeing Zhou Xianglan wanting to leave, Chen Dong added, sister-in-law, don't go yet. I'll get you some medicinal wine. You should apply some on your injuries and drink a little bit. My medicinal wine has great effects. Xiao Wu, no need. I'm fine, she said, walking towards the exit, while tears flowed again. In front of everyone, Chen Dong had slapped Chen Dongcheng twice hard, saying it was for her. He also revealed their innocent relationship and accused Chen Dongcheng of not being a man, always using this matter to hit her. He even threatened Chen Dongcheng that if he hit her again, he would make him pay. Zhou Xianglan was touched, still touched. She didn't expect Chen Dong would do so much for her, beating Chen Dongcheng severely to protect her. Thinking of the things she had done silently, she felt it was all worth it. Sister-in-law, take it. You should take it. If you leave, I'll have to send the stuff to your house. Chen Dong said impatiently. With so many injuries on her, and thinking of the future where she took a bullet for him, he definitely wanted to do something for her. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Zhou Xianglan stopped. Chen Dong then went inside to find the medicinal wine for treating injuries. The medicinal wine was one aspect. He wanted to add the spiritual spring water into the medicinal wine, so that while Zhou Xianglan applied it on her injuries, she could also drink a couple of sips. The spiritual spring water has excellent healing effects. Zhou Honglian had such pain for the first time. The healing effect of the medicinal wine with the spiritual spring water would definitely be quite good. However, to avoid the healing effect being too good and causing unnecessary trouble, Chen Dong added a drop of spiritual spring water into a small bucket of 5 jeans of loose wine, shook it vigorously to dilute it, and then poured it into the medicinal wine. Meanwhile, Su Yun was packing cured meat into a small bag when Zhou Honglian walked over and quietly asked, "Xiao Yun, did Xiao Wu's sister-in-law date him before?" Su Yun nodded. "Yes, I heard Saw say that she was married before and had a child. When she was in the production team in Daytown, she dated Xiao Wu for a while, but her family opposed it. However, the head of the family definitely has no contact with her. I'm quite sure of that." Zhou Honglian nodded and smiled. "I also believe Chen Dong has no contact with her, but this woman, I don't know what she is thinking. How did she end up marrying into Chen Liutuan? Letting her husband hit her with this all the time. To be honest, it's quite pitiful when you think about it." Zhou Honglian shook her head and sighed. Chen Dong had finished preparing the medicinal wine with the spiritual spring water and walked out to see Su Yun tying several pieces of cured meat with a thin rope. The cured meat included marbled wild boar meat, cured chicken, and cured wild duck, looking to weigh about 5 or 6 jeans. Chen Dong picked up the cured meat and walked over to Zhou Xianglan. "Sister-in-law, hold these for me. As for the medicinal wine, apply it to your injuries first. Then take a couple of sips. It works well for both internal and external issues." Zhou Xianglan blushed and shook her head. "Xiao Wu, I don't want these. Sister-in-law, just take them. I've already brought them for you," Chen Dong said sternly, and then handed the items to Zhou Xianglan. Hesitating for a moment, Zhou Xianglan accepted the items. She was genuinely afraid that Chen Dong would take these things to her home. Seeing Su Yun and Zhou Honglian enter the house, Zhou Xianglan whispered, "Xiao Wu, be careful. Your brother De Chung is a good person. He may say he won't bother you, but behind the scenes, he might find trouble for you. You must be cautious." She knew that it was inappropriate to speak of her husband like this. However, Chen Dong was protecting her, standing up for her, and he was the white moonlight in her heart. How could she bear to see him get hurt? Chen Dong chuckled nonchalantly. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about me. I have so many dogs around me, and I have a gun. Plus, I'm not defenseless. I have some skills. Sister-in-law, how about we find a place to chat around 1 or 2 this afternoon? I have something I want to discuss with you, under that old pine tree at Nanhua." Since he had seen the future through the Rui Pearl and what she would do for him, Chen Dong naturally wanted to take some action. This way, he wouldn't let her heartfelt sacrifice of blocking bullets for him go to waste. He wouldn't let her suffer a tragic fate in the future, which was absolutely not going to happen. As for the 2 familiar-looking people, he needed to think about who they were or who he might have offended. It was clear that they were coming for him and wanted to kill him, without a doubt. And to be clear, it wasn't Chen Dongcheng who hired someone to kill him. He excluded Chen Dongcheng from his considerations. Knowing that someone was out to get him, Chen Dong was determined to come up with a countermeasure. "What are we chatting about?" Zhou Xianglan instinctively asked. Chen Dong smiled mischievously and said, "About applying medicine to your wounds." Zhou Xianglan replied, "Xiao Wu, stop joking. I'm your sister-in-law now." She spat lightly in annoyance. Chen Dong nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. You are my sister-in-law now." He wanted to say, "Nothing is better than dumplings. Nothing is more fun than a sister-in-law." Zhou Xianglan didn't say anything and walked out. As she walked, she felt as if her feet were stepping on cotton, soft, and making her feel unreal. Chen Dong had just stood up to beat up Chen Dongcheng, publicly accused him, cleared their names, gave her cured meat and medicine for her injuries, and now he was flirting with her. What did this mean? Did he want to flirt with her because his wife was pregnant and he had no outlet for his feelings? But what did he take her for? Perhaps she was overthinking it. He probably just wanted to chat with her about some matters. She didn't even know how she made it home. Feeling dazed the entire way, as she walked, her mind was filled with many thoughts, and her heart felt muddy. The day I encountered Chen Dongcheng in the black market. How did that happen? He even wanted to find someone to beat you up. When Chen Dong returned, Su Yun came forward with a concerned expression and asked, "What happened?" Chen Dong thought for a moment and decided he needed to tell Su Yun about what happened in the black market. to prevent her from hearing about him watching striptease shows from Chun Dongqing tomorrow. He didn't want to make Su-yun worry. What others in the village thought didn't matter. But Su-yun was different. She was pregnant, and he didn't want her to have any issues. So, Chen Dong began to explain. Chapter 113. Chen Dongqing. You sleep with him in exchange for meat. I happened to run into Air Mao and DeFei at a restaurant next to the guest house in the city. We had a meal together. After finishing the meal, DeFei, this idiot, said he wanted to go see a show, and I thought it was a real show, so I followed him. But DeFei took me to see that kind of show. Chen Dong pretended to be helpless and shook his head. It was the kind where women danced in front of poles and stripped. It disgusted me. Those women were in their 30s and 40s, with bodies full of excess flesh. And just looking at them made me nauseous. But DeFei and the others were really into it, and I couldn't ruin their fun, right? So I made an excuse to step out. Then more than 10 people came after me, and I beat them up hard, using my belt to whip them until they were crying. Later, I learned from one of them that it was Chun Dongqing who had hired people to beat me up. And he was actually at that kind of show too. Yesterday evening, Air Mao came to my place and gave Chun Dongqing a good scolding, and that guy got scared. So today he came to apologize to me. That is how it went. Su-yun frowned slightly. He gathered over 10 people to try to beat you? Chen Dong reached out and pinched Su-yun's collagen-rich face, smiling. Wife, don't be afraid. I've been hunting for so many years. Plus I practiced some skills with Uncle Yu when I was young. 10 or 8 people are still easy to handle. Besides, it's all in the past. I'm fine, aren't I? You don't need to worry. He didn't mention the part about DeFei and the others sleeping with women. He couldn't betray his brothers like that. Also, he didn't mention the time he faced dozens of people and fought them together. He didn't want Su-yun to worry. Su-yun nodded, looking displeased. Chen Dongqing is really not a good person. We're from the same village. Why does he have to treat you like this? Also, he keeps bringing up the fact that you and sister-in-law used to date. It's really too despicable. You were right to beat him up. If he bothers you again, report him to the police and have them arrest him. Let us see if he dares to act like this again. Even Su-yun, who usually had a good temper, looked fierce when talking about Chen Dongqing. Chen Dong thought to himself, there won't be a next time. He was already planning to kill Chen Dongqing if he got the chance today. Zhou Honglian chimed in. Laughing, Chen Dong, what kind of pole dance and strip show did you see? Chen Dong quickly shook his head as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Sister Honglian, please don't joke about it. Just thinking about those women makes me sick. They're nowhere near your level. It's simply incomparable. Sister Honglian, if you want to learn, I can find you a pole next time, and you can practice there. Zhou Honglian immediately raised her fist, pretending to be angry. Chen Dong, what are you saying? I'm going to hit you. Chen Dong feigned fear and raised his hands. Wife, save me. Sister Honglian is so fierce. She wants to hit me. Su-yun said seriously, Sister Honglian, when my husband is out, sometimes he has to attend unavoidable social events. But husband, when you're out, don't look for any unclean women. They're dirty, and it's easy to get diseases. If they cling to you and cause a scene in our village, not only will it embarrass our parents, but it will also bring shame to our family, and our child won't be able to hold their head high. Chen Dong shook his head and smiled. Wife, don't worry. I promise not to look for any unclean women. You can rest assured about that. This little silly wife was even starting to play the good cop bad cop routine. Zhou Honglian glanced at Chen Dong, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. In the note he wrote for her, there was a line that said it's not good to speak too absolutely. One should leave some room for themselves when talking, because no one can guarantee whether unexpected changes will occur in the future. Who gave you this cured meat? Zhou Xianglan had just returned home, her face swollen like her backside. She saw Chen Dongqing sitting on a stool, sulking and smoking, and looked at her carrying several pounds of cured meat, then said irritably, Who gave you this? Zhou Xianglan replied, Xiao Wu gave it. Oh, he's still quite concerned about old feelings, actually giving you meat to eat. What does he mean? Does he want to eat your meat? Chen Dongqing said sarcastically. Zhou Xianglan retorted, Chen Dongqing, stop talking nonsense. I only talked to him a little before, and ever since marrying you, I haven't said much to him. It's all clean and above board. Chen Dongqing shook his head with a strange tone. Oh, so now you dare to talk back to me? Do you think with him backing you up, I won't dare to hit you? It's only natural for a man to hit his wife. No one can interfere. As he spoke, he picked up a thin bamboo pole that was next to the stool, ready to hit her out of habit. Zhou Xianglan didn't flinch, but waited stubbornly for him to strike. She was already used to it. However, Chen Dongqing did not hit her. Instead, he put the bamboo pole down and said with a strange tone, I don't mind you crawling into bed with him. If he often gives you meat to eat, I don't care if you crawl into bed with him a few times. Isn't that just what you wish for? You two are just getting together. He initially intended to hit Zhou Xianglan, but thinking of Chen Dong's warning made him hesitate. Chen Dong said to beat him, and he really would. There was no hesitation in that. Chen Dong had beaten him. Chen Dongqing, stop talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Are you even a man, letting your wife sleep with another man? What is that thing in your pants, just for show? Zhou Xianglan yelled in exasperation. Right, I forgot. That thing in your pants is only for peeing. Zhou Xianglan mocked, shaking her head. Shut up. I was just talking casually. Do you really take it seriously? If anyone finds out about my condition, just wait until I beat you to death. Chen Dongqing gritted his teeth and said angrily. He didn't want the villagers to know about the inhumane things he couldn't do now. They would definitely laugh at him. Then he tossed out. Make sure to stew the meat for me by noon. I want to eat meat. After saying that, he took a drag from his cigarette and rode off on his bike, thinking, damn Xiao Wu, just wait. I'm going to town to find someone today. Just wait until I kill you. Who exactly wants to kill me? Who do I have such deep enmity with that they want my life? At home, Chen Dong's mind was filled with the images of the two people he saw through the Rui Pearl, and he was puzzled. The Rui Pearl has this function. It can archive the events of the people used for 3 days, meaning that the emotional threshold images seen from Zhou Xianglan can be saved for 1 day. By tomorrow, these emotional threshold images will be automatically erased. So, he must figure out who these two people are today. What do you want to eat for lunch? Su Yun, who was sitting in front of the sewing machine, sketching on a piece of white paper with a pencil, asked when she saw Chen Dong walking back and forth from the room. Chen Dong nodded and replied, anything is fine. Zhou Honglian went to help in the orchard, and Su Yun planned to make clothes, while Chen Dong also intended to help in the orchard. Wife, you're really drawing designs for making clothes. Chen Dong joked. Suddenly, he thought about how he could figure out who these two people were. Chapter 114. A dog only realizes its shortcomings when it's time to use them. He could sketch the appearances of these two people by looking at their images in the Rui Pearl. In his past life, Chen Dong learned fashion design and studied clothing, starting with sketching and quick drawing. In this era, fashion design drawings were purely done by hand. Of course, it wasn't just clothing, mechanical parts, engines, and even high-precision instrument blueprints were all hand-drawn. Designers used drawing boards, T-squares, triangles, compasses, pencils, and other tools to create precise drawings on large sheets of paper. This method required a designer's hand-drawing ability and spatial imagination. Therefore, Chen Dong was not unfamiliar with hand-drawn sketches. He found a pencil and a few sheets of scrap paper, then went to the distributor to buy an eraser. Let's start drawing. In less than 2 hours, he finished 2 sketch portraits of the two people on the scrap paper. With Chen Dong's sketching skills, they were almost as good as those done by the village artists who painted portraits for the elderly, and even more lifelike. Done. With these 2 sketches, I think finding these 2 people will be much easier. The key is that I can have De Huang and the others help me search for these 2 people's traces around the village. They want to kill me, so they must have scouted the area beforehand. Otherwise, how would they know I was leaving the village early the day after tomorrow? They must be lurking nearby. Looking at the 2 sketches, Chen Dong felt they looked increasingly familiar, but he just couldn't remember who they were. They must have followed him secretly into the mountain to attack him, intending to shoot him without being discovered. By process of elimination, he had already ruled out Chen Dongchen. As for Chen Donglian, he wouldn't hire a killer to deal with him. The old silver coin Zhou Onluan from the city wouldn't bother sending a killer after him either. In fact, he didn't want Chen Dong to have any trouble. After all, he was a middleman for spies. If something happened to Chen Dong now, the police would definitely investigate him. At that time, he would be in a panic. He had given Chen Dong money and spent a lot to buy relationships. Perhaps a few thousand yuan is astronomical for most people, but for someone doing foreign trade like him, it's not much. Wang Chonghao is dead, and Wang Kuanyu is also dead. The few people from Wang Zhuang who wanted to rob him of his prey and turn against him shouldn't want him dead either. As for the 2 who wanted to kill him with a black gun, they were already dead. The actions they took were very secretive and shouldn't be exposed. Until now, the bodies of those 2 were still in the Lingquan space. According to Chen Dong's plan, this time in the mountains, he would sink the bodies into the big lake and be done with it. As for the criminals, he helped the police and national security capture. They knew where his family was, but they were locked up in the police station and couldn't escape. As for them contacting their families outside and revealing his address to have their families take revenge, that's impossible. In this era, major criminals have their conversations with relatives monitored by the police. Freedom? What freedom do major criminals have? So, Qindong couldn't think of who wanted to take him out. But these two people looked so familiar. On the way to the orchard, Qindong took out the two sketches and said to De Huang and the other 8 dogs, De Huang, tell De He, Xiao Huang, De Tu, and the others to search for these two people's traces around the village. Once you find them, don't make a sound. Report to me, and then tell me. Qindong patted De Huang's head and pointed at the portraits of the two people in the sketch, then gestured in a way De Huang could understand. Woo, De Huang. The dog crouched down and let out a low whimper to the 7 dogs surrounding it. The 7 dogs responded by howling, some looking up while others had their heads down, as if answering De Huang's call. De Huang told them that if they behaved well, they would get more of this good stuff to eat in the future. Qindong took a drop of spirit spring water from the spirit spring space and held it in his hand. Upon seeing the spirit spring water, the dogs became restless. Some wagged their tails eagerly, some drooled, and others rubbed their heads against Qindong's legs, gazing at him with puppy eyes. All right, you can start moving. Qindong clapped his hands after putting the spirit spring water away. It really is true that you only regret not having enough dogs when you need them. 8 dogs seem like a lot, but when it comes to actually using them, it's still not enough. The key is that they can eat, to save on rations. The best method is naturally hunting. Using spirit spring water as bait to lure wild beasts, then trapping and killing them, is an easy task for Qindong. After his command, the 8 dogs ran off in different directions. Whether or not they could find those 2 people depended on these dogs. If all else fails, following the normal course of events, they would ambush him on the way into the mountains the day after tomorrow. At that time, he could set up a counter-ambush. This was a last resort. After all, facing them head-on poses a certain danger. However, if he didn't confront them directly, Qindong couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't threaten Su Yun or his parents. They could use his family as leverage, which Qindong naturally disliked. He feared being threatened the most. He couldn't let that foolish woman, Zhou Xianglan, go into the mountains with him. Although he was prepared, it didn't mean Zhou Xianglan's fate would change completely. Qindong couldn't help but worry. It was just like the situation with Air Mao. Originally, he had sent Air Zhuzi to protect Air Mao, but the watermelon knife meant for Air Mao ended up stabbing Lin Hongxing. And then Air Mao stepped in to protect Lin Hongxing. If it hadn't been for Air Zhuzi catching the knife with his bare hands, Air Mao would have been stabbed in the abdomen. So, he worried that if he couldn't find those 2 over the next couple of days, when he entered the mountains on the 3rd day and encountered those people, if Zhou Xianglan followed him, what if she ended up getting shot and killed? This was also why Qindong wanted to talk to Zhou Xianglan. Of course, he couldn't directly say what he had seen. Instead, he would use other words to change her mind about going into the mountains with him the day after tomorrow. Qindong thought of something and ran towards the orchard with a Type 56 rifle slung over his back. Chapter 115. Sister-in-law in green, brother-in-law feels anxious. Xiao Wu, why are you running so fast with a gun? What happened? Upon seeing Qindong running quickly with a gun, his face flushed and sweating, his mother urgently asked. Qindong shook his head and said, It's nothing. I'm just practicing my legs, planning to go into the mountains in a couple of days. It's normal for a hunter to run fast, right? Of course, it wasn't he normal. At that moment, Qindong suddenly thought, could there be someone secretly aiming at him or following him? That's why he ran to the orchard, and during the run, he also discreetly observed if anyone suspicious was tailing him. However, he didn't find any suspicious individuals. Damn it, knowing that danger was imminent felt really unpleasant. Qindong was almost on edge. What is wrong with you, practicing your legs at this time? What are you doing, fighting with Decheng? Who do you think you are, meddling in other people's affairs? What do you care about how that couple is doing? You're really overthinking it. In front of so many people, you said that if Decheng hits your sister-in-law again, you'll hit him back. How impressive. What will others think of you? They might think there is something going on between you and your sister-in-law. His mother, on tiptoe, grabbed Qindong's ear, pouting angrily. Qindong smiled awkwardly and bent down, saying, Mom, stop pulling, or you'll pull my ear off. Who told you this? Was it my second sister-in-law? Qindong said irritably, Mom, your strength is much greater than a few days ago. Pulling my ear hurts like hell. Sweat. He had decided not to let his parents eat meals mixed with spirit spring water. He wanted them to be healthy and strong. But his mother's grip on his ear was so painful. It seemed she found out he had hit Qindong and then spoke those words in front of everyone. That's why she was so angry. The person who told his mother about this was definitely not Zhou Honglian. It must have been someone else. Regardless of whether it was your second sister-in-law who said it, you should know that family matters are hard to judge. If you're really upset about Decheng looking for someone to beat you, it's fine to hit him a couple of times since we are justified. But if you hit him and then say it's for your sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Is it because life is good now and you're getting cocky? Xiaoyan is pregnant, and you're doing this. What will she think? The villagers already know about you and your sister-in-law's past, and now you're protecting her like this. They definitely think something is going on between you two. After letting go of Chen Dong's ear, his mother was so angry she started stamping her feet. As for his father, holding pruning shears in one hand and a cigarette in his mouth, he looked quite displeased. Xiao Wu, you brat, if you can't explain yourself clearly, see how I deal with you. You just said you've grown up, and now you're pulling this stunt. Hearing that Chen Dong had hit Chen Dongsheng and then yelled that he was doing it for Zhou Xianglan, it infuriated both of them. On one hand, family matters are hard to judge. Chen Dong shouldn't meddle in whether Chen Dongsheng hits Zhou Xianglan, as that is their personal issue. On the other hand, they felt that Chen Dong and Zhou Xianglan were rekindling old flames. A couple of years ago, Chen Dong was infatuated with Zhou Xianglan and insisted on marrying her, regardless of her being a widow. In the end, it was only through the intervention of his two sisters and two brothers, along with his second sister scolding Zhou Xianglan twice, that they managed to put an end to it. But now, Chen Dong was protecting her and had hit Chen Dongsheng. What were they supposed to think? They definitely believed that Chen Dong and Zhou Xianglan were rekindling their relationship. Moreover, they thought, with Su Yun now pregnant, this kind of behavior from Chen Dong would only make Su Yun overthink things. Pregnant women are already prone to worry. If she got upset, who would she complain to? Meanwhile, Zhou Honglian, who was busy thinning the fruit, curled her lips at Chen Dong, signaling that she couldn't help. This was a direct confrontation between Chen Dong and his parents. Zhou Honglian wanted to intervene, but couldn't find the chance. Chen Dong shook his head, looking distressed, and said, "Mom and Dad, please don't get angry yet. Let me explain. Chen Dongsheng has been hitting Zhou Xianglan using our past relationship, and many people in the village know about it. If I don't step up to clarify, people will definitely think that my silence means I agree with it. So, I'm using today's incident to set the record straight and let everyone know that Zhou Xianglan and I are innocent. As for why Zhou Xianglan needs to be protected, Chen Dongsheng keeps using this matter to attack her, and she has suffered for no reason because of Chen Dong. It is because of him that Zhou Xianglan has faced unwarranted suffering, which is why Chen Dong said that. Mom and Dad, I've been beaten so many times because of her. If I don't give Desheng a good beating and stand up to say such things, wouldn't I be laughed at by the people in the village for being useless? I've already made it clear in front of the villagers that I have no other relationship with her apart from having dated before." Desheng also acknowledged what I said. As for Xiaoyan, I've explained it clearly to her as well, and she didn't say anything. She even praised me for doing the right thing. So you can rest assured about that. Chen Dong spoke in one breath. At this moment, Zhou Honglian spoke up from the side. "Uncle and Aunt, Chen Dong is right." Xiaoyan didn't think too much. She did say that Chen Dong did the right thing. Chen Dongsheng is really going too far, always bringing up things that Chen Dong and his wife have talked about to attack her. If Chen Dong doesn't stand up and say something, he will definitely keep beating her in the future. His sister-in-law is already very pitiful. Her previous husband died, leaving behind a daughter, and now she marries this husband and gets beaten every day. While speaking, she winked at Chen Dong. "I helped you. How are you going to reward me?" Chen Dong winked back at her and secretly extended 2 fingers. "I'll hold you for 2 hours." Zhou Honglian rolled her eyes. "Are you trying to kill me?" The old woman nodded. All right, I'll admit you have a point. As long as Xiaoyan isn't angry, that's fine. Xiaoyan is much more important than you now." Chen Dong pouted with a sad face. "Mom, what do you mean Xiaoyan is much more important than me? Am I not still your good eldest son?" The old man on the side was about to whip him with a belt. "Xiaoyan is pregnant. Don't you think she's more important than you? You're about to become a father, and yet you're still acting like this." Seeing his father about to whip him, Chen Dong ran away. Why wait for his father to hit him? Chen Dong recalled a childhood dream, where he would put a double-barreled shotgun to his forehead and slap himself hard. At noon, Chen Dong whistled a few times, calling back the 8 dogs. With a single whistle, the 8 dogs came running. From the actions of Da Huang, it seemed they hadn't found the 2 people on the hand-drawn map. This disappointed Chen Dong. "What good are you 8 useless dogs?" After eating, Chen Dong headed to a remote grove in the southern part of the village, near an old pine tree. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zhou Xianglan, dressed in a green outfit and wearing a green hat, coming out from the bushes. "Sister-in-law, why are you dressed like this?" Zhou Xianglan, blushing, said softly. Aren't you going to apply medicine for me? I was afraid of being seen, so I dressed like this to make it less noticeable. Little 5. Then I'll trouble you to apply the medicine for me. While speaking, her legs slightly rubbed together, and her hands nervously fidgeted with the buttons of her top. Chen Dong was taken aback. Seeing her actions, he realized she misunderstood his intentions. Applying medicine was just a joke. Who would dress up in green for a serious matter like that? However, Chen Dong wasn't a good person either. He stepped forward with a grin and hugged Zhou Xianglan from behind, placing his hand on her body. Sister-in-law, then let me apply the medicine properly for you. Then, Chapter 116, Zhou Xianglan wanted to feed Chen Dongqing medicine. Da Huang and the other 4 dogs were on guard around them. And Chen Dong carried Zhou Xianglan to a small cave not far away. Before Chen Dong could act, Zhou Xianglan enthusiastically leaned towards him. For her, having been married for over a year without any intimacy with Chen Dongqing felt like living as a widow. Today, Chen Dong's teasing made her ponder for a long time, almost making her blush with embarrassment. Then, recalling Chen Dongqing's words and today's events where Chen Dong beat him up and made a scene in front of everyone, she wanted to repay Chen Dong properly. After lunch, she quietly came over. Upon seeing Chen Dong, she took the initiative to say those words. Chen Dong's reaction made her very enthusiastic. It was truly like dry firewood meeting hot flames. Over an hour later, after several encounters, Zhou Xianglan lay weakly in Chen Dong's arms. Tears in her eyes as she looked at him. It felt like a long-awaited dream had come true. There was a sense of having endured grievances, and a feeling of release for both body and mind. Sister Lan, don't move around. Let me help you apply the medicine. How did you get so many injuries? Chen Dong looked at the scars on Zhou Xianglan's body and applied the medicinal alcohol mixed with spiritual spring water to her. I have to say, although Zhou Xianglan had given birth to a child, she maintained her figure well, with curves that exuded a mature charm, making her as tempting as a ripe apple. She was originally very beautiful. Otherwise, Chen Dong wouldn't have been so infatuated with her back then. Originally, Chen Dong wanted to call her sister-in-law. Just thinking about calling her that was satisfying. But then he thought better of it and decided to call her by the name he used to call her. After Chen Dong applied the medicinal alcohol to her body, she felt a sting, her body slightly trembled, and she couldn't help but take a sharp breath in. Sister Lan, does it hurt a bit? Just endure it for a moment, Chen Dong gently said while touching Zhou Xianglan. Zhou Xianglan, annoyed, spat. It's all your fault. Acting like a bull-headed child, and you're so special. When she saw Chen Dong, she was a bit dazed. Then, there was nothing more to say. She just surrendered. Chen Dong smirked. Sister Lan, don't you like it? Zhou Xianglan's words made Chen Dong feel accomplished. Soon, the places on her body that were injured were applied with the medicinal alcohol, and then Chen Dong said, Sister Lan, this medicinal alcohol can be taken internally. It has a good effect on injuries. You should take a couple of sips. This silly woman. He didn't mind applying the medicinal alcohol to her wounds. As for the cured meat he had, Chen Dongqing said he would stew it for dinner, but Zhou Xianglan didn't prepare it, which made Chen Dongqing so angry that he decided to go to town for a meal and then gather people to beat Chen Dong up in a few days. You say, how foolish can this woman be? However, from Zhou Xianglan's words, Chen Dong learned some information that Chen Dongqing had gone to town, and he would probably be back at night after eating and drinking. At night, he could wait for Chen Dongqing and, on the way back to the village, take advantage of the darkness to kill him with a stone. It was that straightforward and brutal. There was no need for any technical skill. The simplest way to kill often has the most deadly and disguised effect. Sister Lan, then I'll feed you with my mouth, Chen Dong said, taking a sip of the medicinal alcohol and then leaning towards Zhou Xianglan's lips. Little 5, if you miss me next time, we can do this again. After Zhou Xianglan put on her clothes and the green hat again, she blushed and softly said to Chen Dong. Chen Dong's hands were restless. Sister Lan, don't you miss me? Aren't I supposed to check your timing? Zhou Xianglan smiled at Chen Dong and patted her bottom. Then I'm leaving. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid others will suspect. After saying that, she quickly left. If she didn't leave, she felt an impulse to continue with Chen Dong. But she knew that their affair couldn't be exposed, so she hurried away to avoid dragging Chen Dong down. Earlier, during their encounter, she had asked Chen Dong if their relationship would affect his situation with Su Yun. If that's the case, she would rather not have any further contact with Chen Dong in the future. She is already very satisfied with what he has done for her. And even though they are now in a relationship, she would have no regrets even if she were to die right now. Chen Dong told her not to say such foolish things, as they still have a long life ahead of them. What else with all this talk of life and death? As for whether her existence would affect his relationship with Su-yun, that was not something she needed to worry about. The future would take its course. However, Chen Dong said he could not give her any status. Zhou Xianglan replied that she did not aspire to any status. As long as Chen Dong thought of her occasionally, she would be content. Chen Dong mischievously said that he thought of her more than occasionally. He really enjoyed doing happy things with her. This made Zhou Xianglan cry tears of joy, as she said she also liked being with him. After Zhou Xianglan left, Chen Dong also came out of the cave, took out the 56 half, and called over to Huang and the others. He had to pretend to go hunting. This silly woman, I must change her fate. Since she is willing to die for me, why shouldn't I take good care of her? Chen Dong thought to himself. On Su-yun's side, he had never intended to tell her about his relationship with Zhou Xianglan. What man doesn't he have a few little secrets? As for what would happen in the future, that would be dealt with when the time came. If Su-yun really found out about Zhou Xianglan's existence, he would find a way to convince her. So, in this matter, Chen Dong was not in the least bit conflicted. Based on his past life experiences, internal conflict was not an option, at least regarding this matter. It was not worth his internal strife. As Zhou Xianglan walked, she thought about the process of what had happened with Chen Dong, the feeling, the physical and visual impact. Even though it had only happened once. However, she was already deeply infatuated. She thought about how they would often be like this in the future. Oh my God. As she walked, her heart felt like it was about to overflow. When she thought of Chen Dongcheng, in terms of looks and personality, Chen Dongcheng could not compare to Chen Dong at all, especially since Chen Dongcheng was inhumane and kept hitting her. This made her inexplicably angry. She even had the idea of giving Chen Dongcheng a big dose of medicine. At 6:30 in the evening, several leaders from the production team were banging gongs and drums in the village, announcing that everyone should come to the village courtyard to watch a movie at 7:30. This made many children in the village ecstatic. Chen Dong had already sent Da Huang and Xiao Huang out to wait on the road outside the village. As soon as Chen Dongcheng rode back on his bicycle, they would inform him. He would then check the time and see whether to ambush Chen Dongcheng. Chapter 117. It's time to send Chen Dongcheng on his way. At 7:30 in the evening, the area under the big locust tree in front of the village courtyard was filled with people. Hundreds of villagers, young and old, had basically all shown up. In this era, art troupes or propaganda departments often came to the countryside to show movies to the common people. The days when movies were shown were undoubtedly the most lively times for the villagers. Families arrived early at the movie screening area, sitting on benches and preparing sunflower seeds and tea, waiting for the staff to start the show, especially in their village, which lacked electricity. Watching a movie was undoubtedly a major entertainment event for many. Adults loved to watch, and children loved to join in the fun. The giant screen had already been set up, and not far from the screen, a film projector was ready, with a bright projection bulb that cast a glaring light. Nearby, a diesel generator was rumbling. Since their village had no electricity, they had to use a generator to power the film projector. Of course, even if the village had electricity, the projection teams generally used generators because the voltage for household electricity was too unstable. All right, everyone quiet down. We're about to start the screening. A middle-aged man in a suit with a slightly bulging figure stood in front of the screen, clapping his hands loudly. The crowd instantly quieted down. The projectionist fiddled with the projector, and the large rollers began to turn with a clack, projecting images onto the screen under the bright light. At the same time, music began to play from loudspeakers set up in two other directions. Accompanied by the music, the projectionist adjusted the lens and aperture while watching the images on the screen. The two film reels started to spin. The movie being shown was called Wedding on the Execution Ground. The film was in black and white. In this era, color films were rare. Chen Dong roughly remembered the synopsis of Wedding on the Execution Ground, which told the story of Zhou Wenyong and Chun Taijun being captured and imprisoned after the failure of the Guangzhou Uprising in 1927. The two announced their marriage at the execution ground, using their lives to interpret love and faith. In this era, the films shown in the countryside were mostly focused on promoting patriotism and the spirit of loving one's country, especially in their mountain village near the border. Officials often sent people to promote patriotism. Su Yun and Zhou Honglian were sitting quite near the front, accompanied by their mother and sisters-in-law. As for the older men, they generally sat towards the back, smoking and watching the movie. The film just shot by the Changchun Film Studio. Wow, Changchun Film Studio is amazing. It's awesome. Another film made by our Changchun. Watching a movie in our village is so much better than watching it on TV. Dajiang works in the city. And they have a tiny TV at home, but it's so small that it's not satisfying at all. Yes, look how big our village's movie screen is. And the TV in the city is just so small. This movie is way more enjoyable. I can't wait to see what the plot of this film is. We're lucky to see this year's new film. Our treatment is top-notch. Really, it's not worse than in the city. The government is really thinking of us common people. Yes, the government is treating us so well now. We just got our land last year. So we have land to farm and endless food. Our little lives are not worse than those in the city. Qindong listened to the older men discussing the film and then comparing outdoor movie watching to watching movies on TV, praising the government's policies. They then talked about national affairs and pointed out the situation. This made Qindong involuntarily curl his lips and shake his head with a smile. Seeing this little action from Qindong, the elder next to him laughed and said, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Did you go to the city a couple of days ago and see this movie?" Qindong nodded and quickly replied, "I've seen it. It's about a man and woman during the war who made significant contributions, but in the end, they were captured and executed before the enemy troops fled. And they held a wedding at the execution ground. Xiao Wu, don't say any more, don't say any more. If you tell us what happens in the movie, I want to enjoy it." The elder tried to interrupt Qindong, but Qindong quickly finished the plot, leaving the elder staring wide-eyed. "Oh dear, Xiao Wu. You've seen it. Why do you need to tell us what the movie is about?" A white-haired old man shook his head. The farmers who had just been discussing national affairs looked at Qindong with resentful eyes. "Xiao Wu, why do you have to spoil it for us? We haven't seen it yet, and you've already revealed the plot. How can we watch it now?" Everyone complained. Next to them, a middle-aged man also said angrily, "Exactly, Xiao Wu, you've seen the movie, so why don't you share the content with us? How are we supposed to watch it?" Qindong looked innocent and said, "This is what my third grandpa asked me to say, so I said it. He's my elder. It wouldn't be good if I didn't." He thought mischievously to himself. "Let you all show off and point fingers." The third grandpa, who had asked Qindong to summarize the movie plot earlier, glared and said, "Xiao Wu, I asked you to say it, and you just said it. Why are you so obedient?" Qindong scratched his head and nodded seriously. "Yes, you're older. And since I call you third grandpa, when you asked me to talk about the movie plot, I just did. Is that wrong?" The third grandpa was momentarily taken aback by Qindong's retort. Several men around started to complain to the third grandpa. "Chen Lao-san, it's all your fault. Who asked you to have Xiao Wu talk about the movie plot?" "Exactly, Chen Lao-san. You were the one who asked Xiao Wu to speak. This really can't be blamed on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you're too honest." The third grandpa huffed. "I asked you to say it, so you say it. If I asked you to die, would you die?" Qindong decisively replied, "That definitely wouldn't work. I'm only 25, and you're already 65. The third grandpa stared at Qindong with wide eyes. At this moment, Qindong's father, with a stern face, scolded him. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Why are you being cheeky here?" Then he turned to the third grandpa and said, "I'm telling you. You were the one who insisted Xiao Wu talk about the movie plot, so this really can't be blamed on him." Although he seemed to be reprimanding Qindong, he was actually defending him. Qindong was his son, and outside, he had to stand by his son's side. It didn't matter how he scolded him at home, but outside, he definitely had to protect his own. If Qindong's mother heard about this, she would be even more protective and probably argue with Chen Laosan directly. Well, everyone hasn't seen the movie anyway. Maybe the movie will turn out differently from what Xiao Wu saw. Qindong's father laughed, trying to smooth things over. Qindong said seriously, "Dad, that's impossible. The movie is the same. It's one film. The movie being shown now is the same as the one I saw." His father didn't respond, but shot him a fierce glare. Just then, Big Huang came running over and said, "I have a stomachache. I'm going to poop. You all enjoy the movie." Big Huang came to deliver the message. It was time to send Qindong on his way. Chapter 118, Everybody. Slam dunk right on Qindong's head. "Second uncle, your Xiao Wu is almost a dad. Why is he still so cheeky?" A villager said with annoyance. "Yeah, Chen Laoshu. Your Xiao Wu is too cheeky," another villager echoed. Chen Laoshu huffed. "My Xiao Wu is a bit cheeky, but he's not bad. What's wrong with being a bit cheeky? He's made several thousand from hunting during this time. Sometimes he just likes to joke around. It's nothing serious. He sold the meat he hunted at a discount to the people in our village. Isn't that good enough? Really, why are we making such a fuss over a movie? Just enjoy the movie, and besides, whether we watch it or not doesn't matter. It doesn't affect eating or drinking," Chen Laoshu said indignantly. He said this, but he felt frustrated inside because Qindong had spoiled the movie for him. He was really looking forward to it. But now that he knew the plot, His anticipation was gone. When I get home, I'm going to have a good talk with Xiao Wu. Seeing Chun Laoshu getting angry, everyone nodded in agreement. It really wasn't worth making a fuss over a movie. However, they felt a bit less enthusiastic about the movie they were about to watch. Xiao Wu is cheeky again. I wonder how he angered your dad this time, his mother said, pulling Su Yun's hand and shaking her head. His second aunt chimed in, isn't he always cheeky? His mother immediately replied angrily, Xiao Fong, what are you saying? We're outside now. I, as his mother, can say a few words about Xiao Wu, but you, as his sister-in-law, don't need to say anything. Isn't that just making a fool of yourself? Second aunt retorted, Mom, you said it first. I was just echoing your words. The eldest sister-in-law, Zhao Huilan, nudged the second aunt and gave her a knowing look. Su Yun said, Second aunt, I know you have issues with Xiao Wu, but let's not say anything outside. As his sister-in-law, it would be embarrassing if word got out. If it were daytime, it would be obvious that Su Yun's face was flushed. This was the first time since she married Chun Dong that she spoke to her second aunt in this tone. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, the second aunt was clearly taken aback and then replied angrily, Oh, Xiao Yun, how dare you say that to me now? Their mother immediately said, Xiao Fong, what are you doing? If you want to argue, don't do it here. Everyone is watching a movie. Why didn't Xiao Yun dare to talk to you like this before? She used to be honest and didn't bicker with you, but now you're talking about Chun Dong. Chun Dong is her man. Is it wrong for her to defend him? Zhou Honglian also chimed in. The second aunt had already been reprimanded by their mother, and now Zhou Honglian was standing up to her as well, which made her feel embarrassed. She grabbed her stool and walked away, not sitting with their mother and the others. Xiao Yun, you little brat, it's only because you're pregnant that I'm being nice to you. This little rascal Xiao Wu doesn't know what is wrong with him. Now he is protecting you too. Otherwise, just wait, I'll scold you. The second aunt muttered angrily in her heart. Xiao Wu, you little rascal, just wait. I'll make you cry sooner or later. Zhou Honglian, you little vixen. You killed your own husband, and now you're living in Xiao Wu's house. I bet you're trying to seduce him. If you end up with Xiao Wu, I hope Xiao Yun has a miscarriage. The second aunt sneered coldly in her heart. Xiao Yun, don't take your second aunt's words to heart. That's just her temperament. Their mother comforted Su Yun. Su Yun nodded. Mom, I'm not taking her seriously. I'm just stating the facts. Seeing the second aunt storm off, she felt a bit anxious, but mostly triumphant. This was the first time she spoke to her second aunt like this, which was unimaginable before. The reason she dared to speak like this now was naturally because of the confidence Chun Dong gave her. Plus, now that their mother treated her so well, she knew it was not just because she was pregnant with the Chun family's child. The key was still because of Chun Dong. Chun Dong stood at the side of the courtyard and happened to see Zhou Xianglan and a few of her neighbors coming over. Fifth Grandma, why did you all come so late? The movie has already started, and you don't have a place to sit, Chun Dong said with a smile. He naturally glanced at Zhou Xianglan. Although she was dressed very ordinarily, among the group of women, she stood out like a crane among chickens. I have good taste. Chun Dong smiled at himself. When Zhou Xianglan noticed Chun Dong looking at her, her expression was calm, pretending not to know him. Chun Dong secretly felt pleased. Sister Xianglan is quite good, a real actress. We just went to the bathroom. Someone saved our seats a long time ago, the young fifth grandma said with a smile. Chun Dong shook his head and smiled without speaking. Village women are too wild. Can't handle it. Xiao Wu, are you still shy? It's just going to the bathroom. Both men and women do it every day. What's there to be shy about? An old woman said with a smile. Sure, here is the translation of your content. Yeah. Xiao Wu, are you still shy? This morning you hit your big brother Deshang and said in front of so many people that you would protect Xianglan in the future. Why weren't you shy then? Another woman made a joke. Xiao Wu, do you still have feelings for Xianglan? I heard that back then. You were so desperate to be with her. Several women chuckled. Chun Dong felt a headache coming on and said, You old ladies, stop joking like that. I'm just a big man, so I can take it. But my sister-in-law Xianglan is a woman. Words can be frightening, can't joke about this. Chun Dong clasped his hands together, begging for mercy. I have a stomachache. I'm going over there to use the restroom. After saying this, Chun Dong covered his stomach and ran in one direction, while laughter followed him from the women behind. Zhou Xianglan seriously said, Fifth Grandma, Third Aunt, please don't make such jokes, it's really not good. Xiao Wu's family is pregnant. What if something happens because of this joke? On Chun Dong's side, he pretended to have diarrhea and ran into the small forest, then used the hard observation mirror, exerting all his strength to dash toward the main road leading into the village. Despite the darkness around him, under the observation of the heart observation mirror. The environment appeared to be bright as day. In just over 2 minutes, he saw Chen Dongcheng riding a bicycle with a front light, leisurely moving forward about 200 meters away on the mountain path. Chen Dong assessed the terrain and ran up the hillside. Then he looked down at Chen Dongcheng's position and forcefully pushed a slanted large rock down. Boom! The large rock rolled down, knocking over many smaller stones in the process, which also rolled down with it. Chen Dong stored a watermelon-sized stone into the spiritual spring space and quickly ran in front of Chen Dongcheng. A slightly drunk Chen Dongcheng was startled by the falling stones and quickly pedaled forward. However, a shadow suddenly emerged from the side, and before he could react, everything went dark and he lost consciousness. Everybody, here comes a slam dunk to your head. Chen Dong watched as he raised the stone high and smashed it down onto Chen Dongcheng's head, flattening it and causing brain matter to ooze out. He was dead. No doubt about it. Then he quickly ran back toward the courtyard. When he reached the small forest, he took off his pants and squatted down to poop, taking less than 5 minutes in total. Phew. Chen Dong felt quite comfortable after relieving himself. At that moment, a familiar male voice sounded not far away. Who's there? Chapter 119. Chen Donglian's anger and attack on his father. The voice belonged to Chen Donglian. After just finishing his business, Chen Dong's mind turned and he grumbled, "Your father. Dad, what are you doing here?" Chen Donglian instinctively shouted upon hearing the voice. He thought it was really his father, Chen Sanming. Upon hearing how Chen Donglian was so foolish as to not recognize his own father's voice, Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle and deliberately said in a stern tone, "Your father is taking a dump. Who are you impersonating my dad?" Chen Donglian finally realized that the person speaking was not his father and angrily cursed, "Damn. Who are you? Do you believe I'll throw a rock at you?" Chen Dong shouted back, "Chen Donglian, damn you. You plotted against me and you can't even recognize your own father's voice?" Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Chen Donglian paused for a moment, finally recognizing who was speaking. Chen Dong. Mainly, Chen Donglian had just plotted against Chen Dong, sending Chen Dongcheng to town to stir things up, and over the past few days, he had planned to set Chen Dong up for a beating. "Xiaowu, what nonsense are you talking about? How did I plot against you?" Chen Donglian came over with a flashlight, defiantly retorting. But it seemed he stepped on something slippery and fell on his butt. Thud! He landed with a thump, getting something on his hands, and unconsciously brought it to his nose. A foul smell hit him. "Damn, did you poop?" Chen Donglian angrily cursed. Chen Dong stepped forward wanting to kick him, saying, "It's my poop. You were the one holding the flashlight, and you stepped in it. How can you blame me?" However, Chen Dong withdrew his foot, looking disgusted, and said, "Chen Donglian, did you get Deshang to go to town to beat me up?" Not kicking him anymore. He thought it was just right that this guy sat in his own mess, which was more than enough to feel disgusted. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I beat you?" Chen Donglian replied somewhat nervously, but then realizing he was covered in poop, he felt nauseous and began to gag. "Stop your nonsense. You haven't found anyone to beat me yet. Deshang is afraid I'll report him to the police for hiring someone to beat me. And then he turned to your side and told you about it. Yet you say you didn't find someone to beat me? Do you believe I'll report this to the police and let Deshang confront you there?" Chen Dong said impatiently. Hearing this, Chen Donglian immediately became fearful and hurriedly said, "Xiaowu, this matter was just me bragging a bit while drinking with Deshang yesterday. It was just a joke. We're all from the same village. How could I really beat you? Besides, you're my dad's lackey. You have such a good relationship with my dad. How could I possibly find someone to beat you? Forget about reporting to the police. Our area in Nanhua is about to be designated for self-use land soon. I'll make sure to allocate a good piece of land for your family and even give you a bit more. Please don't report to the police. It's my fault. I was just a bit tipsy." He had to back down, since Chen Dongcheng had sold him out. If this matter were to escalate to the police, he would be in trouble. Perhaps the fact that he didn't actually have anyone beat Chen Dong would lighten his punishment. But if it went to the police, and then Chen Dong exposed more issues, then Chen Dongcheng would be in trouble. Chen Dong angrily said, "You think giving me more self-use land will solve this? Dream on. This little thing won't sway me." Next, Chen Dong deliberately dragged out the conversation with Chen Donglian for over 20 minutes, making Chen Donglian promise him many benefits, like starting to water the fields from their family, allowing Chen Dong to use the village's tractor freely, with Chen Donglian covering the fuel costs. After a while, when the electricity was being installed, he would prioritize installing it for Chen Dong's family. These benefits were naturally not enticing to Chen Dong, but he was just deliberately stalling Chen Donglian to create an illusion that he had nothing to do with the death of Chen Dongcheng. Although Chun Dong had deliberately created the illusion of falling rocks before smashing him, it never hurt to be more cautious. After Chun Donglian left, Chun Dong returned to the courtyard to continue watching the movie. Although he wasn't very interested in the movie, the villagers in the courtyard were engrossed in it, and no one paid attention to Chun Dong going to the restroom and coming back. Even the little kids were watching the movie on the large screen with great interest. For the people in their village, being able to watch a movie right at their doorstep was a rare treat. Chun Donglian cursed as he walked home. "Oh, Chun Dongchun, you're still my brother, yet you sold me out like this. What a piece of crap. Xiaowu, you're ruthless. Just wait. One day I'll get back at you." Thinking of being threatened by Chun Dong, Chun Donglian couldn't help but grit his teeth and say coldly. The foul smell from his body made him gag again. He needed to go home and wash off the stench of feces and urine thoroughly. As soon as he returned to the courtyard and saw that the kerosene lamp in the room was still lit, he couldn't help but curse Zhao Damei in his heart. She forgot to extinguish the lamp even when going out. If a mouse or cat caused it to fall over, wouldn't that set the house on fire? It was common in this era for a fire to break out because someone forgot to blow out a kerosene lamp, which then got knocked over by a mouse or cat. Just as he reached the door, he heard rhythmic sounds coming from the room. This left Chun Donglian puzzled. What was going on? Was there someone in the room? Oh no, he hoped he wouldn't run into Donglian and his mother. The sound of ah made Chun Donglian's heart tighten instantly, as it was his wife, Zhao Damei's voice. "Damei, don't be afraid. They won't be back so soon." They're watching a movie in the courtyard, came Chun Sanming's voice, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds. Zhao Damei spoke hurriedly. I'm just worried that Xiaobao is looking for me." "That's necessary," Chun Sanming chuckled. Zhao Damei replied. "Xiaobao is looking more and more like you. What are we going to do?" Chun Sanming dismissed her concern. What is there to be afraid of? Just as they were in the heat of the moment, the wooden door of the room was kicked open with a loud shout. "Zhao Damei, you shameless woman. I'll kill you two scoundrels." Chun Donglian rushed in, brandishing a kitchen knife, and swung it towards Chun Sanming's head. Chapter 120. Chun Donglian kills his wife in front of everyone. 120. Chun Donglian's roar stunned both Chun Sanming and Zhao Damei. When Chun Donglian swung the knife at him, Chun Sanming instinctively raised his hand to block. The knife sank halfway into Chun Sanming's arm, blood gushing out instantly, causing him to scream in agony. Chun Donglian swung the knife again, aiming for Chun Sanming's head. "I'll kill you two scoundrels." He was furious, completely enraged. His own father had been together with his wife, and the child born by his wife was not his, but his father's. The son he had called for years was actually his younger brother. Over the past 2 years, many in the village had said that his son Chun Xiaobao looked too much like his father Chun Sanming. He hadn't thought much of it, believing that it was normal for a grandson to resemble his grandfather. But now, thinking back, it was indeed too similar. Even the moles at the corners of their eyes and under their mouths were in the same place. As for their face shapes, they were practically carved from the same mold. He looked even more like Chun Sanming than his own son. No, Chun Xiaobao was originally Chun Sanming's son. Chun Donglian knew that Chun Sanming had several women in the village and had even boasted about it to him. He had given Chun Sanming a thumbs up, saying, "Well done." But Chun Sanming had actually been with his wife. His wife was Chun Sanming's daughter-in-law. This made the furious Chun Donglian wish he could kill the two scoundrels. Seeing Chun Donglian swing the knife at him again, Chun Sanming instinctively used his other arm to block. His arm was instantly covered in blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chun Sanming hurriedly said, "Donglian, listen to me. It was Damei who seduced me first. You can't kill me. I'm your father. Killing your father means a bad death. Heaven will strike you down." Hearing Chun Sanming say this, Zhao Damei shook her head in fear. "Donglian, don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was your father who forced me." Chun Donglian's eyes turned red with fury as he glared at them, his eyes almost bursting, and coldly said, "I don't care. Today, you two scoundrels must die." Saying this, he raised the knife and swung it towards Chun Sanming's head again. 3 consecutive strikes, each aimed directly at the head. He had only one thought, to kill this pair of scoundrels. Chun Sanming, terrified, leaned back to avoid the blow. The knife struck his chest, causing excruciating pain and eliciting a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. As for Zhao Damei, she seized the opportunity to run outside. Even without wearing her clothes, fleeing naked. Just as she exited the courtyard, she heard the once heart-wrenching screams of Chun Sanming suddenly stop. Then, she heard Chun Donglian's cold voice behind her. "Zhao Damei, you shameless woman, you can't escape. I must kill you today." Moments ago, Chun Sanming had been struck in the neck by a knife, silencing him instantly. Fueled by rage, Chen Donglian followed up with 2 more strikes, severing Chen Sanming's head. Before dying, Chen Sanming could never have imagined that after years of dominating Chenlutan, oppressing many villagers, taking advantage of the village collective, and having affairs with several women, he would die like this. He had considered that one day someone in the village might turn against him or even want to kill him. But he never expected to die at the hands of his own son. Chen Sanming was killed by his biological son, Chen Donglian, beheaded right there. For the enraged Chen Donglian, it was clear that this matter was far from over. How could it end? His own father had been with his wife for years, and the so-called son was not his, but his biological brother. This naturally meant that his anger could not easily subside. Zhao Damei, you stop right there. You like being with my father, so go down and keep him company. Chen Donglian shouted, I want you dead. I let my biological brother call you dad for years. And you were with my father years ago. Zhao Damei, you stop right there. I'm going to chop you up. Under the moonlight, Chen Donglian, holding a kitchen knife, shouted frantically and ran after Zhao Damei, who was fleeing naked. He was somewhat mentally disturbed by the shock. Human potential is huge. Zhao Damei, who usually walked lazily, was now running fast. Even though Chen Donglian was holding a kitchen knife and running quickly, he could only keep pace with the fleeing Zhao Damei. Donglian, don't kill me. Don't kill me. It was your father who forced me. I had no choice. Please don't kill me. Xiaobao may not be your biological son, but he has called you dad for years. At that time, I miscalculated the timing and wanted to abort the child. But your father said it would be more exciting to give birth. Zhao Damei shouted as she ran, pleading with Chen Donglian. However, the more she said, the more it provoked Chen Donglian. He swung the knife behind her, his expression twisted with madness, shouting, shameless woman, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to chop you into pieces. While running naked, Zhao Damei screamed at the top of her lungs, help, help. Chen Donglian wants to kill. He killed his father. Help, help. Chen Donglian killed his father, and now he wants to kill me. Someone come help. Zhao Damei ran for several hundred meters, passing by many houses, but not a single person came out, nor did anyone say a word. This left Zhao Damei feeling somewhat desperate. She realized that the people in the village were probably all watching a movie in the courtyard, so it was normal that no one was home. She and Chen Sanming had taken advantage of this time to have an affair in her house. Chen Sanming loved to do it at her house. In his words, it was particularly exciting. This time, it was too exciting. She had run into Chen Donglian. She was going to lose her life. As Zhao Damei looked at Chen Donglian, who was less than 10 meters away, brandishing a kitchen knife, she used all her strength to shout, help, help. Chen Donglian wants to kill me. He has already killed his father. However, Zhao Damei stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Donglian rushed in front of her, laughing maniacally. You can't escape, you slut. Come down and accompany my father. Many villagers heard Zhao Damei's cries for help, and when they looked over, under the light, they saw Chen Donglian, his hands covered in blood, swing the kitchen knife down hard onto Zhao Damei's bare head. Chapter 121. A tragic incident caused by a pile of excrement. Ah, help me. Help me. Zhao Damei, struck in the head by Chen Donglian, weakly shouted one last time before lying down on the ground. As for Chen Donglian, he continued to swing the kitchen knife, hacking away at her head, with the sound of bones cracking faintly audible. Then, under the light, Zhao Damei's head soon became a bloody mess, and something white began to ooze out. There's been a murder. A woman screamed in terror. Immediately, those on the outskirts stood up in unison and ran away, shouting, murder, murder. Chen Dong was close by, and the place he was standing was very near where Chen Donglian was brutally hacking at Zhao Damei. When he saw Chen Donglian strike Zhao Damei's head until it was a bloody pulp, and even saw him chop her head off with 2 swift blows, Chen Dong was taken aback, even a bit dazed. What was happening? Why was Chen Donglian suddenly attacking Zhao Damei? The key was that Zhao Damei was completely naked. Remembering Zhao Damei's cries for help when she said Chen Donglian had killed his father, could it be that the two of them were caught in an affair? It was very possible. Chen Dong's expression turned strange. It was because he had taken a dump that Chen Donglian stepped in it, and after chatting for over 20 minutes, Chen Donglian must have gone home to wash himself. Then he must have stumbled upon Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei together. Furious, he killed Chen Sanming. Zhao Damei fled in fear, and he chased after her, then killed her too. There's been a murder. There's been a murder. The screams attracted the attention of many watching the movie, and upon seeing Chen Donglian chop off Zhao Damei's head, they all fled in terror. As for Qindong, he did not run. This little scene was not enough to make him flee. Donglian, what's wrong? Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. An elder from the village shouted loudly at Chen Donglian while holding a stool. Some former militia leaders organized a few militia members, using stools and sticks to block a few meters in front of Chen Donglian. As Northeast men, many were not easily scared, especially since they were from the border area, where they had often been trained in drills and skirmishes with the Russians. Most men here could shoot and knew a thing or two about close combat. Seeing his beloved wife killed by his own hand, the anger that had initially supported Chen Donglian dissipated in an instant, and he sat on the ground like a deflated balloon, thinking about how he had killed his father and his wife. And realizing that his fate awaited him was to be shot, an overwhelming sense of fear washed over him. He held his head, shook it, and cried, "My father and Damii, those two dogs, were together. That little treasure is not my son. He is that bastard's son. He is not my son. He is my brother. Haha, my father deserved to die. Zhao Damii deserved to die." Hearing Chen Donglian's words, many present showed thoughtful expressions, and some even wore strange looks on their faces. This plot was too explosive. Moreover, Chen Saming had been killed by him, which, for many, surprisingly felt like a good thing. "Donglian, you're crazy. You're crazy. How could you kill your father? No way, no way. How could your father possibly be with Damii?" A woman in the crowd screamed. It was Chen Donglian's mother. Tian Yue. After shaking her head and saying these words, she felt dizzy and fainted. "Grandma, Grandma, Mother, Father." Chen Donglian's son, Chen Xiaobao, cried out. "No, he should be Chen Donglian's younger brother. You little bastard, I will kill you too." Upon hearing Chen Xiaobao calling him father, Chen Donglian, who had initially deflated, was once again filled with rage and wanted to get up, grab the kitchen knife on the ground, and take care of Chen Xiaobao. However, at the captain's command, several militia members struck Chen Donglian with sticks, knocking him down, kicking the kitchen knife aside, and pinning him to the ground. "You dog, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have run into them, and I wouldn't have killed them. It's all your fault." Chen Donglian, pinned to the ground, twisted his body, letting out heart-wrenching cries. Meanwhile, Chen Dong rubbed his nose, looking strange. "What does it have to do with me? I was over there taking a dump, and you stepped in my poop. I just came home. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being careful with your flashlight and stepping in my poop and falling all over." Next to Chen Dong, Air Zhuzi had just approached. "This was done by you, and you killed them. What does it have to do with me? By rights, you should thank me. Otherwise, how many years would you have had to wear a green hat?" Old Dad walked over and forcefully pulled Chen Dong's hand, saying, "Xiaowu, shut your mouth. What time is it? Say less." Old Dad was very angry and even thought about taking out his belt to give Chen Dong a good beating. Everything was being dragged back to Chen Dong. This was a matter of life and death. Why did he have to show off here? Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, many villagers wore strange expressions, and some even showed understanding looks. Chen Dong had just taken a dump, causing Chen Donglian to step in it and get covered, then go home to change clothes, only to stumble upon Chen Sanming and Zhao Damii together. What a coincidence! Remembering how Chen Dong had beaten up Chen Donglian a few days ago, and then acted as Chen Sanming's lackey, now his pile of excrement had unexpectedly triggered a tragedy. Was this intentional or unintentional? But with such a coincidence, people couldn't help but associate the incident with Chen Dong. "Thank you, Xiaowu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how many years I'd have to wear a green hat. But right now, I just want to kill you." Chen Donglian, pinned down, twisted his body, glaring at Chen Dong. "Xiaowu, just wait. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. You caused my family to be this miserable." Chen Donglian shouted hysterically. Chen Dong shrugged, looking pitiful. "Donglian, stop making a scene. I just took a dump. I really just took a dump. If you want to blame someone, blame that pile of poop." Naturally, Chen Dong was not afraid of any threats from Chen Donglian. He was already going to be taken to the police station, and the outcome awaiting him would definitely be a bullet. But in front of everyone, Chen Dong still had to put on a show. Just then, several people hurriedly approached, and one person's words made everyone's expressions even stranger because. Chapter 122. Chen Dong. "I just took a dump. How can you blame me?" The few people who came were from the nearby Minjiagu, and among them, the one who was anxious and flustered said that Chen Dongchang had been hit on the head by a falling rock while he was at the entrance of their village, and his brain had oozed out, dead beyond saving. After hearing this news, the villagers of Chenlutan had rather strange expressions. Many people turned their gazes towards Chen Dong. This made Chen Dong feel a bit uneasy, because whether it was Chen Dongcheng, Chen Donglian, or Chen Sanming. All of them had conflicts with Chen Dong. If something happened to Chen Dong, it wouldn't end well for him. I say, Brother Dafeng, why are you looking at me like that? I was just watching a movie here. Earlier I was over there taking a dump and chatting with Brother Donglian for a while, Chen Dong said, feeling a bit awkward. The man called Brother Dafeng shrugged and shook his head, saying, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Then he asked the people around him, did I say anything? Did I say anything? Some people around shook their heads. No, you didn't say anything. Xiao Wu. What do you mean Brother Dafeng didn't say anything? Dongcheng is a bit unfortunate, actually getting killed by falling rocks at the village entrance. Many people sighed. Chen Dong was also speechless. What kind of situation was this? Chen Donglian had killed Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei. And now this big incident happened with Chen Dongcheng being killed by falling rocks. It was only natural for the people in the village to suspect that it was Chen Dong's doing. Even Chen Dong could predict that the villagers or Chen Donglian would definitely think he was involved in this matter. After all, it was indeed too suspicious. It's all because of Xiao Wu that Brother Cheng is dead. It's all because of Xiao Wu. Chen Donglian shouted hysterically. Chen Dong pretended to be anxious and shouted. Then rushed towards Chen Donglian. You bastard Chen Donglian. How did I kill Brother Cheng? It was you who told him to go to the town to find someone to beat me. And now that he is in trouble, you can blame it on me? He was clearly killed by you. If it weren't for you sending him to the town to find someone to beat me, would he have gotten into trouble? You even killed your own father. You even killed your wife. Is all this my doing? They all died because of you, you animal. What does it have to do with me? Chen Dong pretended to get angrier as he spoke. Being accused of murder made him very angry, which was a normal reaction for anyone. After all, this was about murder. If Chen Dong acted too calm, it would instead raise suspicions. Several people blocked Chen Dong. Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. We know you are not the murderer of Brother Cheng. You've been watching a movie here. We all know that. We definitely know you are not the murderer. Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. Donglian has gone crazy. Why stoop to his level? Yes, Xiao Wu, Donglian has gone crazy. Even killed his own father. Why stoop to his level? Many people tried to persuade Chen Dong. On the other hand, Chen Donglian, after hearing Chen Dong's words, started crying nervously. I killed my father. I killed Damei. I caused Brother Cheng's death. Woo woo woo. I'm not human. I'm not human. Seeing Chen Dongcheng's condition, he seemed to be driven mad by the fact that 3 people had died in a row. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianglan, after realizing that her husband Chen Dongcheng was dead, couldn't help but cry. After all, he was a man she had lived with for more than a year. Even though they weren't truly husband and wife. Despite him beating her frequently, it was still sad to see such a big living person just die like that. This afternoon, after having relations with Chen Dong, she had even thought about poisoning Chen Dongcheng. However, thoughts are just thoughts. They didn't come to fruition. Chen Dongcheng's death made her a bit sad, but more than that, it brought a sense of relief, as if a shackle had been removed. Now that he was dead, what would happen between her and Chen Dong in the future? At least there wouldn't be any psychological barriers. And she wouldn't have to feel guilty about anything. She also wouldn't bring any bad influence to Chen Dong. At least in the future. Her relationship with Chen Dong wouldn't be like it was now. Under the supervision of 2 personnel from the movie screening. Some men from the village placed Chen Donglian onto a tractor and headed directly to the town police station. The movie had only played halfway, but with this incident, watching the movie was naturally out of the question. As for Chen Dong, he followed along since the murder incident involving Chen Donglian had some connection with him. After all, it was his poop that caused Chen Donglian to return home early, which led him to stumble upon the affair between Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei. As they passed the village entrance, some people got off the tractor to take a look at Chen Dongcheng lying in a pool of blood. There were many rocks of various sizes blocking the road on the mountain path, and everyone worked together to push the stones aside so the tractor could leave. Looking at the already deceased Chen Dongcheng, whose brain was oozing out from being hit by the rock, everyone sighed again. There were people guarding the scene. And after the tractor arrived at the town police station, someone reported the case and explained what had happened in their village. The police station immediately called the County Public Security Bureau. After all, someone had died, and it was no longer something the police station could handle. Before the Public Security Bureau personnel arrived, the police station staff first tried to understand the specific circumstances of the case. The case was very clear. Chen Donglian had caught his father and his wife in an affair, and upon realizing that his son he had called for years was actually his own brother, he was enraged and committed murder. As for Chen Dongcheng's death, it was an accident caused by falling rocks. In their mountain village, People were often killed by falling rocks every year, especially since Chen Dongcheng was drunk and riding a bike at night. As for the two murders that occurred today, it just happened to be in the same family. One could only say it was pure coincidence. If there was any connection to Chen Dong, it could only be that his poop triggered Chen Donglian's rage and led to the murders. But it was impossible to pin the blame on Chen Dong. He had merely taken a dump. In fact, Chen Dong was also a bit dazed. He never expected that his poop would have such power. And Chen Donglian's temper was simply too extreme. In the middle of the night, Chen Dong returned home. The police had already come to the village to investigate, and Ermao and his brother-in-law had also arrived. The case itself was very simple, with no twists or turns. After a brief investigation, they took away the bodies of Chen Sanming, who had been decapitated while naked, and Zhao Damei, who had also been decapitated while naked. Of course, the body of Chen Dongcheng, whose brain had been smashed out, was also taken away. Wife, why aren't you asleep yet? Are you worried about me? I'm fine. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. At most, it was because Chen Donglian stepped in my poop, which caused this incident. Returning home, seeing Su Yun tossing and turning in bed, Chen Dong climbed into the quilt and comforted her. Su Yun nodded. I know you're fine. It's just that you didn't come back, so I couldn't sleep. Tonight's incident was too frightening. Chen Dong hugged her and gently patted her back. All right. Wife, I'm back now. You can sleep well. Soon, Su Yun fell asleep. As for Chen Dong, he took a long time to fall asleep, still thinking about the two people who wanted to kill him, but he couldn't remember who they were. The next day, on his way to the orchard, Chen Dong met a few people whose eyes looked strange at him, especially when he passed by a few people sitting by the grinding stone. He heard them talking from afar, which made Chen Dong involuntarily smirk. Chapter 123. Father, Xiao Wu, are you still you? Why do I feel like you're my father? You said, is it possible that Xiao Wu did it on purpose, deliberately holding Dong Lian in the small forest for over 20 minutes, just in time for him to come home and encounter Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei? I have to say, it's very likely. If not, how could things be so coincidental? Xiao Wu first beat Chen Donglian, then threatened Chen Sanming, seemingly gaining the orchard contracting rights from Chen Sanming, and then smoothly became his lackey. After becoming his lackey, he investigated Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei's affair, and then used this to his advantage. Last night, he learned that Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei were causing trouble while watching a movie, and then deliberately held Dong Lian back. Uncle, your analysis is spot on. This seems like a series of coincidences, but in reality, everything is part of Xiao Wu's scheme. A series of coincidences cannot be mere coincidences. They are intentional. It's true. It's really true. So many things seem coincidental, but how can there be so many coincidences? However, De Cheng's death must be a coincidence. Every year, stones roll down from this mountain and kill so many people. De Cheng really just had bad luck. De Cheng's death was definitely not caused by Xiao Wu. First of all, the timing doesn't match. Xiao Wu was with Dong Lian in the small forest, and then they went to watch a movie. Of course, the police have already investigated. If Xiao Wu were a suspect, he would have been arrested long ago. De Cheng's death fits the saying, if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. He often drank late at night outside, and it's a miracle he wasn't robbed and killed. If Xiao Wu were in ancient times, he would definitely be a cunning strategist. His little schemes are too clever. A few days ago, I even scolded Xiao Wu for being a lackey, but it turns out he was just biding his time. His strategy is brilliant. Even the police can't find anything on him. Even Chen Donglian, who knows it's Xiao Wu's scheme, thanked him when he was taken away. Of course, he thanked him. If Xiao Wu hadn't subtly informed him, he would never have known that his father had been with his wife for years, and that even Xiao Bao wasn't his son, but his own brother. Initially, I was quite angry that Xiao Wu became Chen Sanming's lackey for that more than 100 acres of orchard. But now, seeing how deep Xiao Wu's scheme is, I have to respect him for getting that orchard into his hands. Chen Sanming's death has made many villagers feel like celebrating with drums and gongs. After all, Chen Sanming had oppressed them for years, relying on family connections to bully the village, making many people dare not speak out despite their anger, especially during the land distribution. Their family got the best land in the village and indirectly took away a lot of collective property. Damn, I'll be damned. Listening to what those people in the village were saying, Chen Dong felt a deep sense of discomfort. Hearing their serious and well-reasoned analysis, Chen Dong almost believed it himself. He wanted to turn around and tell them, I only killed Chen Dongcheng. As for Chen Donglian running into Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei together, that's none of my business. Even if it is my business, I didn't plan it. How could I be so clever and have so many schemes? It really was just a coincidence. I have the Lingquan space by my side, and with my body modified, even if I wanted to kill Chen Sanming, I would do it directly and violently. He didn't know how to refute their discussions. The more I explain, the more they might believe I did this. Sigh, trust the country, trust the law. I am innocent. Chen Dong took a deep breath and thought to himself, no internal strife. They can say whatever they want, as long as the country and the police don't arrest me. What am I afraid of? With that thought, Chen Dong suddenly felt enlightened. As long as they don't arrest him, they can discuss him however they like. It's better if the villagers are afraid of him. This way, no one would dare to covet his orchard. Besides, no one would dare to bully Su Yun when he is not home. And his parents have a strong presence in the village. In this era, it's like this in the countryside. The tougher you are, the more people will fear you. Otherwise, even trivial matters will be pushed onto you. Chen Dong observed his surroundings and quickly walked towards the orchard. The 8 dogs had already been sent out, naturally aiming to find those 2 people. He was walking so fast also to avoid being attacked from the shadows. Last night, before he returned from the police station, it was a new day for the Rui Pearl function to refresh, and he observed the events that could trigger Zhou Xianglan's emotional threshold in the next 3 days. He didn't see those 2 people or any assassination attempts against him. He only saw that when she returned to her mother's house, she found her daughter being mistreated. And in anger, she took her 5-year-old daughter back to Chen Liutuan. For her, now that Chen Dongsheng is dead, she is a widow again. However, since Chen Dongsheng was an orphan and the only son in his family, this home now belongs to Zhou Xianglan. In the past, because of Chen Dongsheng, she didn't dare to bring her daughter Miao Miao along. Now it's different. This home is under her control. Zhou Xianglan's fate has changed, and Chen Dong feels gratified. However, he also thinks it's somewhat wrong to use the Rui Pearl's abilities on her. Because originally, after seeing her emotional threshold for the next 3 days and how she would die to shield him from bullets, he decided not to enter the mountains on the 3rd day. Since he couldn't find those few people, he naturally wouldn't easily go into the mountains. After all, if they really wanted to kill him, they would definitely come to the village to scout, so it would be safer to wait for them in the village. With 8 dogs assisting him, plus his own precautions, as long as there were suspicious individuals in the village, Chen Dong would take the initiative to attack, eliminate a few of them, and then conveniently ask why they were targeting him. Arriving at the orchard, his parents were busy thinning the peaches. This year is a bumper year with a lot of fruit, and thinning is necessary for the fruit to grow larger and taste better. Otherwise, with so many fruits, the nutrients get scattered, and in the end, you end up with a bunch of small fruits. Small fruits can't be sold for a good price. Dad, Mom busy? Chen Dong smiled and said. His mother shot him a glance, implying that he should understand for himself. As for his father, he snorted and said irritably, Are you still Xiao Wu? I feel like you're my dad. Chen Dong responded. Chapter 124. Parents' worries. Not afraid of thieves stealing, just afraid of thieves coveting. Hey. Dad, what are you doing? I'm your son. Chen Dong waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head like a rattle. His father quickly pulled out his leather belt from his waist, pointing it at Chen Dong, and angrily said, You little brat. You dare to respond. Look at the good things you've done. Seeing his father, who was usually nimble, advancing with the belt, Chen Dong shouted, Dad, your pants are falling down. Then he dashed off to the side. As for his father's reaction, he instinctively looked at his own pants. His pants were not falling down. Chen Dong, who had run over 20 meters away, looked aggrieved and said, I was just responding to you. Dad, not saying you called me dad, and I responded. How could I let you call me dad? You are dad. You are my dad. Chen Laoshu, I see you're getting carried away. I gave you a few days of my spiritual spring water to make your body much better. Even your legs are more agile, and yet you treat me like this? Every day, you want to hit me with a belt. It's simply outrageous. No, it's completely against the heavens. Besides, you call me dad. And I shook my head to deny it. The spiritual spring water has noticeably improved the health of my parents these days. Although my father's legs are a bit more agile than before, it's impossible for them to fully recover. The spiritual spring water can alleviate injuries and even promote healing, but it can't regrow severed tendons. While the spiritual spring water is miraculous, it's not miraculous enough to be like a magic elixir. Dad, why are you so angry? Even if you want to hit me, you should at least give me a reason, right? Chen Dong made a sad face, shrugged his shoulders, and raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. His father, in a fit of anger, retorted, What do you think happened? Your good deeds last night led to Dong Lian crashing into his dad and his wife on his way home. Yesterday, in front of outsiders, the old man defended Chen Dong, saying it was all a coincidence and not something Chen Dong did on purpose. However, even he didn't believe those words. Especially after hearing so many people discussing the incident, he increasingly felt that Chen Dong had done it intentionally. After all, with so many coincidences happening together, they couldn't be mere coincidences. Although Chen Dong wasn't arrested by the police, that didn't mean he was innocent. At most, it was just that his actions were so brazen that even the police couldn't find fault, and even Dong Lian expressed gratitude to Chen Dong. In front of outsiders, he naturally protected Chen Dong fiercely, but once the door was closed, he was blunt, saying what needed to be said and scolding when necessary. Some things, even if you know them, shouldn't be spoken aloud. Such matters can lead to fatalities, and look, someone has already died. The key is offending people. Dong Lian, his uncle's family, and all his relatives. If they were to retaliate against you or our family, have you thought about the serious consequences? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. A death in this matter is certainly a big deal. The crucial point is that if Dong Lian's family seeks revenge on Chen Dong or their family, it's not so much about fearing thieves, but about being wary of their intentions. What if they sneak in during the dark or use firearms? How do we dodge that? You should know that there have been plenty of cases of people in the mountains being shot at. It would be impossible to investigate. What my parents are most worried about is this. His mother was also angry, pointing her finger at Chen Dong, saying, "Xiao Wu, what do you want me to say about you?" Chen Dong raised his right hand to the sky, with an incredibly serious expression, swearing, "Mom and Dad, I swear. I have nothing to do with Dong Lian's incident. I really just went to the restroom, and then Dong Lian stepped in it. Plus, I knew he was looking for someone to beat me up, so I was angry and chatted with him for a bit, thinking I'd get something good out of him. If what I'm saying isn't true, may lightning strike me." He wanted to say may my whole household perish, but then he thought, that's not appropriate. That would be too ridiculous. Chen Dong certainly couldn't swear on something he had done. Swearing usually pertains to things one hasn't done. He didn't dare to make casual oaths, especially since he had a rebirth experience and possessed the miraculous spiritual spring space. He wasn't even sure if there were truly any miraculous existences in this world. Hearing Chen Dong swear like this, his mother quickly stepped forward, forcefully pointing at him again, saying, "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Why are you swearing like that? It's not like you did it on purpose." Then she turned fiercely to her husband, saying, "Chen Laoshu, enough? Xiao Wu has sworn, and the police haven't done anything to him, so he definitely didn't do this on purpose. Besides, it was just a matter of him relieving himself. We can't blame that on a bowel movement." His father shook his head, a bit angry, saying, "I'm just afraid that Brother Chen Sanming and his clan might find a way to ambush Xiao Wu or our family." His mother had a what-can-we-do attitude. If they really blame Xiao Wu, then we can only be on guard. What else can we do? Just because something hasn't happened yet, we shouldn't be scared into a frenzy. If it comes to that, we can report it to the police and let them give these people a warning. Chen Dong, with a sad face, said, "Dad, I don't have that kind of ability to orchestrate such things. It's purely a coincidence." Even if Dong Lian hadn't run into Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei this time, they would have eventually crossed paths, and they would end up dead anyway. You can't keep thinking that every bad thing falls on you. We'll deal with future matters as they come. We'll stand firm against soldiers and block water with earth. What Chen Dong really wanted to say was that if those people dared to retaliate, he'd send them straight to the underworld. Nearby, Zhou Honglian, who was helping to sort the fruits, watched Chen Dong and narrowed her beautiful eyes into a fine line. She didn't know whether Chen Dong did it on purpose yesterday or if it was just a coincidence. However, she recalled some things Chen Dong had written in a note for her, such as when negotiating business with others, it's best not to let them know your cards. When interacting with people, it's wise to hold back a few tricks and not let others easily know your intentions. Also, when dealing with people, sometimes you need to learn to disguise yourself. When wanting to deal with someone, you sometimes don't need to act yourself. Find a way to shift the conflict onto someone else and subtly use their power against them. Zhou Honglian didn't know whether Chen Dong was pretending, holding back a few tricks, or using someone else's power against them. However, if this was indeed Chen Dong's doing, just thinking about it gave her a chill. I need to use my skills well and have Chen Dong teach me more things. Zhou Honglian thought to herself, wanting to keep him standing tall. Since Chen Dong had sworn that yesterday's incident with Dong Lian had nothing to do with him, there was no way his parents could say anything further about him. He helped his parents with sorting the fruits, but after a while, seeing that he wasn't doing well, His father angrily told him to stop sorting fruits and go to the fertilization pond to fetch some fertilizer water and pour a bucket of it for each fruit tree. Chun Dong eagerly went, planning to add a few drops of spiritual spring water into the fertilizer. Chapter 125, Sister Honglian. Let's go and do some post-meal exercise. This smell. Chun Dong arrived at the large pit for fermenting fertilizer, lifted the plastic bag covering it, and a foul odor rushed to his face, almost making him vomit. This fertilizer was made from animal dung, wood ash, and some chemical fertilizers mixed with water. It needed to ferment for a while, otherwise, whether applied to crops or fruit trees, it would burn the roots. In local terms, it needed to be fermented to eliminate the fire within. Such organic fertilizers require a period of fermentation and cannot be used directly on crops. Chemical fertilizers are quite expensive these days. Even if they can be bought on credit from fertilizer stations, the money must be paid back at harvest time, along with interest. Given that people here have a lot of land, if they all used chemical fertilizers, the investment would be significant. Therefore, many people use a combination of organic fertilizers and chemical fertilizers. Growing fruit trees is different from growing crops. Crops grow slowly, while fruit trees are already established, with developed roots that absorb nutrients and water much faster than dry dung, wood ash, or fertilizer granules. His father was using water fertilizer that was originally meant for dozens of acres on the fruit trees, since they were managing over 100 acres of orchards. The 30 acres that the couple had would certainly not be enough to cultivate, so they divided 15 acres each for their elder and second sisters to plant. As for Chun Dong's 30 acres, he let Uncle Yu and Heir Juzi plant it, along with more than 30 acres of land from Zhou Honglian's family, which brings them close to 100 acres of land, enough for the two of them to farm. Of course, whether it's his parents' land or Chun Dong and Zhou Honglian's land, they rented it to farm, and the cost of seeds needs to be calculated, along with the rent for the land. Their land is all planted with corn, so the cost of seeds must be accounted for. Chun Dong noticed that his parents and Zhou Honglian weren't looking this way, so he directly took out 10 drops of spiritual spring water from the spiritual spring space and dripped it into the fertilizer water. With so many trees needing fertilizer water, 10 drops of spiritual spring water should be about right. If the effect isn't significant, he can add a few more drops when he fertilizes the second crop. Chun Dong thought to himself. Then he took a long-handled ladle, suppressed the awful smell, and stirred vigorously a few times to mix the spiritual spring water evenly, scooping the fertilizer water into 2 iron buckets. Once the fertilizer water in the buckets was nearly full, he used a hook attached to a shoulder pole to carry the buckets quickly towards the trees. He poured 4 ladles of fertilizer water into the pit under each fruit tree. Soon, after an hour, Chun Dong had already watered over 50 trees. He started with the early maturing peach trees. Several varieties had grown quite large, and now it was early May. In a little over a month, they would be ripe and ready to be picked. Chun Dong, let me carry a few buckets, Zhou Honglian said as she approached after seeing Chun Dong finish watering 2 trees. Chun Dong saw his parents a bit far away and shook his head with a smile. No need, I can handle it myself. Are you worried I'll wear myself out? You know how capable I am. Chun Dong reached out and touched Zhou Honglian's ample figure. Zhou Honglian didn't dodge, but retorted, Chun Dong, are you crazy? What if your parents see? Chun Dong grinned mischievously. Well, they can't see from over there. All right, you just keep tending to your fruit, and I'll keep working. If you think this little bit of work can wear me out, then when we go back for lunch, we'll have a fierce battle of 300 rounds. Zhou Honglian rolled her eyes at Chun Dong. 300 rounds? Can you even handle that? Are you challenging me? Chun Dong raised his eyebrows and slapped her on the shoulder. It has to be 300 rounds. If it's even 1 round less, I lose. But you better not beg for mercy then. Zhou Honglian's expression changed slightly. Oh my, 300 rounds. What would I become? She thought she wouldn't even have time to beg for mercy. Begging for mercy would not spare her. But Zhou Honglian also felt a surge of excitement. She wanted to test her limits. Chun Dong watched as Zhou Honglian stood there with her legs tightly together, her hands on her thighs, her expression showing desire. Sister, if you want it, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Sister Honglian has quite a strong craving for this kind of thing. Just a day without it, and she is already thinking about it, even taking the initiative to challenge. Coincidentally, I also enjoy this endlessly. With 2 drops of spiritual spring water daily, I can be like a perpetual motion machine. Are you scared? I originally thought that during this time, Xiao Wu had made some money from hunting and would be lazy about farming like before, but today he carried so many buckets of water without any complaints. He has really grown up and become sensible. Old Dad looked at Chen Dong with scissors in hand and nodded in praise. Old Mom shook her head, saying, of course. Xiao Wu is almost a father now. Once a man becomes a father, he knows how to work hard to earn money. Old Dad sarcastically teased, oh. Xiao Chui, you're saying this now? Just a few days ago, you were mad at Xiao Wu, saying he was irresponsible and calling him an ingrate. Have you been bribed by the good food he has given you these past few days? Or what? If he didn't feed you well, would you still be saying nice things about him? Hearing Old Dad mock her, Old Mom immediately frowned and retorted, No. Xiao Wu is my son. How could I say anything bad about him? You and your nonsense. Seeing Old Mom getting angry, Old Dad felt a sense of triumph. What's wrong, Xiao Chui? Did I hit a nerve? I was just speaking the truth, right? A man grows tall and stands straight. A few days ago, you thought Xiao Wu said something to you, and you were there wiping your tears, calling him an ingrate. Seeing his partner at a disadvantage made Old Dad feel victorious. However, Old Mom turned and quickly walked towards the orchard cottage. Chen Laoshu, just wait. I'll go get the good cigarettes you've hidden and take them to the sales point. Old Dad, who had been feeling proud, suddenly looked dumbfounded and hurried after her. Xiao Chui, are you crazy? The good cigarettes the child bought for me to smoke. Why are you taking them to the sales point? They sell for much less than the original price. When Chen Dong returned home at noon, Su Yun had already prepared the meal. There was steamed rice, big steamed buns, stir-fried cured meat, stewed wild chicken pieces, and steamed dried wild duck. Not to mention a plate of dried chili sauce and a bowl of boiled fern shoots. The lunch was so simple and unpretentious. After eating, Chen Dong raised his eyebrows and, in front of Su Yun, took Zhou Honglian's hand and smiled. Sister Honglian, let us go do some post-meal exercise. Chapter 126. Xiao Wu, your brain really deserves the praise of being called a genius. A fierce battle of 300 rounds. Yes, 300 rounds. Even when Zhou Honglian begged for mercy, Chen Dong did not count even one less round. He even added an extra 100 rounds for Zhou Honglian. In the end, Zhou Honglian's hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, tears streaming down her face, and she lay limp like a boneless octopus on Chen Dong. You jerk. How am I supposed to work in the afternoon after this? If we're going to do this, it should be at night. Zhou Honglian's voice was soft and weak. Chen Dong patted her on the back. But weren't you challenging me to 300 rounds earlier? Next time, let's see if you dare to challenge again. Zhou Honglian shook her head like a rattle. I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare. She was scared. After all that peddling, was his waist made of steel? Hee. Sister Honglian, so you've surrendered, huh? All right, you take a good rest. If you're not feeling well, just stay home this afternoon, and I'll go back to the field to continue watering the fertilizer. Chen Dong gently put Zhou Honglian down and gave her a light kiss on the lips. Zhou Honglian spat lightly. I already begged for mercy early on, okay? But you, this beast, one tea let me go. Chen Dong, you're still going to work this afternoon? Don't wear yourself out. Chen Dong smugly rubbed Zhou Honglian's body and said, Don't worry, I'm a steel bull. Zhou Honglian was puzzled. What steel bull? Women are like fields, and men are like oxen. Many people say that only exhausted oxen exist, not plowed fields. But I'm a steel bull, so it's different. I can plow continuously. Chen Dong explained with a mischievous smile. Zhou Honglian. Chen Dong chuckled mischievously and then pulled up his pants and walked outside. Looking at Chen Dong's departing figure, Zhou Honglian, her cheeks flushed and full of spring, radiated happiness. Although she felt a bit scared thinking back, those repeated sensations left her reminiscing. She would dare to provoke him again next time. Wife, are you still busy? You're pregnant now. Don't work too hard. Take care to rest well. After leaving Zhou Honglian's room, Chen Dong saw Su Yun sitting in front of the sewing machine, rhythmically pedaling with both feet, and walked over to show concern. Su Yun blushed and quietly spat. The head of the household, I've just had a 2-hour nap and woke up to work. You should take it easy. Su Yun's face turned redder as she spoke. Chen Dong scratched his head, looking awkward. Oh, you're awake? I thought you were still working. I will pay attention, and try to exercise restraint. He really wanted to say, Sister, you are too tempting. I can't control myself. When you were with me before, I didn't see you like this. Su Yun's face turned even redder, with a hint of complaint in her words. Women sometimes compare themselves with each other. During the days that Zhou Honglian had been at his home, she had also been influenced by the atmosphere and knew about the time Chen Dong and Zhou Honglian spent together. This inevitably made her think of the times when Chen Dong was with her, but it wasn't like this. This made Su Yun feel quite uncomfortable at times. Although she now knew that Chen Dong treated her well, in the past, Chin Dong wasn't like this with her. Wife, people change. During this time you were pregnant. I'm not idle either. I've been exercising every day to hunt, so my physical condition has improved, which is why I'm in such good shape now. In the future, I will try to exercise restraint, and after you give birth, I will use all the energy I've saved on you. As for Sister Honglian, she can just endure it. Chin Dong hugged Su Yun from behind, his hands not being very honest. This silly wife, is she really getting jealous? The key is that she is actually jealous over this matter. You can't say she isn't a bit cute. Get off. I'm working, Su Yun said, gently pushing Chin Dong away, quietly huffing. Her face as red as a monkey's butt. Chin Dong grinned and shook Su Yun. I want to get off. Su Yun, with a flushed face, whispered, Master, I'm not angry. I'm just thinking you need to exercise restraint. I heard that doing this too much is harmful to your health. Watching Su Yun first throw a bit of a tantrum and then cautiously say this, it was a bit crafty, but not much, still written all over her face. Wife, I know. Don't worry. I'll take care of my health and eat more good food to replenish myself. Chin Dong nodded and chuckled. Su Yun nodded. Then I will cook for you in the future. Then Su Yun continued. By the way, Lon Xian has been in the county for more than a week. Why didn't she come home over the weekend a couple of days ago? Should we go to the county to see her? Of course. If you don't have time, you don't have to go, Chin Dong said, twisting Su Yun's face with a smile. Wife, you don't need to worry about this. I've been busy these days, and really haven't had time to go to the county. But I instructed Air Mao to check on Lon Xian whenever he has the time. She probably didn't come back because she was busy studying. Plus it's not convenient to get from the county to our town. She doesn't have a bicycle, so it's quite troublesome for her to come back. And even if she had a bicycle, I wouldn't dare let her ride back easily. With so many mountain roads, she is so pretty. Who knows if there would be robbers or something. Just thinking about it is quite scary. He forgot that he still had a sister-in-law. After dealing with those few people who tried to kill him, he needed to go see his sister-in-law. By the way, he could also connect more with Zhongyi. Of course, he had to bring out some clothing design drawings or finished garments. When the conversation got going, it would be more convincing to take out the designs and clothes. So if he had some time in the next few days, he would pretend to learn how to make clothes with Su Yun and draw clothing designs. Su Yun's clothing designs looked like childlike doodles in his eyes. He wondered if he showed off a bit, would it leave Su Yun, his nominal teacher, feeling a bit defeated? Of course, this would have to wait until he dealt with those people trying to kill him. The most important thing right now was to find those people and figure out a way to eliminate them. Even more so than going into the mountains to collect that wild ginseng king. 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, Chin Dong didn't dare to go out, but wandered around the village or helped out in the orchard. In these 2 days, he helped fertilize all the fruit trees with the water infused with spiritual spring. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but the fruit trees that had been fertilized earlier, both their leaves and fruits, seemed to show significant changes. And during these 2 days, Chin Dong still hadn't figured out who those 2 people were. So he planned to wait a couple more days. If that didn't work, he would have to find a way to leave the village and see if he could attract those people out. As for why those people hadn't appeared, based on Chin Dong's deductions, it was likely because they knew about the deaths in Chen Liutuan and that the police had come to their area a few times. Plus, they might have heard from other villagers about how he had used clever plots to deal with the Chun Saming family, making it sound grand. This caused those people not to dare to deal with him easily. The more Chin Dong thought about it, the more he felt this was very likely. Now, when the villagers chatted and gossiped, they talked about him as if he were Zhuge Liang reincarnated. Listening to their various versions of gossip about him, Chin Dong almost believed it himself. That noon, while Chin Dong was eating, a man in his 50s came to his house. This person was an elder from his courtyard named Chen Zhenghua. According to their family hierarchy, Chin Dong had to call him second uncle. Chen Zhenghua politely chatted with Chin Dong for a while, asking about various things. Second uncle, are you looking for me for something? Chin Dong asked. Chen Zhenghua gave a thumbs up and smiled, praising Chin Dong. Xiao Wu, your brain is really deserving of everyone's praise. They call you a match for Zhuge Liang. I indeed have something I want to ask of you. Then, as Chen Zhenghua explained the matter, Chin Dong's expression became somewhat strange because... Chapter 127, Chin Dong, am I that significant in our village? Second uncle, do you also want to be the village head? Chin Dong asked with a somewhat strange expression. The reason for his strange expression was that in the past 2 days, people had come to find Chin Dong, saying they wanted to become the village head, and even invited Chin Dong to be the village accountant or some second in command, with some even suggesting that Chin Dong run for village head, with Chin Saming dead. The village couldn't be without a village head for long. The election of the village head was conducted by several members of the village committee, who would first vote among the candidates for village head to select a few top contenders. Then, based on those top contenders, the villagers would conduct a fair and democratic vote to elect who would be the village head. Although Chun Dong secretly scolded Chen Sanming, who was a scoundrel as village head when he was alive, now many people wanted to be village head. It was simply that everyone was in it for their own benefit. Being village head had its advantages. The key was that these few who wanted to be village head came to seek Chun Dong's support first, hoping to win him over. As they said, if they had Chun Dong's assistance in becoming village head, it would be like having a hidden dragon and phoenix to assist them. Chen Dong wanted to say that they must have watched too much of the Three Kingdoms. They actually regarded him as a hidden dragon or phoenix. He liked to lie down and enjoy the company of women. As for being village head, he wouldn't even want to be a dog. In any case, Chen Dong wouldn't be the village head of Diamenzi. Well, I have this idea, so I want to gain your support, Chen Zheng was said. Xiao Wu. We are from the same courtyard. My great-grandfather and your great-grandfather are cousins from the same family. We are family. If you support me in becoming village head, I will be the first to think of your family for any good benefits in the village. As for benefits, I certainly won't skimp on your family. Chen Zheng was said seriously. Chen Dong scratched his head and said, Second uncle, I only have one vote, plus my parents and my older brother's votes. That won't be enough to support you as village head. Chen Zheng shook his head and smiled. Xiao Wu. You still don't know your significance in the hearts of the people in our village. It's just that you don't want to be village head. Otherwise, if you told everyone you wanted to be village head, I estimate that the people in our village would elect you as village head. Chen Dong scratched his head and then smiled with a hint of self-love. Really? Am I that significant in the hearts of the people in the village? Zhou Honglian, who was eating, shifted her large bottom on the stool and couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Zheng nodded and gave a thumbs up, saying, Ever since you brought down Chen Sanming, your status in our village has skyrocketed. Chen Dong, feeling anxious, quickly waved his hands and said, I'm telling you, uncle. I'm telling you, you can eat more, but don't speak nonsense. What do you mean I brought down Chen Sanming? It was Chun Donglian who killed him. It has nothing to do with me. He had to be anxious. Whenever Chen Dong pretended to be cool, he would say that he intentionally let Chun Donglian stay for a while, which led to Chun Donglian coincidentally running into Chun Sanming and his wife in an affair, resulting in Chun Sanming getting killed by Chun Donglian. He guessed that soon the police would come and take him away for questioning. In the past few days, the police had come to talk to Chen Dong 3 times, asking about what happened that night. Chen Dong truthfully said he had a stomach ache and went to the small woods to relieve himself, where he ran into Chun Donglian. Because he had encouraged Chen Dongsheng to go find someone to beat him up, they ended up arguing for a while. As for the incident where Chun Donglian ran into Chun Sanming and Zhao Damei, that was purely coincidental. What Chen Dong said was exactly the same as what Chun Donglian said. During the 3 times the police questioned him, they didn't suspect him of killing Chun Dongsheng because, in terms of timing, it was impossible. According to the information Chen Dong received, the police kept asking him because Chun Donglian's uncle's family and Zhao Damei's family had repeatedly reported to the police, claiming that Chen Dong intentionally let Chun Donglian run into Chun Sanming and Zhao Damei. Since they reported it, the police had to respond. However, after confirming that Chen Dong had no suspicion of committing a crime, the leading police officer assured Chen Dong that they would explain the situation to the deceased family. If they continued to harass Chen Dong, the police would handle it according to the law. Yes, I understand. This matter has nothing to do with you. Chun Zhenghua quickly nodded like pounding garlic, wearing an expression of understanding. Seeing him like this, Chen Dong wanted to say, Uncle, what do you understand? This matter has nothing to do with me, not in the way you think. That I want you to say it has nothing to do with me, while in fact, I did it. Chen Dong felt he was getting confused himself. Uncle, being the village head is not an easy job. Chen Dong shook his head. Chen Ergu, look at what you're saying. Even though you and I are from the same clan, I don't really want to help you. Chen Zhenghua quickly said, Xiao Wu, as long as you stand up and say a few words during the village head election in a couple of days, and help me pull some votes, wouldn't my becoming village head be settled? Chen Dong shook his head again. Uncle, if I do that, it wouldn't be good. Chen Zhenghua dug into his pocket and stuffed a small bundle of grain tickets into Chen Dong's hand. Xiao Wu, this is 100 jin of flour tickets. Chen Dong. He really wanted to say, Uncle, you're being so straightforward? Chen Dong's face showed a troubled expression. All right then, for your sake, as my uncle. I'll help you pull some votes during the village head election. As for whether you can get elected, that can't be blamed on me. 100 gene of flower tickets. This matter must be settled. Chen Zhenghua nodded and smiled. I know this. If you don't get elected, it's definitely not your fault. But you must guarantee that you can only help me pull votes. That is for sure, since I accepted yours. You are my uncle. Who else would I support? Chen Dong laughed heartily, almost letting something slip. Chen Zhenghua laughed and said, then it's settled. You only support me, so now it's up to me. Becoming village head is a done deal. He spoke with a very confident expression. From Chen Dong's perspective, who had been in the business world for many years, experienced a lot, and seen countless people, he sensed a cunning aura from Chen Jinghua's expression. Soon, the next morning, while helping in the orchard, Chen Dong heard his father talking and learned about some of Chen Jinghua's moves. Chen Dong immediately felt a black line on his forehead, realizing that the rural tricks were quite deep, because Chen Zhenghua was actually spreading the news in the village that he had his support for village head, saying that in the future, if there were any developmental routes in the village, he would consult him. How shameless could he be? After hearing his father's words, Chen Dong couldn't help but curse loudly. The city has deep tricks, but the rural folks have their own tricks too. He never expected that after Chen Zhenghua obtained his promise to support him as village head, he would pull such a stunt. This was simply using his name to raise a banner and beat the drum. Fortunately, the reforms and opening up have begun. Otherwise, if Chen Zhenghua got a little power, and if he didn't handle it well, he would really dare to declare himself king or emperor or something. In the end, the one who would get the gun would be Chen Dong. Chen Dong had seen some newspapers. In this era, there really were some remote mountain villages where someone declared themselves king or emperor and ruled for several years, complete with queens, concubines, princes, and everything. They said that since he promised to help him pull votes, that's why he dared to say such things to our villagers. Otherwise, how would he have the courage to say that? What are you getting involved in this for? I'll go find Ergu and give him a piece of my mind. He shouldn't be using your name to pull votes. If he keeps doing this, it would be better for you to be village head. His father took a puff from his cigarette, then extinguished it with his bare hands, pinching it between his ear, and snorted. Chen Dong shook his head. Dad, what village head am I? All right, Dad, let us not care about how Chen Ergu is using my name to pull votes. He is from our yard. If he becomes village head, our family won't miss out on benefits. His father looked at Chen Dong strangely and said, you're speaking up for Chen Ergu. You didn't take any benefits from him, did you? Chen Dong awkwardly replied. He insisted on giving me 100 gene of flower tickets. I really couldn't turn him down. After hearing this, his father wanted to take off his belt to hit him, but after 2 tries, the belt didn't come off. Then he picked up a stick lying on the side, and before his father could swing the belt, Chen Dong had already run far away. Dad, what are you doing? I'm already of an age. I'm a significant person in our village. Can't you give me some face? You're old? Are you older than me? Let me ask you, are you older than me? Are you my father, or am I your father? And you're a significant person? You're a big person, my ass. His father raised the stick and swung it in the air, angrily shouting. Chen Dong quickly nodded and smiled. Dad, you are my father. You are my father. I said this to avoid you hitting me. Chen Laoshu, if we're talking about soul age, I'm really almost your father. Thinking of this, Chen Dong felt very filial. His father angrily said, you haven't held any official position, yet you've learned to bribe and accept bribes. It's a good thing you haven't become an official. If you did, it would be a disaster. Chen Dong said, Dad, look at what you're saying. He asked my uncle. He saw my family was in difficulty and gave me some food to help with living. Besides, let us talk about the matter. I'm not an official at all. Where did the bribery come from? Tell me, am I right? His father, with a sullen face, slowly walked forward while nodding. Right. What you said is all right. Regarding his father's little actions, Chen Dong naturally kept an eye on him. When his father was getting close, he directly took off running a distance again. His father angrily shouted, you little brat, don't run if you have guts. Chen Dong shook his head and said, Dad, I'm not running away. Am I supposed to wait for you to hit me? Dad, it's you who's being unreasonable. If what you said made sense, I would just take a couple of hits from you and let it go. His father, at his age, still had such a temper, getting angry every few days. No wonder he didn't live long in his past life. At that moment, his mother also walked over from a distance, pouting and shouting. What are you two doing? It's a fine morning, and you're not working. Are you two just putting on a show? Angered, his father explained the situation to Chen Dong, and his mother, somewhat annoyed, scolded Chen Dong. You little rascal, Are you trying to make your father angry? What if you end up making him sick? Your father hasn't even held your child yet. Although his mother seemed fierce, she winked at Chen Dong, urging him to leave quickly. Chen Dong replied, "All right, Dad. I know I was wrong. Don't be angry anymore. I'm leaving now, and I'll have Xiaoyan make you some good food for lunch." It was only because of his mother that he dared to say such harsh words, bringing up life and death casually. After Chen Dong left, his mother intentionally scolded, "You're right. That little rascal can't settle down." Luckily, he didn't become the village chief. Otherwise, with a little temptation like food stamps, he would be caught and end up in trouble. His father's face darkened immediately, and he shook his head, saying irritably, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was just scaring him. He never wanted to be the village chief, and even if he did, I wouldn't let him." "What do you mean by getting in trouble?" "He is still hunting. Why would I talk about him getting into trouble?" Hunters in the mountains are most wary of such things. There are many who shoot behind people's backs. His mother retorted, "I'm just saying this to calm you down, and you're blaming me for it." If Chen Dong knew that his parents were arguing over him, he would probably laugh to death. Naturally, Chen Dong did not go to find Chen Zhenghua to tell him not to use his name to rally votes. It didn't matter to him. After all, Chen Zhenghua was an elder from his own courtyard, and if he became the village chief, it would benefit their whole courtyard. That's how it is in the countryside. Family ties are strong. For example, when it comes to relatives, they will always lend a hand together. Plus, Chen Dong had taken 100 pounds of flower stamps from Chen Zhenghua. There was a bit of a feeling of being indebted for receiving something. 2 days flew by. Chen Dong still did not go into the mountains to hunt. He was just moving around the village and orchard. However, secretly, 8 dogs were sweeping the area around the village every day, searching for the 2 suspicious individuals based on the 2 sketches he had drawn. These 8 dogs had almost plowed the area within 2 miles of the village, but they still hadn't found the 2 suspicious people. Without finding the suspicious individuals, Chen Dong didn't plan to go into the mountains. He wasn't sure if he would be ambushed by those people once he entered. It's not like it's a time of war. He knew there were tigers in the mountains, yet he would walk towards the tiger's den. Isn't that foolish? This was risking his life. Naturally, he wouldn't risk his life to lure those people out. He preferred to stay cautious. As for the century-old wild ginseng king, if he went too late and it was found by those hunting people, he could only say he didn't deserve to have it. He didn't lack a century-old wild ginseng king. He lacked money. However, if he truly wanted to do business and make money in the future, earning the money from that century-old ginseng king wouldn't be difficult. For Chen Dong, the most he felt was knowing about the existence of that century-old wild ginseng king, but not being able to get it, which was just a prick in his heart. The body of Chen Dongcheng was buried on the mountain yesterday. Since he had no children, his line would end, so he wasn't buried in the ancestral grave. He was killed by falling stones from the mountain, and the police investigated for 2 days. Mainly because Chen Donglian's uncle and his family reported that Chen Dongcheng was killed by Chen Dong. The police naturally conducted an on-site investigation. Combined with the testimony from Chen Donglian, it turned out that Chen Dong couldn't have committed the crime because he didn't have the time to do so. Since Chen Dongcheng was young and had no children or a spouse, his parents were both deceased. His funeral was quite simple, with only a few relatives attending. And they didn't even cry. Zhou Xianglan brought her daughter to stay with Chen Dongcheng's family. Seeing them, a mother and daughter duo in such a pitiful state, Chen Dong thought he would take good care of them in the future. Since Chen Dongcheng had just died, Chen Dong didn't go to find Zhou Xianglan to talk about feelings. Another 2 days passed, and his mind's eye ability had accumulated 7 times. During these 7 days, he used the Rui Pearl's ability every day to view events that might trigger emotional thresholds for the people around him over the next 3 days. In summary, there were no winds, no waves, and no conflicts in Chunliutuan. That morning, Chen Zhenghua found Chen Dong. Chen Dong was planning to question him, saying, "You, Chen Ergu, have been using my name to rally votes in the village these past few days. That's really too much." However, before Chen Dong could speak, Chen Ergu was shaking his head and pounding his chest, appearing extremely furious. When he heard what Chen Zhenghua said, Chen Dong secretly laughed, thinking, "Good, you really deserve it." Heaven has eyes. Chapter 129. What I have in my hands, you can't take away. This is ridiculous. The town actually sent someone from the government to be our village chief. And it's a woman in her 30s. Where's the logic in that? I'm so furious. I never expected this to happen. Otherwise, I would have been almost certain to win this village chief election. When the villagers heard that I supported you, they all promised to vote for me. I'm so angry. The more I talk, the angrier I get. Chen Jingwa's anger grew, his eyes almost bulging, to the point of being somewhat deranged. Chen Dong quickly said, "Second uncle, don't be so anxious. There's a saying, a blessing in disguise. Not becoming the village chief might actually be a good thing. Besides, it's just a village chief. Whether you become one or not doesn't really matter." Chen Zhengwei shook his head angrily. This is the first time our family has been so close to having someone in power. If I had become the village chief, our ancestors would have been so happy. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I'm so mad. Xiao Wu, why don't you help me design a plan to get rid of the new village chief? Or, if that doesn't work, we can do something like we did with Chen Sanming, using someone else's knife to kill. A fierce expression appeared on Chen Jingwa's face, his eyes revealing a killing intent. Chen Dong became anxious. "I swear, second uncle, what do you mean by using someone else's knife to kill like with Chen Sanming? If you say that, I'll really get angry. The death of Chen Sanming has nothing to do with me. I swear it has nothing to do with me. You think his death is related to me? What do you mean by that? The police have already investigated 5 times. It has nothing to do with me. What you're saying is really inappropriate. And also, look at what you're doing. I agreed to help you rally votes. But I never said you could use my name to tell others that I support you. If they don't vote for you, don't let me know, or I'll stand up for you. Did I ever say that?" Chen Dong said angrily to Chen Zhenghua. "Due to the fact that we are from the same courtyard, I just let it slide when you did this. But I'm really angry that you said I used a borrowed knife to kill Chen Sanming." Seeing Chen Dong getting angry, Chen Zhenghua quickly said, "Xiao Wu, listen to me. I was just anxious because I couldn't become the village chief. I know you didn't kill Chen Sanming, but people in the village say you used a borrowed knife, which led to Chen Dong killing Chen Sanming. As for the village chief position, let's forget it. We really can't compete with the one sent by the town. When I mentioned making plans against her to drive her out of our village, just take it as a joke." Chen Zhenghua continued in a negotiating tone, "Xiao Wu, I can't become the village chief. But I heard that after the new village chief takes office, our village's cadre team will be re-elected. Help me gather some votes. I want to be the second in command." I said, "Second uncle, you are obsessed with being an official. To be honest, you are not cut out for it, so don't think about being the second in command. I won't help you," Chen Dong said sternly. Chen Dong was really fed up with Chen Zhenghua. If he weren't his uncle from the same courtyard, he would have given him 2 electric shocks. Originally, Chen Zhenghua had always given Chen Dong the impression of being a simple and capable farmer. But now, he was changing so quickly just to become a village official. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Chen Zhenghua quickly said in a negotiating tone, "Xiao Wu, help me one last time. I really want to be an official to bring glory to the family." Chen Dong shook his head, "Second uncle, forget about being an official. Since the town has appointed the village chief, they must have some background. Maybe they are just here to gain experience. Many children of big shots go to the countryside for this purpose before entering high-level agencies. You want to be a village official just to profit, right? If you try to profit in front of them, do you think they won't report you immediately? Just wait to be in trouble." Chen Dong's words stunned Chen Zhenghua, who scratched his head and said, I'm not reconciled. But you are right. I do want to gain benefits from being a village official. If the new village chief finds out, I might really get into trouble." "Xiao Wu, you are indeed a strategist, thinking so far ahead." Chen Dong was sweating profusely, thinking, what strategist? This idiom is supposed to be a compliment, but coming from you, it feels like an insult. The key is that you really want to be a village official just to make money. Can't you be a little more subtle? Why say it so directly? He was really exasperated. "Xiao Wu, when this village chief leaves, I want to be the next village chief, and you have to help me gather votes," Chen Zhenghua said in a negotiating tone. Chen Dong nodded. "What does breaking the bag mean?" Chen Zhenghua asked in confusion. Chen Dong face-bombed. "This is English. Meaning no problem. Talking English to this country bumpkin is like playing the lute to a cow." He agreed so readily to help Chen Zhenghua gather votes for the next village chief just to keep him calm. Otherwise, he was afraid he would stick to him like a plaster. Chen Dong planned that in the future, when he saw him, he would avoid him at all costs. After all, he couldn't just get rid of him. Chen Zhenghua, no matter what, was still his uncle. Chen Zhenghua gave Chen Dong a thumbs up. "Xiao Wu, you are impressive, even studying foreign languages, truly the strategist of our village." "Second uncle, I still have some work to do. I need to get busy," Chen Dong said. Just as he heard Chen Ergo mention strategist again, Chen Dong felt his scalp tingle and then issued an eviction order. "Xiao Wu, I have something to discuss," Chen Zhenghua said awkwardly. Chen Dong replied, "Second uncle, just say it directly. I've put a lot into gathering votes these days. All my savings are invested. I feel embarrassed to ask, but can you lend me 100 gene of flower tickets? I really need it now. As he spoke, Chen Jingwa's voice began to tremble with emotion. Chen Dong shook his head. Second uncle, I don't have any flower tickets left. I've exchanged them for grain to feed the dogs. Now my family has invested all the money in fertilizing fruit trees, and I was thinking of borrowing 300 to 500 from you. You want to take back what I gave you, using my name to promote yourself in the village? What kind of dream are you having? Once something is in my hands, you can forget about taking it back. Upon hearing that Chen Dong wouldn't give him the flower tickets and was asking to borrow money, Chen Zhengguo was so frightened that he quickly ran away. After Chen Zhengguo left, Chen Dong's father looked radiant, as if he was in high spirits, and came over. Chapter 130. Zhou Honglian. Even if you hit me, I still like you. Xiao Wu, what did Ergo want you for? Did he say something about not being able to become village chief? His father asked with a smile. Dad, you're amazing, just like a living strategist. Chen Dong said. After mentioning living strategist, he recalled Chen Jingwa's compliment and felt his scalp tingle. No way, he had a bit of a reflex to the term strategist. Of course, being called a dog-headed military advisor by the villagers, how could his father be worse than him? His father snorted, trying to boast. Dad, I'm not a dog-headed military advisor. I'm clearly a strategist, okay? Chen Dong quickly argued. In his view, being a dog-headed military advisor was worse than being a strategist. But after saying strategist, he had a reflex reaction, shaking his head and frowning as he quickly changed the subject. Dad, why do you look so happy, like you just ate something delicious? Did something good happen? The village committee is holding a villagers' representative meeting tonight, and the newly arrived village chief will host it. He mainly wants to understand our village's specific situation from the representatives and advanced villagers to form a new village leadership team. I was selected as an advanced villager, and you were selected as a village representative. Don't forget to go to the village committee meeting tonight, his father said with an uncontrollable smile. Our family has one advanced villager and one village representative. This is really a stroke of luck. Chen Dong couldn't help but roll his eyes. Dad, don't get too carried away. It's just one advanced villager and one representative. Stop listening to those stories. He had bought a dual-purpose tape recorder with dry batteries. And Su Yin mentioned that in the orchard, they would listen to the radio while working. Since dry batteries were not expensive, it was just for listening. His mother liked to listen to Northeast Air Rinjuan, while his father preferred storytelling. The two often argued about what to listen to, just for attending a village meeting. His father was making such a big deal about it, calling it a double talent. This was a side effect of listening to storytelling. What do you know? Our village has over 700 people, and over 60 were invited to tonight's villagers' representative meeting. It's rare for a family to have two members attending together. Don't underestimate the village representatives and advanced farmers. As great people once said, the working people are the most glorious, his father said angrily, and then habitually reached for his belt. Chen Dong instinctively dodged. Dad, advanced villagers can't be shouting about beating their sons all day. Forget it. I won't say anything, as long as you're happy. Chen Laojin, you're speaking so eloquently now. You really want to be advanced, huh? Oh wait. Now Dad is the advanced villager. No wonder he is so puffed up. You little rascal, I was just trying to scare you. Besides, I haven't hit you recently. Every time I try to hit you, you run away. His father said angrily, puffing out his cheeks. Chen Dong walked a distance and said, Dad, you can't do this. If you hit me and don't run away, then I won't be like Erju anymore. I'm going home to eat. Looking at Chen Dong's retreating figure, his father shook his head with a smile. Sometimes his son made him very angry, but at the same time, he felt very gratified. Truly, he was a good son. Sister Honglian, I'm back. Chen Dong called out to Zhou Honglian, who was wearing a pink and white shirt, a white sun hat, and holding a hoe while looking at the grass. Zhou Honglian was already sweating on her forehead and even on her back, where the sweat soaked her shirt, revealing the bright red dress she wore underneath. Although she was dressed in a long shirt and pants, it couldn't hide her alluring figure. Not to mention, Chen Dong found it very exciting just to look at her all day. Even his mother complimented Zhou Honglian's figure, saying she was capable and even thought about introducing her to someone. However, Chen Dong told his mother to mind her own business. As Sister Honglian had no intention of dating, her man had just left, and yet his mother was already thinking about matchmaking. Chen Dong told his mother to take care of her own little plot of land and not meddle in others' affairs. His mother stubbornly claimed she wasn't meddling, just casually mentioning that she thought Zhou Honglian was a good girl. She then asked Chen Dong if Ersa had been bothering him again and suggested she should handle Ersa. Chen Dong replied that it wasn't the case, and that he was just making an analogy. Ever since that day when Chun Dong had angrily killed Chun Saming and Zhao Demiai, rumors spread in the village that Chun Dong had used a brilliant strategy to deal with their family. As a result, Ersa had become more subdued, because she believed what the villagers said, and she thought those words made sense. During these few days when there was no work in the fields, she would help out in the orchard and was quite enthusiastic and polite while chatting with Su Yun. Although she didn't talk to Chun Dong, it was evident she had learned to keep her mouth shut and no longer dared to speak carelessly. That's how it is in the countryside. When you become strong enough, others will develop a sense of respect for you. You're back so early. It's not even noon yet. Zhou Honglian turned her head, wiped the sweat from her face, and smiled at Chun Dong. Chun Dong shook his head and said, "I'm done for now. The sun is so harsh. What if you get sunburned?" Then he chuckled and added, "I feel sorry for you." He continued, "Let's go home and sit around waiting for food." Zhou Honglian's face turned slightly red as she spat. "It's noon, and I won't work. I didn't work properly that afternoon," and Annie stared at me, asking if my legs were uncomfortable because I was walking unsteadily. Chun Dong mischievously replied, "I said sit, not work, Sister Honglian. You don't want to work again, do you?" The shyness of a woman is a man's badge of honor. As they walked out of the orchard and saw no one around, Chun Dong suddenly hugged Zhou Honglian and ran forward quickly. Zhou Honglian was startled, her face filled with worry, her jade-like face flushed, and she playfully hit Chun Dong's back with her small fists, saying he was reckless and not afraid of being seen by others. Chun Dong laughed, saying, "The more you hit me, the more I like you." This made Zhou Honglian giggle. Then Zhou Honglian joked, "Even if you hit me, I still like you." Chun Dong then playfully punched Zhou Honglian's big backside twice, causing her to shout in surprise, tears streaming down her face. It was a little painful, but more so, she was amused by Chun Dong's antics, laughing until she cried. Of course, he only carried Zhou Honglian for a short distance, and then they walked side by side. However, even that short distance made Zhou Honglian feel an indescribable thrill. Setting aside Chun Dong's prowess in that aspect, he made her feel light, happy, and a sense of happiness with a touch of surprise. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew she couldn't live without Chun Dong right now. Zhou Honglian was indeed very capable. After returning home, she surprisingly helped Su Yun cook after washing her hands. Su Yun initially said she could handle it, but Zhou Honglian insisted that cooking a couple of dishes wasn't tiring, and standing while pregnant was inconvenient. Seeing the two women getting along so well, Chun Dong felt very gratified. If they were harmonious, he had no worries. As for Zhou Xianglan, she certainly wouldn't bring him any troubles. Yesterday, he met Zhou Xianglan, and she gave him a folded note. Chun Dong opened it and couldn't help but smile. This rural woman actually played the game of sending letters like a homing pigeon. A few years ago, every village had adult literacy classes, so people in their 20s and 30s could manage basic arithmetic and many common Chinese characters. If they couldn't write, they would use pinyin. The letter was written in a somewhat crooked script, with many words replaced by pinyin. In her letter, she conveyed that since Chun Dongchang had just died, they should take a break from their matters. She stated that she would never marry again or look for another man in her lifetime, only recognizing Chun Dong as her man, of course, if he didn't mind. She also wrote some very straightforward love messages, such as "I think of you every day," and "I can't help but shed tears." As a young woman and a widow, she had a double impact. Zhou Xianglan was much more flirtatious than Zhou Honglian. However, Zhou Xianglan's flirtation was internal, while Zhou Honglian's was external. The two had quite different personalities. For lunch, they had stir-fried wild boar meat, smoked bear meat, dried deer meat, and stir-fried vegetables, served with steamed buns and rice. The white flour buns were made from the 100 jin of flour tickets given to him by Chen Jinghua, which he exchanged for 100 jin of flour. With such a big splurge, Chun Dong had almost bought up all the 100 jin of white flour that had just arrived at the sales point. Because there was no refrigerator, they made the wild boar, bear, and deer meat into preserved, smoked, and dried meats. Of course, it couldn't compare to fresh meat. However, in this era, having meat to eat was already quite good. In his spiritual space, there were still 3 wild boars, as well as plenty of wolf meat, deer hooves, heads, and offal. However, these had decreased by more than half compared to before. The main reason was that the 8 hunting dogs had big appetites, consuming 30 to 40 jin of offal daily, along with some cornmeal porridge. Although he would take the dogs to a deserted place by the mountain in the morning and evening to feed them the offal, he still had to supplement their porridge when he returned home. This was primarily to conceal things from Su Yun and Zhou Honglian. The spiritual space was his secret. No matter who it was, they had to keep this secret. It was an unchangeable principle. If he took the dogs out every day and they didn't eat anything when they came back, wouldn't that raise suspicions from Su Yun and Zhou Honglian over time? On the other hand, it was also to ensure the dogs had a balanced diet so they could grow healthier. Having gotten used to offal, the dogs naturally didn't like eating vegetable soup and cornmeal porridge. However, with Da Huang the dog translator around, coupled with the allure of the spiritual spring water, they still managed to finish their vegetable soup and cornmeal porridge. Now, these 8 hunting dogs had changed significantly compared to when Qindong had just been reborn. Each one had grown strong and muscular, comparable in size to gray wolves. As for their strength, speed, and endurance, they were much stronger than gray wolves. Each hunting dog could independently hunt down a wild boar king. Hey, look at this skirt I made for Lanxin this morning. What do you think? Su Yun felt a bit embarrassed and said to Qindong. Qindong smiled and said, Wife, your cooking skills are definitely fine. Then Su Yun puffed out her cheeks, pouted her lips, looking like a goldfish blowing bubbles, and blushed as she shyly replied, Your skills are the impressive ones. I can't compare to you. At this point, Su Yun felt a sense of shame. A couple of days ago, Qindong had asked Air Mao to bring back a few books on garment making from the bookstore in the county, and she was learning from those books how to draw clothing patterns and how to make clothes. Qindong also joined in, learning how to draw clothing patterns from her. In just one day, Qindong's drawings looked quite good, while her drawings were still somewhat clumsy. What hit Su Yun the hardest was when Qindong said that using the sewing machine to make clothes was quite interesting, and then asked her to teach him how to operate the sewing machine, how to cut the fabric, and how to make clothes. Su Yun briefly explained, then told Qindong to follow what was written in the book. The main thing was that Su Yun herself was also a novice at making clothes, and her results weren't that great either. However, last night, Qindong stayed up late under the oil lamp, figuring out how to make clothes until 2 or 3 in the morning. Then, this morning, when Su Yun woke up and saw the patterns Qindong had drawn and the 2 nearly finished skirts he had made, she and Zhou Honglian were both stunned. Although the skirts weren't completely finished, the shapes of the clothes were already quite good. Moreover, the clothing patterns Qindong drew looked comparable to those in the book. Su Yun and Zhou Honglian couldn't believe how Qindong achieved this. Qindong replied, Is this really that hard? I read the clothing pattern book twice, then understood how to cut and use the sewing machine, and then I just did it. Su Yun and Zhou Honglian were left speechless upon hearing this. Zhou Honglian comforted Su Yun, saying that Qindong might have a talent for clothing design and production. From what she knew, whether in ancient or modern times, men often had a better talent for making clothes than women. Many tailors are men, so Su Yun shouldn't feel bad about it. But how could Su Yun not care a little? Originally, she wanted to make clothes for Qindong and Zhou Honglian, and the sewing machine, fabric, and clothing design books were all bought for her by Qindong. In the end, she hadn't figured out much. Yet, Qindong, who was just joining in for fun, learned a little and then drew and made clothes that were directly better than hers. She was so discouraged. It was like a scholar going to the capital for the exam, and on a whim, he signed up his study companion for the exam as well. In the end, the scholar failed, but the study companion passed with flying colors. How could that not be disheartening? Wife, this dress you made is pretty good, but there are some issues here and there. As long as you tidy up a bit, it should be fine. Qindong said gently while holding the dress Su Yun made for Zhou Lanxin. Su Yun, blushing, stammered, Husband, why don't you help me modify it? She didn't know how to make the modifications Qindong mentioned. Wife, I can help you with the changes, but we have to agree that you can't cry, okay? I didn't expect I had this talent for making clothes, Qindong said in a negotiating tone. Besides, I'm so skilled, and you're my wife, so you should be happy, right? After all, we're a couple. Su Yun puffed out her cheeks, took a deep breath, and nodded, looking like she was about to cry. Though she said that, it was still too heart-wrenching. Seeing Su Yun like this, Qindong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Wife, it's not unfair that you lost to me. I spent 2 or 3 decades in my past life studying clothing making. Wife, can you handle my 2 or 3 decades of skill? Chapter 132, Sister-in-Law. Qindong, didn't you say you were only trying the skirt? However, Qindong did not modify this dress first because it was made for his sister-in-law Zhou Lanxin. Since she wasn't around and there was no rush to make it for her, he planned to finish the skirts for Su Yun and Zhou Honglian first. The dress he made for Su Yun was a loose, slightly puffy design, made from cotton fabric in a light yellow color. Summer was approaching, and cotton was breathable, light-colored, and did not absorb heat. Plus, it did not contain chemical materials. Su Yun was pregnant now, and in those days, there was no air conditioning in summer. And many rural homes didn't even have electricity, so they couldn't use fans. Although the house in the county had electricity, it was unstable and few people used fans. Pregnant women dreaded summer mainly due to the heat, so it was still more comfortable to stay in the mountain village, where the temperature was at least several degrees lower than in the city. The dress for Zhou Honglian was a red mid-length skirt with a diagonal pleated design, the hemline extending diagonally, showcasing an elegant quality. The fabric was a polyester cotton blend, which combined the advantages of polyester's durability and crispness with the comfort and breathability of cotton. The dress designed for Su Yun was a standard dress shape, while the skirt designed for Zhou Honglian not only had a diagonal pleated hem, but also featured a novel design on the upper part. Originally, when Chun Dong was drawing the clothing design, Zhou Honglian thought the skirt looked a bit strange. But after seeing the nearly finished skirt, she was instantly impressed and couldn't help but show her liking for it. Women have no resistance to beautiful clothes. Soon, it was time to eat. Zhou Honglian's cooking was excellent, and several dishes were delicious. With the right seasonings, her cooking was indeed remarkable. If it were purely a comparison of cooking skills, Zhou Honglian's dishes were better than Su Yun's. She was indeed a very capable woman. After finishing the meal, Chun Dong sat in front of the sewing machine, first using scissors to cut the fabric, then skillfully operating the sewing machine, occasionally sewing with a needle. The stitches he made with the needle were impressive, even for Su Yun, who often sewed clothes. Chun Dong joked that he had played with guns since he was a child, which was much more complicated than sewing clothes. Su Yun believed him, but felt even more discouraged. It wasn't that Chun Dong was intentionally trying to undermine Su Yun. It was just a skirt after all. He didn't need to hide anything. Besides, it was a skirt he was making for her. If she felt discouraged, a little hug and kiss would calm her down. "Wife, this skirt looks just right on you. The fit will be fine when August comes around," Chun Dong said, gently stroking her slightly protruding belly as he helped her change into the finished skirt. He then patted her on the bottom and smiled. "I think the skirt you made for Sister Honglian looks great too," Su Yun murmured enviously. Smack! Chun Dong playfully slapped Su Yun's bottom and laughed. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you jealous of Sister Honglian?" Su Yun's face turned red, and her bottom wiggled a bit restlessly. "I am not. I just think the skirt you made for Sister Honglian looks much better than mine." Chun Dong couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Wife, you're different now. You're pregnant. In a month or two, your belly will be even bigger. Wearing pretty skirts won't be suitable for you. Next year, I'll make you a dozen beautiful skirts. How about that?" With her face flushed, Su Yun nodded. Okay." Seeing his little wife looking wronged, Chun Dong reached out and poked her nose, then wrapped one arm around her waist while the other hand wandered over her body. However, after a while, Su Yun, blushing, pushed Chun Dong away and said, "Head of the family, you should go find Sister Honglian." Chun Dong shook his head and said, "Wife, do you dislike me?" No. It's just that I can't do that with you right now, so I'm holding back," Su Yun said, blushing. "Actually, the doctor said there shouldn't be any problem this month. So what do you think?" Hearing this, Chun Dong quickly shook his head and said, "Wife, we're both doing this for the child. We can only endure it for now. You should take a break at noon." He felt that his little wife was being too wronged. She was pregnant, and Chun Dong was starting to be cautious. He placed a lot of importance on his first child. "Sai, we can only endure it. It's tough." Ma Fei went to find Sister Honglian. He took the skirt he made for Zhou Honglian and went to her room. At that moment, Zhou Honglian was sitting at a small table, carefully reading the notes Chun Dong had written for her. Chun Dong updated the notes daily. "Yes, daily updates. Otherwise, I won't update. Sister Honglian, the skirt I made for you is ready. Come try it on," Chun Dong said with a smile. Seeing that Chun Dong had finished the skirt, Zhou Honglian quickly stood up and took the skirt he handed over. "Do I have to take off my clothes to try it on?" Chun Dong's hands became restless as he looked at her body. Then Zhou Honglian put on the skirt and took it off again. "Chun Dong, didn't you say to try on the skirt?" "I did say to try it on, but I didn't say it was just for trying on. Stop messing around. We still have work to do this afternoon." After some time, over an hour passed, leaving Zhou Honglian lying on the bed, limbs sprawled out and covered in sweat. As for Chun Dong, he really just took a little while. He didn't act like before. Of course, if Zhou Honglian hadn't pushed him out, saying they had to work in the afternoon, he would have kept dragging Zhou Honglian to work. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, and the sun was really hot. It wasn't yet time to work. Su Yun was resting, and Zhou Honglian was also resting since they had work to do in the afternoon. Chun Dong was busy day and night. but he drank the spiritual spring water every day, so his physical condition was great. With nothing to do, he looked at the unfinished skirt for Zhou Lanxin on the sewing machine and went forward to help. The skirt he was making for Zhou Lanxin was made of blue denim fabric, which Chen Dong had bought from the city supply and marketing cooperative. This kind of fabric couldn't even be found in the county supply and marketing cooperative. This blue denim fabric was goods brought from the port city by the city supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Lanxin liked denim fabric, so Chen Dong thought to make her a fitted denim dress. The skirts made for Su Yun and Zhou Honglian were also made from fabric sourced from the port city. In that era, the difference between domestic fabric and port city fabric was still quite obvious. Of course, the price was also quite different. It's just that Chen Dong wasn't short on money, and his consumption mindset wasn't that of a miser. He was willing to buy things for them and their parents. His old man had already given him the prepared bear bile, and Chen Dong stored the bear bile in the spiritual spring space. Looking at the current market situation, the bear bile in his hands was worth a couple of thousand, plus the bear skin, deer skin, and wolf skin could also sell for a few hundred. He wasn't short on money right now. Whether he sold the bear bile or not didn't matter. It would appreciate in value anyway. After a series of operations that didn't even take half an hour, Chen Dong finished the fitted denim dress, checked the waist and other measurements, and felt that there shouldn't be any problems. With Chen Dong's keen eye, there wouldn't be much error in the clothing size. Just as he finished the denim dress, he heard Air Mao's loud voice in the yard. "Xiao Wu, look who I brought. Air Mao is here." Chen Dong put down the clothes and walked out of the room, only to see that besides Air Mao, there was another person. And it turned out to be Zhou Lanxin. Zhou Lanxin was carrying a canvas bag, wearing the set of jeans and denim jacket he had bought for her, and still had her hair in 2 ponytails. It had been a while since they last saw each other, and Zhou Lanxin seemed to have become much fairer and prettier. "Lanxin, you're back. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become prettier." Chen Dong approached with a smile. Zhou Lanxin's face turned red up to her neck, and she tilted her head away on purpose, making pig-like snorts. Air Mao laughed and said, "Xiao Wu, it's over for you. Your sister-in-law isn't close to you anymore." Chen Dong pretended to be angry and shook his head. "If she's not close, then she's not close. Anyway, she's grown up and will get married sooner or later." Zhou Lanxin's face turned even redder, and she stomped her foot and pouted. "Brother-in-law, what are you saying? I'm ignoring you." After saying that, she tried to carry her bag into the house. Chen Dong didn't let this little girl off easily and asked Air Mao, "Air Mao, how did you bring Lanxin back?" Air Mao replied, "I just came back to see my dad. His leg has been hurting a bit lately. So my brother and sister thought about bringing him to the county for a few days to stay in the hospital. He is a war veteran and enjoys state benefits, so he doesn't spend any money on medical treatment. Just send him to the hospital and let him stay for a while. If you don't send him, who will?" Chen Dong laughed and scolded, "Air Mao, you little rascal. You're about to become a formal police officer, eating the state's food. Yet you say such things that undermine socialism. Do you believe I'll report you?" "Xiao Wu, what do you mean? Are you trying to use a knife to kill me too? You little from Chun Lu Tun." Chen Dong felt a headache coming on from the stress. "Air Mao, stop talking nonsense. I'm not any little or anything. I haven't done anything. I'm a good citizen. The police have investigated me several times. You're framing me. Come on, come in for a drink. If you have time tonight, come to my house for a visit." "What little? What knife killing?" If people in the village said that, Chen Dong would definitely argue with them. But he knew Air Mao was just joking. He believed that this incident had nothing to do with Chen Dong. As a police officer, he knew that after several rounds of investigation, and based on the evidence from Chen Dong's acquaintances, there was really no problem with Chen Dong. It was just a coincidence. Otherwise, Air Mao wouldn't joke like that. Air Mao knew about the police investigating Chen Dong several times, but because of his relationship with Chen Dong, he needed to avoid suspicion. However, he had informed his brother-in-law and those police officers to be less fierce when questioning Chen Dong. In normal circumstances, when the police questioned others, some officers would deliberately play up their identity and act fierce. "I'm not staying. I'm taking my dad with me now. A colleague is going to the countryside for a task and is driving a van back, so I just passed by here. I asked your sister-in-law if she needed anything for you, and she said they were having some activities at night school and wouldn't be going to school. So I brought her along," Air Mao said with a smile. On one side, Su Yun and Zhou Honglian had also come out after hearing the commotion outside. Su Yun was holding Zhou Lanxin's hand, looking around with slightly moist eyes. Zhou Lanxin was also very moved, hugging Su Yun and then hugging Zhou Honglian. She had been away from home for half a month in the county town, naturally missing Su Yun and Zhou Honglian a lot. In fact, the person she missed the most was none other than Qin Dong. Lanqin, you can sleep with me tonight, and we can have a good chat about what happened in the county town. As for your brother-in-law, let him sleep with your sister, Su Yun said to Zhou Lanqin, who was animatedly talking about interesting things from night school in the county town. Zhou Honglian quickly pulled Su Yun's hand, signaling her to stop talking. Su Yun then realized that Mao, the public security officer, was present, and hurriedly took Zhou Lanqin into the house. As for Mao, he was pulling Qin Dong's hand as they walked outside. After leaving the yard, he had a strange smile on his face and playfully punched Qin Dong's chest. Xiao Wu, you're quite something. You and your sister-in-law have something going on. The key is, your wife knows. Qin Dong quickly covered Mao's mouth and said, Mao, lower your voice. Lower your voice. I do have a bit of business with my sister-in-law. Before her husband died, he begged me to help her. My wife agreed, after all. The three sisters all fled from the same place, and she is so pitiful that my wife couldn't bear it, so she asked me to help her. Don't tell anyone about this. My parents don't know yet. If they find out, they'll definitely tear me apart. Once my sister-in-law is pregnant and the deed is done, I'll find a chance to tell my parents. Mao felt a rush of excitement, as if he knew a huge secret. Damn, I knew you had something going on with your sister-in-law. You beast. But your sister-in-law? With her looks, her figure, and her personality. Wow, she is amazing. If Miss Lin had even a third of her, that would be great. Qin Dong changed the subject. Mao, have you hooked up with Miss Lin? Upon hearing this, Mao shivered, his hair standing on end, and shook his head like a rattle drum. Don't talk nonsense. She has been acting crazy lately, targeting me every day. It's so frustrating. If she weren't the daughter of the bureau chief, I would be given her a good beating. And if I were with her, I'd be a dog. Enough, enough, I'm leaving. I won't let my colleagues wait too long. And about you and your sister-in-law, I won't say anything. Your sister-in-law is indeed quite pitiful, and helping her is a good thing for her. But it's benefiting you, you dog. No wonder Defei took you to see women dancing on poles. You have no interest in them at all. You have such a beautiful wife at home, and now a sister-in-law like this. Tiskaneske. Only a dog would look for women outside. Mao punched Qin Dong's chest and walked away. Qin Dong thought to himself that he wanted to say he had another woman outside who was not worse than Honglian. After watching Mao leave, Qin Dong returned to the room. When Zhou Lanqin saw him come back, she blushed and walked over. Brother-in-law, I was just joking with you earlier. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad, Zhou Lanqin said, her face red to the roots of her neck, her hands behind her back, her head slightly lowered. Qin Dong shook his head irritably. If being right means anything, then what is the point of the public security? I've been thinking about you every day and even asked Mao to run to your school more often to take care of you, fearing you'd be bullied by other classmates. But you come back and give me the cold shoulder, getting mad. And last time at your school, you left me alone in the cafeteria because you were inexplicably angry. Do you think that was the right thing to do? Zhou Lanqin felt even redder at Qin Dong's words and shook her head with watery eyes. Brother-in-law, I was just joking with you at school. She wanted to say that she got mad when she turned around and saw him chatting with a beautiful teacher at school, but she thought better of it and didn't say it. Su Yun patted Zhou Lanqin on the shoulder and smiled. Lanqin, your brother-in-law is just joking with you. Why are you crying? Your brother-in-law even made you a denim dress because he knows you like wearing that kind of fabric. The dress is right on the sewing machine. Zhou Honglian also smiled. Qin Dong shook his head and said, you still have the nerve to cry? All right, stop crying. I've already made the denim dress. Why don't you try it on first? This sister-in-law of mine, I haven't said anything yet, and you're already crying with grievance. However, Qin Dong could understand. After all, Zhou Lanqin had been alone in the county town for over 10 days, and it was normal for her to miss them. The little girl crying and throwing a tantrum was understandable. Woo-woo, thank you, brother-in-law. I really didn't mean to make you mad. Zhou Lanqin suddenly burst into tears, looking very aggrieved. This left Qin Dong at a loss, making it seem like he was bullying her. Lanqin, don't cry, he said, gently rubbing Zhou Lanqin's head and tugging at her braid. Woo-woo. Qin Dong's comfort only made Zhou Lanqin cry harder, even sobbing loudly. Qin Dong then made a sad face and opened his mouth wide, mimicking Zhou Lanqin's sobs. Ah, Lanqin, don't cry. Su Yun reached over and gently pinched Qin Dong's armpit, while Zhou Honglian couldn't help but smile and gently rubbed Zhou Lanqin's head. Qin Dong's antics were something Zhou Honglian had gotten used to. Sometimes he just acted silly all of a sudden. But this kind of life was much more interesting than being around those who always had a serious face and acted all formal. Living with such people would really be stressful. Chen Dong's antics made Zhou Lanxin, who was originally sobbing, pause for a moment before breaking into laughter. Brother-in-law, why are you mimicking me? Chen Dong shook his head. I don't even know why I'm mimicking you. Brother-in-law, you ha 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 ha. Zhou Lanxin couldn't help it, and suddenly burst out laughing, forgetting her previous tears. Su Yun said she would help Zhou Lanxin tidy up the bed, and Zhou Honglian followed her. As for Zhou Lanxin, she took the denim dress that Chen Dong had just made and went into the room to change. When Su Yun came out of the room, she had a guilty expression and said, head of the family. Just now I mentioned your and Honglian's matter in front of Ermao. Chen Dong pinched Su Yun's face and smiled. Wife, it's fine. Ermao won't say anything. Su Yun's face turned slightly red as she worriedly said, I'm just afraid that if my parents find out, they'll be so angry they'll turn in circles. Chen Dong chuckled dismissively. Don't worry about that. They'll find out sooner or later. When the time comes, I'll just talk to them about it. What you need to do now is to not think too much. Eat well, sleep well, for yourself and for the baby. Just take care of yourself. I'm out here, and Honglian is at home, so you don't need to worry too much. Su Yun nodded. I'm just worried about you. Chen Dong reached out and patted Su Yun's butt, then laughed and said, what are you worried about? There's nothing to worry about. It's not a big deal with my parents. Hearing Chen Dong say this, the frowning Su Yun revealed a faint smile. Well, that's good. She had been worried just now. But Chen Dong's words eased her concerns. She believed what Chen Dong said. Recently, his behavior had given her a strong sense of security. Sometimes, it felt like a dream. Su Yun went back to the room to continue packing things for Zhou Lanxin. In the evening, she would stay with Zhou Lanxin, while Chen Dong would stay with Zhou Honglian. This was arranged by Su Yun. Naturally, she had no objections to Chen Dong staying with Zhou Honglian. In fact, she was glad to see it. After all, her current situation couldn't provide for Chen Dong. Having Zhou Honglian accompany Chen Dong at night was also a good thing. Moreover, Chen Dong was helping Zhou Honglian, and she thought it would be nice for him to spend more time with her, so as not to neglect her. Just as Su Yun entered the room to help pack, Zhou Lanxin came out in a fitted denim dress that Chen Dong had made. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. I heard from Sister Honglian that you learned to make clothes from Sister Yun, and you made this dress in just one day, which is way better than Sister Yun's. Zhou Lanxin said excitedly. I really love this dress you made for me. It's so beautiful, much better than the ones from the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Lanxin walked up to Chen Dong, twirling to show off her new dress. It was a fitted denim dress that highlighted her tall and slender figure, with a hollow design at the neck that showcased her delicate collarbone and fair, long neck. Not bad, not bad. This dress suits you very well, Chen Dong said, nodding and smiling as he looked at Zhou Lanxin, who was joyfully displaying her new dress. He instinctively placed one hand on her butt and the other on her waist, then gently squeezed. Zhou Lanxin, who had been excitedly showing off her new dress, froze in place. Chen Dong, realizing he had made a mistake after successfully sneaking a touch, remembered that he had done the same when Su Yun and Zhou Honglian tried on dresses earlier. He was used to this. He had actually touched his sister-in-law. Oh no. Lanxin, listen to me. I'm used to touching your sister in them, so I accidentally touched you. If you don't believe me, chop off my hand. I know you wouldn't want to, Chen Dong stammered, trying to explain as sweat appeared on his forehead. Once Zhou Lanxin recovered, her face turned red. And the next moment she surprisingly said, Chapter 135, Sister-in-law, Brother-in-law. Actually, it's fine if you did it on purpose. You're so naughty. Just don't tell my sister and the others about this, or they will definitely scold you. With a flushed face, Zhou Lanxin quickly walked out, covering her nose with her hand as if about to cry. Under Chen Dong's gaze, she dashed out the door. Chen Dong felt a bit anxious, worried that Zhou Lanxin would suddenly shout and call Su Yun and Zhou Honglian over. If that happened, he really would be at a loss for words. How would Su Yun and Zhou Honglian see him? Even if he explained himself, would they believe him? But how would they think of him? Even if it was true that Chen Dong had gotten used to sneaking touches on Su Yun and Zhou Honglian, the fact remained that he had crossed a line. It was like committing a crime. Just because you say you didn't mean to, does that mean you didn't commit a crime? Would the police listen to such excuses? After thinking it over, Chen Dong was worried that Zhou Lanxin might do something foolish because of what happened, so he hurriedly chased after her. Da Huang. Tell Da Hu and Xiao Huang to split up and look for those two suspicious figures. Before leaving, Chen Dong gave orders to Da Huang. They had been doing this for several days. So after receiving Chun Dong's command, Da Huang, the hunting dog queen, barked a few times, and the 6 dogs split up to act. 2 stayed behind to guard the house. He needed to chase after Zhou Lanxin and didn't know if she would run out of the village, so Chun Dong had to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. Seeing Zhou Lanxin walking briskly in the distance, Chun Dong caught up and called out, "Lanxin, where are you going?" "Brother-in-law, don't chase me. I'm not doing anything. Just going for a walk," Zhou Lanxin replied without looking back. She wasn't angry at all. She didn't mind Chun Dong's touch, right now. Her heart was both nervous and excited. To her relationship with Chun Dong had progressed further. "Lanxin, I really didn't mean it. Please don't do anything foolish," Chun Dong hurriedly said as he quickened his pace. Seeing Chun Dong chasing her, Zhou Lanxin sped up her steps, going from a brisk walk to a jog, then to a run. "Lanxin, I really didn't mean to. I swear, brother-in-law, it really wasn't intentional. You know how I treat you, right? Not long ago, I even scolded my mom and second sister for you. I've bought you so many nice things lately. And I even had Ermao go to your school frequently to check on you, worried you might be bullied by other classmates. I'm really concerned about you." With Chun Dong's speed, catching up to Zhou Lanxin was easy, but he deliberately kept his distance, jogging behind her while explaining. He needed to clarify this situation with Zhou Lanxin to prevent her from overthinking because of his earlier actions. Chun Dong cunningly mentioned all the good things he had done for her lately to ease her anger. There was no way around it. He had taken advantage of her, and he had to apologize. "Brother-in-law, please stop chasing me. I'm not angry. I really am not angry. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. I really won't do anything foolish. Just let me go. I just want to clear my head." Zhou Lanxin turned around as she saw Chun Dong still following her. But as she spoke, her heart ached and tears fell. Of course, she knew about all the things Chun Dong had done for her. "Well then, I'll accompany you to clear your head," Chun Dong said with a smile when he saw Zhou Lanxin wiping her tears. "If you're not angry, why are you crying? If I don't keep an eye on you, what if you do something foolish?" Chun Dong was worried. In his past life, Zhou Lanxin had hanged herself on the night she married Wang Kezi. This girl had a fiery temper, having taken advantage of her. He certainly needed to find a way to make it up to her. If she acted out of character, Chun Dong wouldn't normally care, but he had provoked her. "Xiao Wu, what are you and your sister-in-law doing? Drawing oil?" A villager joked as he passed by. It was already mid-May, and the weather was warm. It was quite hot outside during the day. Another person chimed in, "Xiao Wu, I'm a village representative. When it comes time to elect village officials, I'll vote for you. I'll vote for you too when it's time to elect village officials. I support you becoming the village official in our area. I believe your intelligence will lead us all to prosperity." Chun Dong repeatedly waved his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Heir. Thank you, Brother San. But I don't want to be a village official. Please don't vote for me. It's fine if you flatter me. But do you really want me to become the village official? Are you looking for a beating?" Chun Dong really wanted to give them a shock. "Damn it. You can't even flatter properly. What use are you? Useless." Ever since Chun Sanming and Zhao Damei died, although the police have investigated Chun Dong several times and found nothing, many people in the village believe that Chun Dong's cunning schemes led to the incident of Chun Dong angrily killing Chun Sanming and Zhao Damei. The reputation of the little of Chun Liutuan spread far and wide. Naturally, this added a bit of fear towards Chun Dong. Many people hurriedly flattered Chun Dong when they saw him. For Chun Dong, even though he had done nothing, he had a feeling of better to strike first than to be struck, like in rural life. "Brother-in-law, are you going to be the village official?" Zhou Lanxin asked curiously, intentionally changing the subject. She knew that Chun Dong was worried about her getting angry and doing something foolish. She didn't want to dwell on the topic, so she teased Chun Dong. Chun Dong shook his head as he walked over to Zhou Lanxin. "Village official? Not even a dog would want that. There's a village meeting tonight with advanced villagers and village representatives. I'm a representative, but I don't want to attend. I won't go to the village meeting tonight." He decided not to attend the evening village meeting to avoid being elected as a village official by those villagers when the new village head asked for candidates. It's very possible. Thinking of this, Chun Dong made up his mind not to attend the village meeting that night. "Brother-in-law, I just got back today and didn't talk to you. I didn't mean anything else, just teasing you," Zhou Lanxin said. She continued, "And I know that what you said earlier was unintentional. I'm really not angry." Chun Dong nodded and smiled. "As long as you know it was unintentional and that you're not angry, that's good. Actually, even if you meant it, it's fine," Zhou Lanxin said softly, her face turning red and her head bowed low. Just then, 2 people riding bicycles approached from a distance. One of them waved to Chun Dong. Xiao Wu, I was just looking for you. Our new village head knows you're an important person in our village, so she wants to pay you a visit. The voice of this person made Chun Dong not pay much attention to what Zhou Lanxin had just said. The new village head. Chun Dong looked over and saw a woman around 35 years old, who looked somewhat familiar. This woman seemed to be around 35 or 36, with a fair, round, beautiful face, her features marked with a hint of heroism. She had a slightly plump figure and a stylish wavy hairstyle, wearing a gray checkered shirt and gray-white pants, along with a pair of small white shoes. Her overall aura conveyed a mature, yet imposing presence that demanded respect. Looking at her, Chun Dong felt she looked familiar, but couldn't quite recall who she was. Xiao Wu, this is our village's new head, said Chun Zhonglin, the village accountant who had stopped his bike. Hello, comrade Chun Dong. I'm Lu Xiangnan, the new village head of Chun Liutuan. The beautiful village head, who had dismounted from her bike, smiled gently at Chun Dong. Lu Xiangnan. This made Chun Dong think of the future finance minister of the Magic City. How did she end up here as a village head? She even came to their village. In his past life, over a decade later, Chun Dong had become a wealthy businessman and had established a foothold in the Hong Kong market. As a major businessman who had developed in Hong Kong, he was often invited to various places for business meetings or investment opportunities. He had been to the Magic City several times and had met Lu Xiangnan, who was then the finance minister, on a few occasions, even dining together. Through some connections, he had learned that Lu Xiangnan had a special background in the government. She was one of the descendants of early contributors to the government, selected for future leadership training. The training for future leaders had begun long ago, with layers of observation and selection, and only a few would have the chance to become leaders decades later. Chun Dong remembered that during their meals, Lu Xiangnan had mentioned she had served as a village head in rural areas for a few years in her youth, making her somewhat of a fellow villager to Chun Dong. At that time, he thought Lu Xiangnan was just trying to get close to him to attract investment. He never expected it to be true. The key was, she actually became the head of their village. What a coincidence. Hello, village head Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chun Dong said with a smile. Lu Xiangnan replied, Comrade Chun Dong. I've heard from Accountant Chun that not only are you a skilled hunter in our village, but you also have a good reputation here. What reputation? I'm just a farmer who hunts. I don't have any reputation. Chun Dong quickly shook his head and smiled. Reputation? What kind of reputation do I have? Lu Xiangnan must have heard about him from other villagers. Perhaps she knew about how the former village head had died due to his schemes, leading him to inherit over 100 acres of orchard land. He could imagine that scene. If it was just villagers talking about it, it wouldn't matter. But if Lu Xiangnan, someone with significant connections, started to suspect that he was involved, it would be a problem. Thinking of this, Chun Dong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If she were to be eliminated, it wouldn't be long before mysterious individuals came to investigate, indiscriminately arresting anyone suspected. They might even adopt a better to wrongly kill 1,000 than let one escape approach. Of course, this was just Chun Dong's imagination. After a brief chat with Lu Xiangnan, she changed the subject. Chun Dong, are you interested in becoming a village official to take care of the villagers? Chun Dong decisively shook his head. Village head Lu, I have no interest in being a village official, and I have no interest in taking care of the villagers either. Being a village official? Not even a dog would want that. He thought it best to keep his distance from Lu Xiangnan, someone with a significant background. It was better to stay far away from her, as there might be someone secretly protecting her. He couldn't expect to always be on guard. The key was, his observational ability only extended to a 100-meter radius. After a few more simple exchanges, Chun Dong and Zhou Lanxin bid farewell to Lu Xiangnan and left. They hurried away, calling back the dogs like De Huang that were searching the village. They needed to be cautious of any hidden protectors around Lu Xiangnan. Although it was unlikely that anyone would suspect the dogs, it was better to be safe than sorry. I wouldn't even want to be a village official. Chun Dong muttered irritably. Originally, he had planned not to attend the village meeting that night, fearing that some villagers might make a fuss and push him to become a village official. Although he could refuse publicly, it would still offend the new village head, right? But now that he knew the new village head was Lu Xiangnan, who had hidden power, he felt that not attending her first village meeting could lead to unforeseen consequences. Who knew if she would use her authority to retaliate against him? So, Chun Dong decided he had to attend the village meeting that night. If someone tried to make him a village official, he would refuse them face to face. After all, he had already made his stance clear to Lu Xiangnan. Zhou Lanxin didn't respond to Chun Dong's words, but kept her head slightly lowered, her face flushed as she walked alongside him. At that moment, She felt very anxious, her heart racing. She regretted the words she had just said to Chen Dong. However, it seems that Chen Dong did not hear clearly what she said earlier because Chun Zhenglin called out to him. Village head, don't be angry. Xiao Wu is just like that. Sometimes he has a stubborn temper. Perhaps it's also because he originally supported his second uncle to be the village head. And now you're here as the village head of our village, so he might feel a bit uncomfortable and not quite accept you, Chun Zhenglin said seriously to Lu Xiangnan. His words naturally had a little cunning behind them, thinking that the new village head should take care of Chen Dong. She was appointed by the county, so she must have some background. Dealing with Chun Dong shouldn't be too difficult. As the old accountant, Chun Zhenglin had worked with Chun Sanming for many years and had naturally benefited a lot. With Chun Sanming's sudden death, he felt a sense of loss. Although the police had investigated Chen Dong several times and found no connection between Chen Dong and Chun Sanming's death, Chun Zhenglin did not think so. In his opinion, Chun Sanming was merely a pawn used by Chun Dong to lead Chen Donglian to kill him. Lu Xiangnan watched Chun Dong's distant figure. Although she wore a faint smile on her face, her eyes were sharp from the few words exchanged with Chun Dong earlier. Despite his demeanor appearing not much different from that of ordinary villagers, for some reason, Lu Xiangnan felt a sense of familiarity, as if facing an elder in her family or another elder. Little crouching dragon of Chun Liutuan, Lu Xiangnan thought with a smile in her heart. She certainly wouldn't be swayed by what a few villagers said and think that Chun Dong was impressive. In her view, it was indeed a coincidence that Chen Donglian bumped into his father and Zhao Damei. She didn't take Chen Dong seriously at all. What she was thinking about now was how to achieve results in her position as the village head of Chun Liutuan in a short few years, as this was crucial for her future. Lanqin, why aren't you talking? Are you still angry? Didn't you say you weren't angry? You even said it wouldn't matter if I did it on purpose, Chen Dong said, scratching his head, as he noticed Zhou Lanqin walking a short distance ahead, her head down, blushing and not speaking. When he said this, he didn't think much of it, but after the words came out, Chen Dong was taken aback. Zhou Lanqin's response seemed a bit off. Very off. What did she mean by saying it wouldn't matter if he did it on purpose? As an elder brother-in-law, if he intentionally touched her, how could she say it didn't matter? Brother-in-law, you're already with Honglian, can I join too? Zhou Lanqin, who had originally felt anxious and unsettled, suddenly found the courage. Her face flushed and earnestly said to Chen Dong. Chen Dong. Chapter 137. A group of villagers. I choose Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is the people's choice. In the moment Chen Dong was stunned, Zhou Lanqin, after saying this, directly threw out another line, brother-in-law, think about it. Actually, I like you from the first time I saw you. If you don't have any ideas, just pretend I didn't say anything, and don't tell Yun Jie and Honglian. After saying that, Zhou Lanqin covered her nose and quickly ran back. She ran faster than when Chen Dong chased her earlier, leaving Chen Dong in a daze. Wait for me to answer you, and you're leaving? Chen Dong scratched his head with an odd expression. His sister-in-law had confessed to him. His sister-in-law actually liked him. This caught Chen Dong off guard. The key was that his sister-in-law had liked him since the first time she saw him. If that were the case, didn't it mean that during the matchmaking, all three sisters had liked him? Handsome truly is justice. Chen Dong couldn't help but smile. Being liked by all three sisters made him feel quite good. He had asked Zhou Honglian if she liked him, and she said she found him quite pleasing during their matchmaking. She didn't know if that counted as liking him. Now that his sister-in-law had said so, Chen Dong felt he couldn't be shy. He had to accept it. It was normal that he hadn't noticed his sister-in-law liked him when he was younger in his previous life. However, he had been reborn in this era for almost a month, and after spending more than 10 days with his sister-in-law, he hadn't picked up on her feelings from her little details. It could only be said that he was quite blind. If he had known his sister-in-law liked him, he would have pursued her earlier. Chen Dong thought happily. Reflecting on the time Zhou Lanqin spent with them, many details revealed her affection for him. However, in his previous life, he had been too young and didn't have any romantic thoughts. He could barely take care of a wife, let alone think about other women. He was even persuaded to marry Zhou Lanqin to Wang Kezi to raise money for his mother's medical expenses. As for after his rebirth, he had taken Zhou Honglian as a sister-in-law, and even if he thought about Zhou Lanqin, it was just a passing thought. Now, his sister-in-law had already shown her intentions. If he didn't respond, how awkward would it be for her when she saw him in the future? The key was, why should Chen Dong refuse? As for Su Yun, he believed that if he spoke to her, she wouldn't have any objections. She had already accepted Zhou Honglian. Allowing Zhou Lanqin to be with him would definitely not be a problem. I wonder if my brother-in-law will be with me. If he refuses, then I want to know how to face Yunjie and my brother-in-law. Zhou Lanqing thought, what were you thinking? How could you suddenly say such things to him? Oh no, if my brother-in-law refuses, what should I do? I'm so stupid. Zhou Lanqing shook her head, growing increasingly frantic. She had considered expressing her feelings to Chen Dong, but she didn't expect that day to come so quickly. The main reason was that Chen Dong had unintentionally taken liberties with her, and she had been thinking about him every day in the county while he had carefully made her some intimate clothes. Coupled with Chen Dong's concern that she was angry and chasing her for a long distance, all these factors gave her the courage to confess. But now she regretted it. She regretted being so impulsive and saying such things so early, leaving her unsure of how to face Su Yun and Chen Dong. What to do? The afternoon passed. In the afternoon, Chen Dong and Zhou Honglian worked in the orchard, chatting and laughing, working in perfect harmony. During this time, his father found him and asked if he had seen the new village head and if he had been invited to be a village official. Chen Dong asked his father how he knew. His father said someone in the village saw it. Chen Dong angrily cursed, "Who the hell has such a big mouth? If I find out, I'll give him a good beating." Seeing his father wanting to take off his belt, Chen Dong immediately changed his tune. His father said it was correct for him not to be a village official. Such an important position was something Chen Dong, being so young, couldn't handle. This made Chen Dong roll his eyes at his father, thinking, it's just a small village official. What is there to not handle? He questioned his father. What do you mean? Are you still thinking of being a village official at your age? His father chuckled, saying he was too busy with the orchard to have time to be a village official. After finishing work in the afternoon and returning home, Su Yun had already prepared dinner. Since there was an extra person for dinner, she made a bit more food and rice. Chen Dong secretly added 2 drops of spiritual spring water into the vegetable and meat soup. He really wanted to tell Zhou Lanqing, sister-in-law, since you came, I added an extra drop of spiritual spring water to the soup for your nourishment. When the time comes for you to be with your brother-in-law, don't scream too much. Naturally, he didn't mention that matter Zhou Lanqing brought up, and Zhou Lanqing didn't bring it up either, including not telling Su Yun. Only the two of them knew about it. However, during dinner, Zhou Lanqing spoke little and blushed the entire time, leading Su Yun and Zhou Honglian to believe she was sick. Chen Dong chuckled to himself, thinking that the girl's shyness represented everything. That evening, right after Chen Dong finished dinner, his father walked into the yard with a cigarette, calling Chen Dong to attend the villagers' meeting. Chen Dong couldn't help but complain internally, thinking, Dad isn't even a village official, why is he so eager to attend the village meeting? As soon as Chen Dong arrived at the village committee courtyard, he found more than 10 villagers gathered together chatting. Upon seeing Chen Dong, someone shouted jokingly, Xiao Wu, I vote for you to be the village official. You are the people's choice. Then, a group of people echoed the sentiment. Hearing their jokes made Chen Dong feel a headache. Chapter 138 Father, Xiao Wu. How about your dad becoming the village official? Xiao Wu, I vote for you to be the village official. You are indeed the people's choice. Xiao Wu, I don't respect anyone else. Only you. Xiao Wu, it's just that an outsider was parachuted in as village head. Otherwise, we would definitely vote for you as village head. Many people attending the village meeting started to speak up upon seeing Chen Dong. Listening to them, Chen Dong felt as if his head was about to explode. He quickly waved his hands and clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, everyone, for your high regard, but I really am not cut out to be a village official. So please, let us not talk about me being a village official anymore. I've also told our new village head that I'm not interested in being a village official. Let's give the position to someone more capable. Letting him be a village official? Nonsense. He had no intention of being a village official at all. He didn't even think much of the trivial matters in the village. If he really wanted to make money, he could just start a business or go hunting in the mountains. Besides, there was Lu Xiangnan, the village head, who had quite a background. It was better to keep a distance from her. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. To him, Lu Xiangnan was that dangerous wall. If you all cause trouble in front of our new village head, I will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe, Chen Dong said sternly. He could tell that some of these people were flattering him, while others were just joking around. On this matter, Chen Dong was not joking with them. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, those who were joking retracted their comments one by one. Xiao Wu, don't be angry. We just think you're suitable to be the village official. Yeah, Xiao Wu, everyone in our village respects you. Xiao Wu, don't be angry. If you don't want to be the village official, we want to vote for you. Exactly, Xiao Wu is living freely. Why should he be a village official? I wonder what the new village head is like. She's an outsider. Can she manage our village well? Xiao Wu, if our new village head doesn't he do well? Just stand up and say something, and we'll kick her out of our village. Yes, if she doesn't he do well. We'll overthrow her rule and support your second uncle, Chen Zhenghua, to be village head. Aren't you supporting your second uncle to be village head? Someone approached Chen Dong, suggesting they should overthrow Lu Xiangnan and replace her with Chen Zhenghua as village head. This made Chen Dong shiver. Looking at these villagers talking nonsense, Chen Dong felt a chill run down his spine and wanted to leave immediately. He wanted to tell them, if you want to revolt, don't drag me into it. I want to live. Damn. If you want to rebel in the future, don't involve me. I just want to survive. This group of rough men had no idea of the power of a great weapon. Chen Dong knew they thought he used cunning strategies to eliminate Chen Sanming. To many in the village, Chen Sanming was like a mountain pressing down on them. During his time as village head, many villagers dared not voice their anger at his decisions. With Chen Sanming gone, Chen Dong became a hero in their eyes. Soon, most of the villagers attending the meeting had arrived. The newly appointed village head, Lu Xiangnan, appeared. She sat at the table, chatting and laughing with the villagers. Chen Dong's gaze unconsciously glanced at the woman standing about 1.6 meters tall behind Lu Xiangnan. She was short and thin, dressed in a blue and white long-sleeve sports outfit, with a somewhat attractive oval face, though her skin appeared a bit tanned. The muscle lines on her cheekbones were quite prominent. From her exposed hands, they looked darker and a bit rough. Moreover, from her straight posture, she seemed to have been in the military or trained in some martial arts. The aura she exuded made Chen Dong, who had seen many people in his past life, feel that this short woman was not simple. She was likely a skilled person sent to protect Lu Xiangnan. Don't provoke her. Chen Dong quietly noticed this thin, short woman observing the surrounding villagers. He realized she was looking at him and had stared at him for several extra seconds. This made Chen Dong internally groan in despair. His reputation as the little sleeping dragon in Chunlu village was causing him trouble. Please don't focus on me. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. I really just want to be a quiet, handsome man. It wasn't he that Chen Dong was cowardly, but Lu Xiangnan's identity was somewhat intimidating. Moreover, in his past life, as a wealthy boss, he had interacted with some high-ranking officials and learned things that ordinary people couldn't know. When it comes to matters involving the descendants of high-ranking officials, it was not something ordinary people could comprehend, because there really were great weapons in existence. After chatting with the villagers for a while, Lu Xiangnan officially started the meeting. She discussed agricultural production, then talked about the land opened up in Nanhua and how to divide it among everyone. Next, she addressed the need to widen the irrigation river in the village. She then asked several production team leaders to discuss the participation of their village in collective labor projects organized by the county. They needed to send some people from the village to help with road repairs from the town to the county. In Da Township, the county government planned to excavate the big river, and they would also need to send a certain number of people from the village. Additionally, this year, the village planned to build 2 irrigation reservoirs on the mountain. All these tasks required the village to send people to participate. Of course, for those who didn't get assigned tasks, each household would need to contribute some grain tickets or money to pay the villagers participating in the collective work as wages. Last year, the land was distributed to individuals, and the communal kitchen model of the production team had basically disappeared. But some collective activities still operated under the production team model. During collective work, participants would have their work recorded and wages would be paid to them. After discussing work-related matters, Lu Xiangnan began to mention that, in addition to the original village official team, she planned to select a few more village officials from among the villagers to handle related work, such as agricultural production. She asked everyone to write down 2 names from the dozens of people present, and she would determine who would become the new village officials based on the votes. Of course, those chosen by everyone to be the new village officials can decline the position. After all, this matter is not compulsory. Then, everyone began to whisper among themselves. Dad, your butt is sore. Why are you always moving it? You've been squirming on that bench all night. Also, I noticed you keep grinning nervously. Have you been possessed? Chen Dong said to his father sitting next to him, feeling a bit annoyed. The village meeting had been going on for an hour, and his father was fidgeting on the bench and occasionally chuckling to himself. Chen Dong couldn't figure out what his father was up to. What do you mean possessed? Just be quiet. The village chief is speaking. Don't disturb me from listening, his father said, pushing Chen Dong's arm with a serious look, then shifted his butt again and chuckled nervously. Chen Dong thought, his father, who barely knows how to read, is so eager to improve himself? Soon, as everyone submitted their anonymous ballots to Lu Xiangnan, and she looked at the names on them, his father leaned over to Qindong's ear and whispered, Xiao Wu, what do you think about your dad becoming a village official? Chapter 139. Dad becomes the village agricultural production fruit tree planting director upon hearing his father's words. Qindong's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at his father and shook his head, whispering, Dad, you can't be serious. You're almost 70, and you want to be a village official? Remembering that afternoon when his father said Qindong was too young to grasp things. Along with his father's unusual behavior during the village meeting, Qindong realized that his father wasn't thinking straight. Without his father saying,